What happened? It just stopped.
If you're pressing it to start, we both can't start it at once. So you can just play it, and it's playing.
I never touched it. I'm not touching anything.
Oh, it's not?
No, I'm not touching anything. So maybe we just won't do it because there's something that's wrong with it. I'm going to download it again. I'm sorry that we're saying this on live, but.
Yeah, we can stop. Yeah, we can stop it from here. I think it was just doing a double play. But peace, everyone. Thank you for joining. My name is Dulcinea.
I'm Sister Freedom, the goddess. In Jamaica.
I'm Misha.
Go ahead, Gemini. I'll be the last one.
Oh, I'm Gemini, the goddess.
I'm Sister Sakina Rye.
I'm Candice. Good evening.
Hey, Candice.
Hey, Candice.
Hi, Candice.
Hi.
Dots there. She said I'll go
and
last.
And that's Sister Dots. Sister Dots.
Dots, because she ain't said nothing. Dots, are you there, Dots? She did say that she could be going out.
Yeah, her internet.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. You know how we do. We just family. So we talk to y'all like y'all our family and we family. So that's just anything go on, y'all here too.
Yes.
We one with our brothers and sisters. We just one.
Not gonna work.
So that's how it is.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Dots.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and introduce yourself, please. Candice, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay.
Did you ask me to introduce myself?
Yes, and tell the listening family who you are, a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I am Candice Deler, and I have sickle cell disease. I started a nonprofit organization called Candices Sickle Cell Fund Incorporated about 23 years ago. I am a social worker by profession, and I saw the need for advocacy in the sickle cell disease community. So that's where Candice's Sickle Cell Fund was started, because I felt like I wasn't represented in scholarships. I felt like when I wanted to go to college, they always would ask for high GPAs, which was something difficult for me because with sickle cell disease, I had extensive hospitalizations in the hospital constantly, medicated or narcotics constantly. And I was not able to, I want to say, compete with the average student. So Candice's Sickle Cell Fund was a place for students to be able to apply for scholarships and not have to worry about high GPAs. What we mainly focused on was obstacles that stood in a person's way and how they persevered. So in the organization's history, we saw a lot of other services that were needed in our community. And so now, 23 years later, we have given over $100,000 in scholarships to students who are pursuing the higher heights in college and so forth.
That's wonderful. That is so wonderful. So what are the prerequisites? Do they have to have the disease or the trait?
So they have to have the disease. So let me just do a one-on-one kind of on like what sickle cell disease is, right? Because you may have heard of it, you might not have. I have people say to me that they've heard of people that passed away from it. So it is a fatal disease. Let me throw out some facts. You are born with it. Okay, it's hereditary. If you don't have it, you're not going to catch it. You're not going to get it. What we don't know is how many people have the trait. So sickle cell trait is how you make an offspring with sickle cell disease. So I can give you my own personal background. My mother and my father both have the trait. So that made it so that I would be a 25% chance of having the disease. So when a trait and a trait mate, haha, that was cute. So if two people with trait mate, they have a 25% chance of having a child with sickle cell disease each time they have a baby. It's not just, it's misconstrued that it's 25% chance just like one time. No, every time you're pregnant, two traits are taking a 25% chance risk. Okay. So a person with sickle cell disease has cells that are shaped like a sickle. So there's a tool in the field that they used to use called a sickle. And that is where the name sickle cell comes from. So just picture your cells are whole, like a donut shape, and they pass through, they give oxygen to the body, and the sickle cells are blocking. So for me, the sickle cells are blocking those whole cells trying to go through. So when it's blocking it, depending on where it's blocking it, you can have organ failure if it's blocking in your kidneys or your liver. It can be blocking the oxygen in your leg, and your leg can open into ulcers, very difficult to close it. It can be blocking in your brain, and you can have a stroke. And the most common effects with sickle cell disease, I would say, is probably a sickle cell crisis. That's a lot of pain in the joints, and that requires a lot of times narcotic medication to tame the pain, and emergency department visits and hospitalizations. So that is what sickle cell disease is. Sometimes spleen has to be taken out, gallbladder, and so forth. So when I say that the scholarship is designed for us sickle cell patients, what I mean by that is just I might not be able to volunteer because I'm in the hospital a lot, and I might not be able to have the high GPA. So one of the prerequisites for the scholarship is to just write an essay that's very moving, that discusses how you were able to overcome your obstacles.
That's good. Have you had, before, I'm sorry to, before, let me just ask you while you were talking about this, the hospitalizations, have you had any blood transfusions or?
Multiple blood transfusions. So I could talk a little bit about blood transfusions. Let's say I'm A positive and I have sickle cell disease and I've had 20 blood transfusions. Another person that's A positive that is trying to give me blood may not be a match completely because now the antibodies have to match. So it gets really complicated. So I've heard stories like a patient can't get blood or the blood is on hold because they're trying to find the perfect match to the antibodies. This is why Blacks and Latinos, people of color, need to donate blood, because our blood is a closer match to our own ethnic background than it is to receive blood from just anybody. So when a person donates blood, they're actually helping 3 people. You're actually able to give 3 people blood with 1 donation of blood. So we definitely suggest that people in our
Stella.
community donate.
Is this you would consider it a disease, correct?
Yes.
And is this like in a lot of Black countries like Africa, Jamaica, Guyana,
So sickle
different?
cell disease originated in Africa. And the majority of the people that are affected by it are Africans, African Americans, Caribbeans. You have Greeks, people of the Mediterranean. You have Indians, Arabs. If I am forgetting anybody, forgive me. But the majority of the people are Blacks and Latinos. And, we need
Or
support
of
from the
African
whole
descent.
community.
Is it
Can
very,
I
very,
just jump
very
in real
painful?
quickly?
Yes, where
Can
have
I
you
jump?
been now?
You know what happened. I told you what was going on. So just to whoever is listening, this is Dots, y'all. Again, welcome. I am so sorry. I'm having major internet connections. So if I'm dropping or I'm lagging, I do apologize. I don't mean to leave Candice up here. I know she's introducing and the ladies took it over. And I wanted to just quickly jump in because I heard her speaking just about some of the questions that you ladies were asking her. I wanted to also just jump in and say that at one time, the statistics was that 1 out of 7.
So let me just jump in. I don't know what statistics she's about to give, but I want to say that 1 out of 365 people of color, African American, Caribbean, have sickle cell disease.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what she was going to say, but that is one statistic.
Is it very painful? I'm Dots. I don't know who's going where, but
So it is very painful. Okay, so this is a question that is asked at the big conferences with the big doctors. Is it worse than labor, than giving birth? It is. And it's like people describe it as being stabbed multiple times. I talk about that in a video that I did on YouTube, and we don't know what it's like to be stabbed multiple times, but if we could just imagine what that could feel like, that is what sickle cell disease feels like as a crisis.
Because what's happening is that our red blood cells, so like Candice, I don't share much of my personal life out here on YouTube Street, but since I did ask my good friend to come on here and share, I also want to share. And the ladies know this already, but I also was born with sickle cell anemia, and it has definitely impacted my life, and I'm really passionate about the work that Candice does in a nonprofit and just living with it. I also want to say in terms of the pain, right? You have to remember that the red blood cells are not getting enough oxygen. So when your red blood cells are not getting oxygen and our red blood cells are born in a sickle shape, right? A sickle shape meaning it's not getting enough oxygen, right? That begins to slow up. Pretty much it becomes necrotic. It becomes dead. It becomes like dead tissue, right? And if you can just imagine, immense amounts of continuous, like she just said, stabbing pain on top of being severely dehydrated, more than likely, on top of your hemoglobin, your retic count, and all the other blood work that they will do, that's all depleted. And oftentimes when you are hospitalized, and Candice can speak more to this, but at one time, the cocktail traditionally would be that when a person has a sickle cell crisis, you go to the hospital, they give you pain medications. Some will require blood transfusions frequently, right? Just for them to be able to live a full, healthy day, for example, right? It takes a toll on you. So Candice, if you can just speak about, without naming obviously anyone's personal, but if you can just share a story of a sickle cell warrior, that's what we call people living with sickle cell disease, in terms of just dealing with the day-to-day, having sickle cell crises. I think that definitely could lend a human lens to the conversation.
Okay, so a majority of people with sickle cell disease, adult patients, have a hard time keeping a job. A lot of times are on disability, and the reason for that is because they're in a lot of pain. Stress and anxiety brings on pain. So you could just imagine if you're starting a new job and you're feeling like, flustered. Flustered for you might just be like, oh, I'm new, I want to do things right. And then flustered for me might be, oh my God, my arm just went into a crisis because I feel nervous. So I feel, like all eyes are watching me. So that's one thing. Another thing is, you can be in an office and it's air conditioned, and air conditioning can cause a pain crisis. So you can be in the office in the winter and it's not heated enough, and not enough heat can make you sick. And then you're in the hospital for 2 weeks, and then you're trying to explain to your boss as a new worker what this is all about. It doesn't make any sense to them at all. So we're supposed to be covered by the Disabilities Act. We should disclose, if anybody is listening to this that's an adult warrior, the best thing to do is to disclose to your job that you have sickle cell disease, and it just would probably make life a lot better. You have people that will never be able to work and have never been able to go to school past high school or even finish because they're just constantly sick. And some people get monthly blood transfusions because they're trying to keep their hemoglobin count on a certain number. And you have people that have multiple transfusions, have had strokes. It's just very hard to live a life with sickle cell disease.
I'll share a story, and I think I'm not going to say her name, but we know her very well. Candice, you may know who I'm talking about. And I'll share another story, because oftentimes when we think of stereotypes with sickle cell anemia, unfortunately, one side of the equation looks like a person who never works, and then the story becomes their drug seeking because they need really high amounts of pain medication to maintain what's going on in their bodies. And so when there's no advocacy and information, or when you are growing up in a family, like, for example, myself, I'm the only one in my family on both sides, okay? There's no one else in my family that has sickle cell anemia on my mother's side and on my dad's side. I'm the only one. Roger that. And I have siblings, okay? But statistically, 1 out of 4 children, right? If you have the trait, if let's say my mother had the trait, my dad had the trait, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, I was born with the disease, right? Okay. We had a friend that, for all intents purposes, was born with sickle cell anemia. She didn't have a very severe form of it because there's different levels, right? And I know, Gemini, I know you're probably going to jump in and share some of your experience as well, in terms of it. But she was not on the, I think she had SC. I think she was diagnosed either with SC or SS, because there's different variations of sickle cell. You have sickle cell anemia, you have sickle cell and thalassemia. What else is there, Candice?
Sickle beta.
Sickle beta. There's so many different variations. And anyway, long story short, was able to make it through high school, was able to go to college, graduate, became a licensed pharmacist, okay? A licensed pharmacist. And when she started to work as a pharmacist, she began to get really sick. And it just got worse and worse and worse. And unfortunately, she passed away from, dealing with sickle cell anemia, unfortunately. And what began to happen is, when Candice is talking about employment, that's something really serious. Here you have somebody highly educated that, despite all these crises and despite whatever it is that she had to deal with, still somehow was able to make it through and graduate and then become a pharmacist, no less. Start working, and then within a few years, she had to go on disability. And after getting on disability, maybe within a few years, she passed away, unfortunately, from complications. Candice, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, let me add this. I'm gonna say that some people sickle cell worsens as they get older. So this particular person did not have sickle cell bad as a high school student and going into college. But then when she had to start standing on her feet as a pharmacist is when her body started to deteriorate. And so some people break down when they get into their career, opposed to being more sick as a child.
That is correct. Yes. Right. So when you talk about,
I didn't think that children, do children get a lot of pain from it?
Yes. I have more pain as a child than I have as an adult.
Oh, okay.
And I want to ask, because under the American Disabilities Act, the job has to make accommodations for, once you notify them of having sickle cell or any other kind of illnesses. And so they are aware that sometimes a job can add these kind of pressures on you. So the FMLA has about 4 or 5 clocks when it's taking the time off, but you don't get paid for these times off. That's why you have to use your PTO time and vacations. So that's why you have to have the job accommodations. But as you said, with the friend working those hours on their feet and whatnot, that added to the stress and it put them on the disability. So sometimes it doesn't work. It's a double-edged sword. So I understood that part, but the job has to make some kind of accommodations when you let them know. But if you don't let them know, then that's where, you have to assume some kind of responsibility. Some people don't want people to know that they have these kind of illnesses and whatnot. So, I understand that part too.
Right. So we as an organization try to encourage patients that are working to disclose. That's one of the hardest things to do, is to tell your business to people you don't know that you're not well. So basically, what are you saying? I got the job and X, Y, and Z might happen. We are really trying to push people to get to that point of just disclosing. And yes, the FMLA Act does back them, and no, it won't pay them for a certain amount of time, but it will hold their job for a certain amount of time until they get back on their feet. And, some people are able to use it to their advantage. And you know how it is. You have to know how to work the system to even understand it. And I have someone that is not on my team, but who has read it and done it and can explain it to other people. So if anyone is listening that has this question about the disabilities and working, you should reach out to us, because we can definitely help you through that process.
Exactly. It's easier done than said, because people don't understand that part. But once you get the job, the American Disabilities Act is on your side. You have to understand
Yes, but
that.
Sakina, you have to also take into account that, listen to what she just said. So it just because someone is born with sickle cell doesn't mean that they are used to having crises, for example, right? So this is also new to this person. And then this is not like, oh, I have a backache or I have, right? So like when you are needing time because you're not feeling well, that means you are usually in a bad state. That means that that could take a week to repair. It can take 2 weeks to repair. And sometimes you can work and be quite fine for years and years and then just have a bad year or have a bad couple of months, right? And even though we have the FMLA and we know that that's federal law and legislation, we also know that there's loopholes, and we also know that people fall through the cracks, right? And when we're talking about sickle cell, something that is very deadly but silent and it needs to be put out more, there's also a lot of negative that comes with it because people don't understand it. They don't. And this is why I'm so happy we're having this conversation. And
That's really true.
Yeah.
But you know what too?
But between HR and your doctor, those two codes keep us connected. And I'm an HR and you have your doctor. And we work together, not against one another. And those two codes we follow together. So I've been HR for over 15 years. And I know those things run with law. And that's why I'm speaking while I speak. That's the only
Well,
And I have
it
a
also
question.
runs too, though, with because I know at work when said people have FMLA, if it gets approved, let's say it gets approved for 3 days, right? But it gets approved more so like this: 3 days, but with each episode lasting a week or a week to 2 weeks.
That's
And
not
so that covers if you need to be out. And they may say something, the paperwork says something to the effect that 3 episodes a month lasting from 1 to 3 weeks. And so that covers you from for that month. Well, it is at where I work, and I'm just giving you an example of what they mean when they're specifying sometimes what FMLA is. They will say 3 times a week, 3 days a week, but 1 episode lasting from 1 week to 2 weeks. So that way, if you have another episode within those 2 weeks, then that second time qualifies as the second day. lasting again from 1 week to 2 weeks. And then the third day, so you just do that 3 times a month. But it does your doctor. You have to have a really good doctor to spell that out. Sometimes it is the doctor who doesn't spell out everything, but they can define what your days, once you get that one day, they can define the length of time and how long that one day for that per episode lasts.
Okay, well, let me say this one more again. FMLA is a Family Medical Leave Act, right?
I'm here.
It has 5 different clocks. One you can use for if you had to go to a funeral, and we already know how that one goes. Unless you're trying to kill somebody, then you can use that one that way. I don't know. The other one, if you were to have a baby, that one is 12 weeks, but you also get 2 weeks from the state. So that one will give you 14 weeks. Then you have another one that is really undeterminable. Why? Because you would get so many weeks. You could get 12 weeks through your insurance, which is through your job, right? We call that workers' comp, or let me get because
is it short-term disability?
There you go, short-term disability, and you also have long-term disability, and both of these are under FMLA, right? Now, you also have a different one that's covered under FMLA, right? Which also, again, gives you state, and it also the regular federal, right? And all of these are covered under workman's legal workman's law. So you still entitled to your normal 14 weeks, right? Now, whether or not you're in a union, then we are talking about a whole different other clock. These clocks do roll over. Each incident is its own incident. So if you had a heart attack, that's one. If you break an ankle, that's a different. If you have a stroke, that's another. If you break your neck, that's another. So we can't roll all these clocks, talk about that's one FMLA. No, it's not. That's a whole different other incident.
Different categories.
So again, so somebody gave you 3 days, somebody BSing you.
3 days per
Nobody
episode, and it's not a BS because it comes directly from what the doctor states, and we have to keep copies of that because whenever they
for the doctor that gave
whenever
you
they requested, we have to pull that paperwork out.
Let's go to Nisha because Nisha didn't.
Yeah, and I've seen that paperwork. I've seen that paperwork look several different ways for employees.
I'm not disputing that in that way. I'm saying that was based off of a code or a flu or something, because we talking about a return.
It's not a code or a flu. One day constitutes. They gave them.
I have a question, Sakina. I'm sorry, because we only have a little bit of time with her, and we want to
Yes.
time with her.
But Docs, please, can me and Nisha get into after you?
Of course. No. I'm gonna be quiet. No, I want you guys to talk.
Let me say this, because when these two ladies were talking about FMLA, I want to say this. Do not, and this is not even just with sickle cell, do not feel like you have to stay with the same doctor who refuses to put in the proper paperwork for you to be able to get dismissed from the work that you cannot do. So I've been in situations where I was not getting what I needed from my doctor and I had to move on. So that's for the audience. You are not committed to one doctor if they're not giving you what you need. Go ahead. Do you want to ask me a question?
Yeah, Dulcinea or Nisha.
No, Dots had said something first, then Nisha. Then
No. I want you. No, jump in.
Okay, Nisha.
No, I really don't have too much to say. I do have the trait. So, and I had a good friend that passed of the disease. So I totally understand the crisis. I've been in the hospital with him. And just seeing the pain that he goes through. So it's really real. But no, I just want to hear the sister talk. I don't really have any.
Let's talk about the trait. Not enough people know that they have the trait. So just tell me, how did you find out you had the trait, and how would you suggest that somebody else find out if they have it that doesn't?
I knew that I had the trait because my father had the trait. So, and also just by going to the doctors and realizing that I was anemic, and basically, that's how I found out that I had the trait. But also, I think that we should one thing that we should know is our blood types. We should know our parents' history also, because you'll put your child in danger if you know that you have the trait and then you messing with somebody you don't know anything about them health wise. So
Right.
I think that you really should ask questions, and that's it. But I appreciate you, sister, for being on here and informing us, because this is real serious.
Thank
And
you.
and I have a question for you, Candice, and you, Dots. I have a friend in the chat. He said he's tuned in. He's a warrior as well. And I had another friend in college as well as him, and they used to have horrible crises. I mean, I still see some of his crises at times where we're just all we can do is send our thoughts and prayers and just hope that he makes it out through the blood transfusions. I was very upset when the ice bucket challenge came out and we put so much money to research on that, and that's like 1% of people versus us putting money towards research for sickle cell. So do you guys know if there's any kind of research that's even being done to help people through crisis, or seeing if there's better medications or anything like that?
There is research. Sickle cell doesn't get nearly the amount of attention as any of the other diseases, disorders. We have the most people, more people with sickle cell disease than cystic fibrosis and hemophilia, and we have less funding. They have 3 times the funding than we have. So that's embarrassing and hurtful. Um, we do have the bone marrow transplant, the stem cell transplant, and editing, gene editing, but everyone is not eligible for it. The process is very severe to the body, and if sickle cell disease has already caused any problems, any organ failure, anything, hip replacements, or anything like that, with the cure, those things still stand. So if you have damage in your body, organs, or anything like that, what the cure will do is, moving forward, it will not allow sickle cell disease to damage you anymore. But I feel like if everyone is not able to get the cure right this moment, then we as a community have a lot more to do. Not enough people are eligible for the cure, and it works better for children. So part of what Candice's Sickle Cell Fund does is we try to create atmosphere for patients to feel comfortable as possible with sickle cell disease. And I'll give you some examples. When a person is in the hospital for a week or more and they are discharged from the hospital, we will provide them with catered meals and or Uber Eats for a week. I could give you an example. I have a husband and 2 kids. If I'm in the hospital for a week and I come home, that doesn't mean that I'm home. You might see me home, but I'm not ready to jump into parental anything or wife anything. So I took that as, you know what? I'm sure a lot of other people feel the same way that I do. I hear patients say they come home and they're still highly medicated. They come home and they weren't able to get rid of the pain at the hospital, but they told them they had to go. You've been here for 2 weeks. So we provide food for the whole family for a week so that they can get back on their feet. Another thing we provide is a massage. So we encourage wellness. Okay, we know that there's a mental health crisis across the globe. And with sickle cell disease, it's not any easier. So we encourage the hospitals to send us patients so that they can get a wellness check-in. So we have a social worker who will check in with them 4 times. And after the fourth session, which is 45 minutes via Zoom or on the phone, we will provide them with a massage at the end. So that's the wellness. We do provide tutoring for kids who are in the hospital and are trying to catch up on their work. And we do a lot of advocacy. So we advocate for patients. And these are the services that we do provide. So I'm hoping that you can share that and send patients to us, because we definitely understand sickle cell, and the people on our team either have it or they just are compassionate about the work that we do.
That is so awesome.
She wait, no. We're not gonna get away with that thing. We're not getting away with just that. No, darling. Let's talk about it, okay? Because despite sickle cell anemia, or having the sickle cell trait, despite it being so pervasive, is still so unknown. And the fact that, you know, she was born with sickle cell and said, you know what? Listen, even though there's times when I really just cannot even stand up, but so that somebody else don't have to go through this, I'm going to make this nonprofit, right? And so she's been really, really awesome with connecting people to resources. And that is something that every single person, especially with sickle cell anemia, needs. Oftentimes, when you are born up until you're 18, that's considered pediatric. Pediatric gets a lot of funding, they get a lot of care and a lot of attention, right? They're kids. But when you turn an adult, when you're 18, 19, 20, and now you're considered an adult, the medical care definitely changes, right? And I would often say, not only does Candice Sickle Cell Fund provide, Uber Eats for a week and massages and stuff. Let's talk about these scholarships that this awesome organization, this nonprofit organization that is not run by government dollars. This is run solely from people like you and me, believing in Candice, believing in her mission, being on her board. I was on her board when it first started. Okay. Connecting and saying, you know what, we're not going to wait for someone else to do this for us. We're doing this for us. And so I just want to emphasize that not only does she do that, but she provides scholarships. Candice Sickle Cell Fund.
I told them that in the beginning.
Tell them again. Come on. People in the audience that want to hear it.
Well, that's probably the biggest initiative in the organization, are the scholarships. So let's say it again. We have designed a scholarship for patients with sickle cell disease to reach their higher heights. So for trade school or college, we provide $1,500 for each individual. We started off giving 3 scholarships, and this year I want to say we gave 12. We gave a lot of scholarships. Last year I think we gave 10. We give a lot of scholarships. And you know what I didn't mention? We encourage people to give scholarships in their name. So let's just give an example. State Farm. Let's say State Farm wants to give a scholarship, then it would be in the company's name. Let's say there's a person that wants to give a scholarship in their name. They can give it in their name. And so they are celebrated in our organization, on our website, in our newsletter as their name and the scholarship. So that has been working out, and people have been supporting that. And also, I didn't mention that if a patient is in their 2nd and 3rd year of school and they're in good standing and they're able to keep up, then we also provide them additional funding. So it's called a past scholarship awardee. We do that as well.
Do they have to go to college to get the scholarship?
Who said that? I'm going to be honest with you. We have not had anyone in trade school get a scholarship. And so this year we really tried to promote that. And maybe we need to do more advertising about getting a scholarship for trade school. But everyone who has gotten one, it's been for college. But we definitely promote trade school. And I'm going to tell you, we promote trade school because right now trade school is encouraged for everybody, right? Because of this AI and jobs are being taken. That's one thing. But in addition to that, having sickle cell disease and trying to carry out 4 years of college is a difficult thing to do. And so trade school is a shorter process, and it's not as strenuous on the body and on the pocket. And so we do encourage that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Does anyone have any more questions? I know I want to respect the time.
I have lots of things I wanted to say. I just wanted to make sure you guys got all your questions and everything like that out too, because I know me and Sakina were stopped earlier from discussing things, just so y'all can get that little bit of information out.
Well,
This is
yes, it's you and Tina's turn. Just like probably not now.
If,
Well,
But
if
go
so
ahead.
do you, so
I was messing with you. Go ahead, baby.
I was gonna
um
say, if you're ever interested in volunteering, Candice's Sickle Cell Fund definitely needs people, advocates. I'm hearing some people know the system, HR, FMLA. We need your help. If patients call and they have a question, and I may not be savvy in that area, we would love to be able to reach out to you and just get some more information on how they can go through and navigate that part of their life. So we definitely are looking for volunteers. And it doesn't even take a lot of your time, but just it may be a question or two that may come our way that we may not know. So I love that you guys have that information. And
I know. No,
sickle
I'm not.
cell disease is just, it's not talked about. It's an orphan disease. It's considered an orphan disease because it's not acknowledged. It's not talked about. You have doctors leaving the field. They don't get paid top dollar. They're not respected in the hospital. There's a lot of red tape, a lot of politics involved with sickle cell disease, a lot of racism in the emergency department. That's something that our organization is working on. You have patients that are not believed that they're in pain. That's a whole nother gamut to go into. I actually would love to come back and just talk about some of the other things that we go through. So in addition to me having pain and being in the hospital, now I got to prove to you that I'm really not feeling well. And I'm not trying to get high off of now oxygen and IV. So now that's what I'm being accused of. It's crazy. The emergency department is crazy. And what Dot was talking about in terms of pediatric is wonderful. It's a wonderful experience. But we're trying to bridge the gap between peds and adults. Why don't adults get that same treatment? Why is there a disconnect? Why when I was 18 I wasn't a liar, but now I'm an adult and now I'm a liar at 21? What is going on? And why are people so mesmerized with the idea of feeling like they're trying to figure you out? Like, I'm trying to go back home to my family. I'm trying to go back to work. I am not here
I think
because
it's the combination of things, Candace. I think because that morphine drip has gotten so out of
yes,
control,
yes.
right? I think they're trying to regulate it. And then as we have more pediatric hospitals, like I know out here where I'm at, we have Children's Mercy, which is, comparison to St. Jude's for children. It's this megalithic hospital, that they have for the kids. But what they also do though is try to transition them with care with a physician in care once they max out. And I think they're also, from what I've been told about the hospital too, it's been so long since I've had small kids. Um, they were allowing them with certain diseases to max out at 24.
Oh,
So
yes.
things,
So,
yeah.
so
So you know what I mean?
I was able to. So the doctors try to hold on until they're a little older if you have a good center that can do that. And so
Yeah.
some hospitals are great at that transition and most are not. This was a problem before the epidemic, the opioid epidemic. We had a problem. It's written up in the New England Journal of Medicine and the New York Times that there's a lot of racism around sickle cell disease patients. So we fight not only for our health, but just to get the proper services and that we need.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Have you heard anything new going on with any breakthroughs or any type of cures or anything like that?
So there's new
Technology?
medication, there's new medications passed by the FDA. The newest ones are Oxbryta and Adakveo. There's some clinical trials going on. So what they're supposed to do, Adakveo is supposed to decrease pain crises. It's an infusion that a patient will get, and they'll get it monthly. And Oxbryta, I'm probably calling it by the generic name. I'm not even sure, but Oxbryta, they were both released about the same time. So I want to say maybe been on the market for 2 or 3 years. Those are the newest things. Prior to that, the only thing that was available was the hydroxyurea, which has been maybe in existence for now 20 years. So in my time, they didn't offer it, but now they offer it to all the pediatric patients. And so now I'm starting to meet adults that are like, I've been on it since I was a baby, and they think that that's helping. It doesn't help everyone, but it's helping a lot of patients stay out the hospital as frequent as they were in the past. And everyone's body is different, and everything doesn't work for everyone.
Yeah, you're hitting on something when you say things that in the past, because I had an uncle who passed away from the actual disease, and he was in and out the hospital all the time, but as a kid, a little bit about what's going on, but not really. So what I did remember about him going to the hospital with him all the time, we would go there just so we can drink up all his Ensure, right? Doctor would put you have a refrigerator right next to the bed and just load it up with all that Ensure. We'd be in there just talking, giggling, family like nothing never happened. He
Right.
get his transfusion, he come home, and we lived like that for a lot of years. He lived like that, too, for a lot of years. But
Mhm.
I'm thinking, had he come into this time, right? Because he died, I want to say maybe in the 90s, but if he would have seen, what we have now, where people are into health, people are into food again, all those older things have they've come back full circle,
Right.
eating healthy, living, getting enough exercise, all of these things to sit here and make our life a little bit better,
Mhm.
um and copable, with the disease. But in the same breath, I'm just thinking, like, if he would have just lived a little bit longer, he could have seen how things, got a
Evolve.
little bit better. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Because this is a much better situation than it was before. Because I
Mhm.
can remember times he'd go to the hospital, right, and they would just leave him too. Sometimes he'd be in the middle of the hallway,
Right. Right.
and a doctor wouldn't come for hours and hours.
I
You
remember
know,
in the hallway and doing that. Um, so my mom was told when I was born that I probably wouldn't live past 25. Now they're telling people that they can live maybe to 48, right?
hmm
Um,
hmm
what is the problem that I see is that it's just once you get past 40, it's hard to sustain a person with sickle cell. You know what I mean? So it's like you get them in their 40s, and then it's hard to sustain their life and give them a
yeah,
quality
he was in his
life.
40s when he died. Yeah,
Yeah.
because he was in his late 40s.
So as an organization, we try to comfort people because they've lived a hard life from it. And some people don't live a hard life from it, but a lot of people do. And,
hmm
we're here to support. I wanted to
Absolutely.
share an event that was coming up, and I know Dot was supposed to share it, but why do I think she's frozen?
She may just be because she got
Is
her
it on the
internet.
website? Can I go to the website and get it?
No, because it's not
Okay.
my event. But you know what? I'm just going
I'm
to
gonna
look.
share it. You send it to me the link. I'm gonna I'll put it in the behind the chat, so Cece.
Okay, so it's the one
Okay.
September 30th, that event. So
Oh
there's
yeah, and I wanted to say too, with Sickle Cell Awareness Month being September for
yeah.
us, let us know what we can do to team up with you. We definitely
Mhm.
want to bring you back as well, and let's see if we can do something to get the word out. Like I said, I was very mad about this challenge. Maybe we need another TikTok challenge, and we need
Right.
to be like caring for our own when it comes to these things.
Yes.
Yeah, we just need to be, like she said, bring more awareness because a lot of people don't think
Don't
they
know.
have the trait. I will share, and while you guys were sharing stories, I had a relative, in-law relative, she was like, oh, I got sickle cell when I was pregnant, and then see when I gave birth, see I don't have sickle cell anymore. And I'm like, wait, what did
That
you just say? And I'm like, are you sure the doc, because you cannot you can't just get rid of sickle cell back and forth. Oh yeah, that's what the doctor says. And I'm thinking like, no, that's not what the doctor said. You may have had some form of anemia, but not sickle cell. And I'm thinking because maybe she heard it in our family because it's a family trait in my family. It's hereditary, really, really bad. But only one person actually had the disease, where everyone else just inherited traits or different types of anemia. But it's very interesting out there what people think sickle cell is. And I think that, your organization bringing some awareness to it will really, in 2023, bring some, current awareness to what sickle cell actually is and how you can live with it.
yes.
It's not the killer, killer disease that once it was so taboo to talk about.
I agree. I agree. Dot, can you pull up that flyer in the
Yeah,
chat?
I'm sharing. She's sharing it now. This is what
No,
came
that
up.
okay.
This is what
That
came up
is
when you sent it.
that's that's the link tree. How
Okay.
about the flyer? Can you close that
Is
out?
one of them? Yeah. Can I go through here to get to the flyer?
No, because I don't have
No.
it on my page yet.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna tell you this warrior, his name is Trey. He's in Brooklyn, and I don't know if everyone is in New York, but September 30th, he's having a these cells ain't loyal event. I think that's so cute. That's so clever. These cells ain't loyal. And it's gonna be a talent show, fashion show, and sickle cell awareness. All the proceeds go to sickle cell. He actually donated a scholarship this year to Candice's Sickle Cell Fund. So he's the truth, and the event should be very interesting. So I guess I need to put that on my website and on my Instagram because it's not there yet.
Well, Candice, I'm gonna help you find some boss grants at work, or when I get back to work.
Okay.
I love finding people. We have some boss grants,
Ooh.
but yeah, they're usually for, people who's already advanced in their nonprofit, people who already have been awarded, grants. And so these grants are really, really boss, you
Oh,
know. And
I,
so I'm gonna, yeah, make sure I hook up with Dot so that I can
Yeah,
send the
definitely.
plug.
There we go,
okay.
Candace. There it goes.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, yeah. So this is not the full flyer. I'm sorry, guys, but this event is supposed to be August 30th. I don't know why it's saying, I think that's something else in the background that says August 12th, but the event is August 30th. So I will have it posted on my page. And if you get a chance, all you viewers, go to our link tree. It's there, and you can just go into our website and see the work we do. And you can check out our YouTube videos. We have interviewed some warriors, and we have interviewed people about hydroxyurea. So that's where you can find out about the medication that's been approved for about 20 years for sickle cell disease. If you're not on it and you have sickle cell disease, you need to ask your doctor about it.
Okay. Okay, so one more question before you go, because I know it's almost, we're reaching that hour. So you
Yeah.
do health fairs, and does your organization team up with other or are you just specifically in the health? So like,
We
what would you go ahead?
we do team up with other nonprofit organizations. So there's an organization in what is that? In Brooklyn, SCTPN. We have partnered with them on many events. It stands for Sickle Cell Thalassemia Patient Network. They're having a walk. See, they do the walk. So, I mean, there's a few that do the walk, but the one that I participate in is the one that's in Central Park. And I think they're having it on September 17th, if that's a thing. And There's a Westchester advocacy group that we connect with. So New York tries to work together. We have not had like an event together with both our logos on it, but we support each other. There was a second part to the question?
Yeah, I was just was wondering if you held any health fairs and things like that in and around the community.
Yes. So I do some work around the H&H hospitals, which is the city hospitals. And so we do the health fair with Jacoby Hospital. That's in the Bronx. Anyone ask us to come out and do health fairs, we do. We want to do more education in the schools because they're not educated. And a friend of mine called crying last year because a kid that she didn't even know had sickle cell in the 6th grade died after gym class, collapsed and died. So, if the school is educated about it and they know in moderation, and a lot of times kids try to push themselves because they want to be like other children, and it's not good for them. And so it's not good for us as adults. I still push myself to do things that I know I cannot do that. And so, for a child, it's 10 times more difficult to say no. So we definitely, since we're in a virtual world, would like to educate the schools about the disease, more schools about it.
So good. That's so awesome. I'm so glad you came today. Dots, this was terrific. Dots.
I'm so thankful. I've been sitting here listening. I'm so thankful to you ladies, and I'm so thankful to Candice. Thank you so much. Before you leave, Can, if there's just something, if you can just, all right, so because I'm reading some of y'all questions. So it's CandiceSickleCellFund.org. Okay, it's a licensed nonprofit. Like she said, it's Candice Sickle Cell. Is it Candice Sickle Cell Fund on Instagram as well, Candice?
No, of course not. I got to make it complicated for y'all, right? So let me put it. Let me see. I need to pull it all the way together.
Y'all hear that Bronx accent, right? This is all day over here. You hear the accent.
Okay, born and raised.
All day, except Harlem is better than the Bronx. But that's different.
It's CSCF nonprofit, and I'm sending it in. So that's us on Instagram. We are CFCF Incorporated, CFCF. That is our legal name. So when you are trying to make corporate donations, it would be under CFCF Corp. But we are known in the streets as Candice's Sickle Cell Fund.
Sounds good to me.
Me too.
That would be the other name. We all over the place. 22 years ago, I was young. I was all over the place, but these are the names that you'll see for us. So here we go.
And thank you, Dulcinea, for reminding everyone. September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. Thank you, Dulcinea, for mentioning that.
So that's us on Instagram. Please follow us.
That's right. Instagram page. Yes. Absolutely. And if you can, just real quickly, I just want to say, there is something that we can all do, like before ending this conversation. If you know someone with sickle cell anemia, right? If you have someone that's a family member or a friend, the first thing that I humbly ask, and if you guys need any more questions, you can hit me up directly, but Candice's information is there as well, and they're very receptive. But when we talk about advocacy, that is so important, So if you know someone that has sickle cell anemia and that is an adult, and you know that they have a lot of hospitalizations or a lot of crises, or maybe they are just struggling, they may not need to go to the hospital, right? Call on them, ask if they need someone to go with them to the emergency room. You would be surprised with another person being there advocating, when you're in a crisis, how much that can just help. You know what I mean? Like
that's a good point.
It's so important, y'all. It really is.
That's a good point, because as an adult, I remember the first time that I was like, okay, who's going to watch my kids? How the hell am I going to get to the hospital? My mother ain't coming with me no more. This is all crazy. And I had to get out there on my own and just do it. and you just sit there in pain, and it's like you need somebody to just go up to the nurse and be like, so what's good, what happened, you ain't called her yet, what, I mean, you need that person. And a lot of times we will say that we are okay, we are not okay. That emergency room is like a disaster. Okay. I mean, I remember once that I was so uncomfortable with keep going up to the desk to say, I haven't gotten my medicine yet, that I just sat there. And then when I told them, they were like, nobody saw you yet. You didn't tell us. What? I'm trying to be a good patient and not get crazy. And then y'all just forgot about me. So we definitely need that support
For sure.
going into the hospital. Yeah, that's a good point. And Dot has been there through the whole process of just like, we were in the hospital together. So we basically went to the same hospital together, and then we reconnected as adults. And she's
Oh,
on board, and she's reconnecting again, and she's awesome and can do amazing things with education and sickle cell. So I appreciate you also.
Come on now,
oh.
thugs don't cry. Listen, I'm a thug on here, so thugs don't cry. Don't be saying that. You
Yeah,
understand?
you the thug of tears. The
I'm a
thug of
thug
tears. Don't
on
let her fool
here.
you,
You
Candice.
heard?
Come on.
Oh, this is the last thing. This is important. We support people out of state. So this is important. Wait a minute. We have a support group virtually, and we have
Mm.
people out of
Oh
state that
yes,
attended.
yes, yes, yes. And
And
Gemini, this is for you. This could really help with with the people you were talking about. This
so
is
I
important.
can forward that email, that flyer for September, because I took a break in the summer. But we're gonna resume, and we have people in Atlanta, and just like Utah has no services for sickle cell. We've had them on
Mm.
the line. Who am I missing? We provide services outside of New York. So like I have offered spa treatment outside of New York. I told the patient, find a place that's near your house and we will cover the cost of your massage. And we have
Mm.
given, Florida, we have given them, somebody had hip replacement and we gave them the Uber Eats. So our services definitely will go outside of New York.
That is so awesome that you do that, because you know what? That's a really good point that that we forgot to mention, because I know I was telling the ladies before how, growing up in California, you know, it's non-existent there. But then when I get back home to the Midwest here in Kansas City, Missouri, right? The entire town has it just about, right?
Mhm.
So, different geographical locations
Yes,
really matter. Yeah, and where you get your services from. So imagine that person in Utah,
right.
Right.
and you're way on the East Coast, and the only person's able to help them. That
Right.
is like, that is wild.
Welcome to
Yeah, we
Sickle
do
Cell.
it. We do it.
It's insane.
Mm.
Well, my mom was told that I wasn't going to live past 21 years old, so don't get too excited. That was the first thing they said to me. My mom was 18 years old when she had me. Poor from Harlem, poor single, the whole 9 yards. And I never forget when I could walk and talk. And she said to me, "Listen, every time I take you into the doctors, you have great doctors. But every time they say that you cannot do something, okay, you don't have to say anything. When we walk out this door, you go and do it. And even if you get sick, at least you had that experience and you're going to do it. You know what I mean? But that's what they said to my 18-year-old mother. Can you imagine? You have an 18-year-old new mom, 2 months old, and they're like, yeah, she's not going to make it. But because that pretty much was normal in the 70s,
Mhm. Mhm.
70s and early 80s. But thank you, Candice. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's when doctors were talking and they ain't have no business saying things that they said. They shut
All
that
that.
whole thing down. How you going? Are you God? I mean, how do you know how long somebody's going to live? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
All
forget
that.
it back then. But anyway, here we are. I know they were going with the data, but it's just a terrible thing to have to hear.
Yes.
It
That's right.
really is. Yeah, it really
That's
is.
right.
I'm so glad our quality of life has improved with each and every year,
Hmm.
you
That's
know.
right. That's right.
All right,
So
ladies.
love
I
you, baby. Thank you
appreciate
so much,
you.
Candice.
Thank
We
you so
appreciate,
much.
we appreciate you for
So
coming.
much, so much for coming.
Yes, yes,
And you
Thank you,
will be
love.
hearing from me soon.
Okay. I will look
definitely.
out for you, ladies. Thank
Okay, I'll
you.
call you tomorrow. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll talk tomorrow. Bye.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
I'm
Bye.
about to drop the link, ladies, for anyone that wants to come in and continue the conversation.
That was awesome.
That really was. Thank you. And
Really, yeah.
Sakina and Gemini, when you guys were talking about the FEMLA, a lot of people were interested. So that was really good information from the both of you, honestly.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it was. You know, Gemini is that girl. Yes, but I just want to say, that was very eye opening. But we need to know that it's not work without leave or leave without pay and all of that. That's when they take that work and they cut those hours down and you do get the workers' comp. That's what that workers' comp insurance is for, and you can also get that.
Workers' comp and leave without pay is two different. Leave without pay will helps you secure your job. So that way, if you need an extension, you have to be out much longer. You're coming right back to your position. Some of those other, then because we have a lot of levels. Being in the federal sector, the number one thing that they're concerned with always is going to be your job security. So before they even let you get to a point or a place where you're going to lose your job, they're going to give you everything that's available
Exactly.
before they even get to a
FMLA, though. You have to understand that.
And so our LWAP there goes with that. So once your FMLA runs out, then you can also start to use your LWAP, your leave without pay,
Right, but if
before workers' comp and all of that.
But sometimes you can fall under workers' comp, then you don't be under FMLA. You see what I'm saying?
That's what we got the NTEU there for. We got a whole union inside of our building. We don't, it will get right one way or the other.
Right. That's why you took me and went somewhere we didn't go, sister, because I said, unless you have a union, then you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Right. So then that's where you came in at. Well, why would you go in and you just...
I said LWAP in the chat. You brought it from off the chat to this conversation. Stop it.
Right.
I typed that mess in the chat.
Line you all up right here, because why do y'all do that?
I put that in the chat.
Y'all do that. That's why I have to go back here and take a Sanchez, because y'all be doing that.
You be starting it because you be going all around the world and So I'm going to sit here and take you back too.
What's take a Sanchez? What does that mean?
You know what?
Thank you, Nisha.
There go Nisha.
Thank you, Nisha.
You know
Get her.
It's an Indian, and you know they not from Mexico.
Was she really trying to say when she's saying taking back to Sanchez a flat earth? Because that comment she made fell a little flat, sis.
And y'all know I moved everything around today, so I was gonna pull my globe, but it's way over there.
Well, now that Indians have been brought up, I'm going to drop a link in the chat as well, because our brother's book, I think he was in the chat a little earlier. I don't know if he's still there. Legendary Big Chief Top Cats. His book drops on Friday, and he's taking the pre-orders now. So anyone that has questions or wants more information about the bloodlines of the gods and the Indians, this is a book that you want to go get.
Okay.
All right. I be wondering, is he our friend today?
Crazy. Y'all are in. Okay. So listen, since no one is hitting the link, I'm getting ready to drop down. I'm also drop down.
Hey, Lolita, you are our friend. That's our little sister. Sometimes people don't be our friend. Some people don't be our friend today, then they be our friend tomorrow, and then they are our friend.
Lolita always rock with us, though. Lolita's the best.
Lolita, that's our little sister. Like,
yeah, we love her.
Yeah,
Cece,
y'all picked her up from Top Cat. She done came over from Top Cat channel. She
Oh,
ain't never went back.
Yeah, she's not our, well, she's not my little sister, I don't think.
I'm
But
my daughter. I say
because
Cece.
I don't think
that is
I think we're the
so
same
on tonight.
age. But
Good.
I think Lolita's
I love
actually
Lolita.
first. She's not from Top Cats. Lolita's been supporting us
She is very good.
before Top Cat. So I just,
Before Top Cat, I ain't never seen her before when
yeah,
we
she
first
was
got here.
actually in the
Oh
I
chat.
my
seen her
God.
at the first time I seen Lolita was at Top Cat's booth. So I ain't never seen her in
I
our
seen her in the chat
over
before.
here.
She came before Top Cats came.
We love Top
She was
Cat over
made a
here.
mob after.
We
But
love.
she was
Listen. We love Top Cat over here. Okay, Top Cat.
Yeah,
You
you
always
do.
welcome. You always welcome, Top Cat. You heard? You
You know
always
that.
welcome on the East Coast. You heard? Okay. Don't
That's
listen.
when I
We're
know
just
if you
playing.
single.
Lolita, we're just playing. Lolita, we're playing. I swear, Lolita, we love you. We just playing. We love you. I love you.
Let me tell
I
y'all.
appreciate your support. I
Same
do.
time, she said.
Support.
Same time.
Let me tell y'all something. It's been a long time coming, but I can tell y'all something. Out of all the peas that I don't like, I do like therapies. These peas right here is the wonderful peas. I can take these peas. These aromatherapies right here. I ain't put a pea down. But these peas right here, these aromatherapies, they feel wonderful and good. And this right here is called stress relief. Listen here, y'all know how I am about my stress relief. And what's the last one?
Mm.
Yes. Listen here. When y'all said we was gonna take it down, we was gonna take it up a notch. Freedom.
Freedom is in Jamaica right now, chilling.
What
She's not
I'm
talking about
saying,
us.
you make these peas right here aromatherapies, y'all. Remember that. This is what you do. Hey, Heckle Bus, you our friend today?
Hi,
No,
Oh,
greetings, Heckle Buzz. He's my friend.
Yeah, he's
Hi,
Dulcinea
Heckle
friend.
Buzz.
Oh, he's not my friend. Ephraim is not my friend.
I don't know. He might be our friend today.
nah, I don't play with that
But
word.
wait a minute, Sakina. I want to go back to them peas, girl.
Girl,
Out of
yeah,
all the peas, you like therapy. Girl, you know what? Your ass is silly as hell. I can't deal with That's cracking me up.
some wonderful peas right here. I'm trying to tell you, these therapies is therapeutic. And so these peas right here, girl. Listen.
Like only you can. Only Sakina could have made that up. Oh, that's so funny.
Yes, these peas right here. I love these peas.
I think it went over some people's head though. I don't think everybody caught that, but I really understood it. I think it
What?
went over some people's head for real.
It was so funny, wasn't it, Nisha?
Yes, 'cause I totally agree.
I'm cracking up. I'm still cracking up. Like, Sakina, I can't deal, girl. You know what? You need your own comedy 30 minutes. I swear, 30 minutes of Sakina. We make a killing. Everybody would come see that show like clockwork. Like, hey, here go my $10. We know our belly gonna be aching by the time Sakina get done.
Listen here. I remember. I'm done.
Oh man.
I tell y'all, this is some wonderful peas.
Oh shucks, I cannot deal.
Listen, did you guys? Let me share something with y'all. So apparently, there's been some talk, right, about how I talk.
Girl, you know you talk like you talk.
I don't really. I promise you, I don't. You know, I got people so interested. So listen. So I found it funny because just now, as Candice was on this live with us chatting or whatever, I got a text message and a friend was joking saying, "Oh my God, y'all sound really New York up on that fucking pan." Excuse my language, y'all. Up on that panel, and she's up here, and I'm like, "Yep, facts. That's all facts." Sorry, y'all. So those of you who are not from the East Coast or from New York, that's how we talk. If you're from Harlem or the Bronx or something like that, it is what it is, you know.
Come on.
I'm here with my ladies. Get over it. Sometimes I'm very good at code switching. I know how to talk. I'm very articulate and all that. Feel me? But now, it's after 10 o'clock,
Get with them, or they better get on. That's all I'm saying.
I'm like, get over it.
Go with it or get thrown over.
Get over it.
They said you sound like Rosie Perez. Yep.
I hear the whole nine.
And
Oh.
guess who said it? The regular Joe ain't no damn African pucket.
Who said that? Who said that?
The regular Joe ain't no damn African pucket. That's who said it.
Oh God.
Sad.
Right. Right.
And then we got Nisha up. Then we got Nisha representing the South with that Southern accent
Come
that
on.
comes out hella thick. Then we have Gemini with the Midwest accent, the way she pronounced her R's. You and Sakina, okay? So we got a nice little flavor going. We got all these accents.
Where's your mother?
For real. Well, that.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What happened?
That is so funny.
Listen, y'all, I'm getting ready to drop down. Y'all have a good evening.
Have a great one yourself, sister.
I love y'all all.
My God. So talk to you later. Good night.
So fucking quick. This is deep OTS dots, and we will whoop an ass so quick we'll make head spin.
Who's trying to sound like Sakina? Because it's not working.
I'm trying to tell you guys, I'm with you.
Because that's not how I sound.
I know that's not. This is how I talk. And I talk like this because I'm with you.
Oh, okay. All right, y'all. So I'm
understand. No, dots, I got you. And what I'm saying is, don't let me go there. Because I will.
That is hilarious. You know what?
Listen, I love you, Dots. You know it. You know it, damn it. And I will listen, I'll take this jacket off so quick. I will show you Mississippi. Damn it, I will go Alabama with you. And I know I'm not from Alabama, but I will put the Bama in Ala and we will go there, okay? Don't tell me because when you get to cussing, I get to curse. And you know, if you start cussing, I'm going to start cursing. And then
you brought it up, Dot. This is what you wanted. You brought it up.
I don't know what's going on.
I will get real deep with it. Dots, you know me.
What?
Oh my God.
What?
Sakina.
Once you get mad, I get ugly. No, I don't know how to get ugly, but I know how to get crucial. I just want to, I want to show that I can get a little, Dots. Dots. Don't get the chair. Yeah, I'll go get a chair. I want to get a gray chair. I don't want a white chair. I want a gray chair.
Leave Obama alone.
Chair. Heck of what? You still on that? I thought we was friends. You back on that?
Did somebody say leave the bottle alone?
A dismissal under that assumption. I'm never meant to present that. I won't again. Okay, that's fine. I asked you, was we friends?
Well, he can be friends with some of y'all, but not all of us, because I can't be his friend no more. I'm one and done. Because if you do it once, you'll do it twice. And I just subscribe to that belief.
No. They say the first time, shame on me. The second time is shame on you. And I like the second time.
No, it won't be a second time with me.
No, I like the shame on you. That's when they beat your ass. I like that part. Don't defame me. Don't tell me that I don't get to do the shame on you. That's what happened at that damn thing over there over the weekend. Shame on you. Don't tell me I don't get my shame on you part. How dare you? I was born by the river in a little tent.
Okay. ladies. Y'all have a good night.
Running.
Have a good night, Dots.
Hi, Dots. Thank you so much for that guest. That was really worth every day of waiting.
Sakina,
Honestly,
Sakina,
yes.
let's, okay. Can we, no, you know what? I'll stay on for a little bit more.
Yeah, that was every bit of waiting for, because that was something we all honestly needed to tap onto. Because if it's that many people running around and don't know about sickle cell, a lot of us know somebody with it, and some of us that have it, but a lot of us, some of us walk around with things that we embarrassed to talk about, and we shouldn't be.
And shouldn't be. I'm telling you. I mean, I was just telling Freedom earlier how they would prick my fingers and wouldn't no blood come out, and then they prick my arm and no blood come out, and then by the time they get a little bit of blood, they're like, "Oh my gosh, your blood is 5. You're gonna die." And I'm like, "Huh?" Like
Yeah.
isn't 5 the normal number? They're like, "No, it's supposed to be 13." And I'm like, oh, well, I don't know anybody 13. And the body does fine compensating all of its own, right? You don't need to tell the body how to compensate. The body knows what to do to survive. And if you roll with your body, trust me, your body will sit here and roll with you, right? And so I'm not, at all bit. I always say, you know what, tell people sometimes, I'm like a black vampire. There's no blood in this body. However, again, I'm 50 years old and it is what it is. And so I manage it every single solitary day. But then it just gets to a point too where you know how your body is going to respond and react. Your body does a great job at doing all the things that you can't. So sometimes you have to really just trust it to do more than the doctors know, because they're always screaming and howling about how much blood I have and how much blood I don't have. And
Well,
and I'm like, I'm not gonna. That's your deal, not my deal. My deal is I'm going home because I have things to do.
Dots, let me ask you a question. Let me go deep, if you don't mind. Can I?
Take your time.
All right, that's a good answer. So my question is because of the numbers of people, the number of statistics of people that get sickle cell is the higher number of sickle cell people, a race that gets sickle cell is the high number of African Americans. Second would be Hispanics, and then she started naming uh, uh,
Some
Spanish.
other races,
Exactly.
Mediterranean.
So now we talking about all these races that are intertwined with African bloodline or so, right? Does that have anything to do with anything, like I said, anything to do with the possibility or plausibility of those who have African bloodline? Seeing that you said you need African bloodline in order to you need African blood in order to help be a part of the antidote. You need you need black blood
Or
for
transfusion.
transfusion. So is that due to you need these people are mixed with African blood in order to cure that? So you see what I'm saying? Because we know that O positive is the only blood. No, is it O negative? O negative blood is the only blood that you can give to everybody.
That's universal.
That's universal, right? So saying that you can only give African, the blood has to be African blood in order to be transfused to all these people. Would it be fair to say that these people have to have African in their bloodline in order to help them with this sickle cell?
No, I didn't hear her say that at all. And it's not so much of a like a 1 or 2 or 3. Like what she was saying is that, but pretty much it's sickle cell anemia or having the full disease is mostly found in people of African descent. At least that's the ongoing theory, the prevailing reason as to how sickle cell even became a thing. right?
Okay. You also said that the Mexicans,
Yes, people of
Mediterranean.
African descent. That
Okay,
would
so
be,
all these people
yeah,
are of African descent, correct?
correct. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Other races can get it. People in the Mediterranean too, but
Iranian, absolutely.
towards the sea,
African descent, though.
off the coast, and only because too, it really was a defense mechanism against malaria. So anywhere that you have those bodies of water, right? You could, if you're off the coast in the Mediterranean, you will have lots of malaria carrying
That would be,
mosquitoes. Yeah.
that wouldn't be of African descent. That would be because of malaria. It's not the plausibility, it's just because of malaria.
Yeah, it's a defense mechanism. Yes, it's a defense mechanism against malaria. Yes, it's a natural, and it's also a natural. So if this was us back in the day, we would be fine, right? We would get bit, and we would have the antibodies, to carry that right on out of our system. But this is 2023. There is malaria is just, it's not that it's non-existence, but it's very low, right? What are the odds of you catching, malaria, and lots of us
Not enough.
together,
It's not a pandemic.
so you don't need it. So we have we're carriers of something that really was meant to provide a defense. We don't need defense from it anymore.
But that's like rubella. We don't need, I mean, we still need a defense against rubella, but
But we produce it naturally. That's why we're born. You're born with it. You don't just get it. It's born. It's created. So it was created as a defense. And our bodies again are the bodies that we're in are perfect, right? We're just in an imperfect world. And so again, these things that people, who knows how this came about over time as a defense against malaria, because malaria was really popular at one time. People were dying of malaria. That was one of the number one or two causes of death back, hundreds or thousands of years ago. People caught malaria all the time
Yeah. Yep.
before the vaccines and before all of this, stuff that we have. But it doesn't stop a person from producing those antibodies. It's just the antiquated antibody. And so you're never gonna stop producing it unless time go on, and then voila, the percentage rate goes down. Because right now she said it's what 25% for each carrier. So when in less than the next 50 to 100 years we see that number start to decrease, then that's the only way we know that, oh, okay, people are carrying less and less antibodies. Gina, like what? What?
right. Every time I ask something, it has to go all the way down to human sapien and sapien. I'm
Because
like,
it's true. But
right,
that's where it really developed from. It's so true. I swear to God. You can't even make this stuff up.
right. It's just, I don't never just I am so down to the bottom line. I don't understand why we always end up with the monkey.
Because sometimes we may like the money. We ain't all got monkey. We ain't all got to be bottom line people like Sabina.
I do.
That's not. No one's talking about the monkey with evolution or anything, because monkeys don't get sickle cell anemia. Deers get sickle cell anemia. So they're just saying that evolution of cells are a part of sickle cell anemia.
Right, but I'm saying it always has to go all the way back to the monkey. Right? Just
But
like
monkeys don't get it.
But when
Monkeys
we talk
don't
about
have it.
science, we got to go all the way back to the monkey. When I'm just trying to ask a basic, I get it now, but I'm just saying why does it always have to be such a deep equation just for a basic answer? Like, but I get it.
But your question wasn't basic, Sakina.
What me, I thought it was.
Right,
We know.
that's a perspective, but that's not necessarily our perspective or my perspective.
Right, but I
So
see
maybe
that
ask
now.
a basic question,
I
you'll
see
get a basic
that now
answer.
because I get double teamed with all of this.
Oh, I don't double team.
All of that. Well, it seems
I'm
like
very
you do.
respectful.
because
I've always been very respectful.
no,
Always.
respectful doesn't mean I'm not getting double teamed. I'm not saying it in that aspect. I'm saying if it takes 2-3 people to answer my question, I feel like I'm getting jumped. So that didn't mean I was getting literally beat down. I'm just saying it takes all of that to just answer the basic question. I felt it was basic, but it's not. It's always deeper than what I thought. That's not a bad thing. It's just, to me, I felt like, well, damn. I was just asking, but to me, I get it.
That damn monkey.
Right.
And look, and Ashe Tanisha just took it further. She said sickle cell proves evolution, because it is deep like that. Because again, we here it is. We are all walking examples, yes, of people who have an antiquated antibody. Think about that. There is no need anymore to be carriers of this, and yet we have it. That is so deep. That disease been conquered, right? They have a cure for it. Malaria, you catch malaria, they got a cure for it. They got all kind of stuff. You're just not gonna die of it anymore like you used to.
Yes, and I thank you so much, Tanisha. Ashe, Tanisha, because you saved my life just now. Because I'm not coming. Yes, because everything goes back to the monkey, or damn near. I mean, wow. It's a high mess, this world we live in. I mean, wow. It's serious. Damn serious.
Can't stand you, Sakina.
Like, we can't talk about that. Remember the other day, Nisha, we was talking about shit. We literally wasn't talking about shit, was we?
No, we didn't talk about shit.
There you go.
Damn shame.
It was so deep, Freedom hung up on us.
That's right. She didn't want to hear about the shit no more.
She didn't want to hear about shit. And we wasn't talking about shit.
Literally.
Oh my God. I can't deal with you. I can't.
I already
OMG.
bowed out on y'all. Sister Freedom, are you even here anymore?
Sister Freedom went to go get her a coconut Mai Tai.
Life.
She got her a whole pina colada. Stop playing.
Well, you know, what's your name that might have caught up with her? Them
Who?
nuts.
Oh, stop it. You are awful. What? You is awful. Girl. Sakina. I'm gonna be about like Freedom now. Sakina.
Okay. Listen, Dulcinea, this for you. You know, you the monkey specialist.
Yeah, that's how I know them. No monkeys have sickle cell anemia. Only deers have sickle cell anemia. So sickle cell anemia has nothing to do with any primates.
I
You can look it up. They don't get sickle cell anemia. Deers do.
Well,
But we ain't no deer, I would say.
No, Ashe Tanisha said apes do have the same blood type as humans.
Yeah, but this is about sickle cell anemia, and they don't get that.
We don't know that. You know that.
No, they do know that. You can look it up. They don't get sickle cell anemia.
I didn't get it.
Deers get it. They're born with it. It's a trait that you're born with.
I mean,
Because they probably get whatever.
You having technical difficulty, sis.
Yeah. But Lolita, yeah, I'm ready.
Nice, because it's got sickle cell.
Yeah, deers have sickle cell, so they can get sickle cell anemia. They can be born with it. Deers and humans. You said what?
That's why they get stuck in headlights.
Not the facts. A deer in headlights. That's why we're the only deer in headlights. Is us and them.
Oh my goodness.
And apes can't be a deer in headlight. Apes be on it.
Well,
the ape that wanted that
what they call it,
Mountain Dew from a girl, and she gave him a little Mountain Dew, and then she tried to go back and give him a banana. He was like, "Hell no, I want that Mountain Dew again."
No, apes got bad liver. What they call that when they got that bad liver? Because their eyes is yellow and red. They got
jaundice. You're talking
about?
Yeah,
they got jaundice. They got jaundice and that other thing with it's jaundice and it's something else.
How you gonna know through the fur that they got jaundice?
They got red and yellow eyes. There's something wrong with their damn
Oh.
liver. Hell,
Well,
what else?
but red and yellow eyes too can be that eye problem, right? Because that weed
No, it
takes
ain't
care of.
no,
What is it? But glaucoma.
it's
Glaucoma can
jaundice.
give you those in the eyes.
It's jaundice, and the other one is not cirrhosis. What is the other one from the liver? It's called when you drink too much.
Cirrhosis. You was right. Cirrhosis.
Yeah, that is cirrhosis.
You know, they got them from drinking too much and not drinking, but it is from the liver. It's the cirrhosis of the liver and jaundice, and apes and gorillas got that because they livers got to be messed up from drinking or not drinking, but that's why their eyes is yellow and red like that. Now, we just gonna call it like that. We gonna call it like that.
So I want to hear about this more science and this Pan African.
We can't do that. Our sister debating Saturday. We ain't giving up no keys. We is not finna let Lex Luthor come up in here with his Spider-Man tactics and try to do something.
I've been keeping it under wraps too, because I know he be studying the other people, thinking that it's gonna be all about like some hate or anything. But what I could say is like what I can give the advice that Taj Tariq Bey gave me over the phone, which is that Pan Africans and Moors are the same people.
Oh, that's what you are.
We should do.
Ladies, hold on. Before you guys get deep, I just wanted to come back in just to let you know one of my daughters has an emergency, so I'm gonna check that out and then I'll pop back in.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
So did y'all see Sarnetta's show where he had the brother Real something with another talking about morality? What do y'all think that morality is? It a learned behavior or is it innate?
I wasn't able to catch it, but I think it's both. I think that's nurtured and nature. There's innate morality that's in us all, but then there's a morality that is taught that goes further than I would say the innate type of morality. I think we're a little, I guess, like innate, I would say, is a little less morale when it comes to it. There's certain things that we would do innately that would be seen as lower morality, in my opinion, especially when you're going by just your body's desires. So I think once you have to get in deeper into like higher vibrational, that's more self-taught. Or you got to teach your body at least to be like, hey, like you just talking about drinking all the time. I love to drink, but you got to, if you just indulge, then that's when you're going to be messing up your liver. You're messing up your body just for the feeling. So you got to teach yourself like, hey, this is only something to do certain times because you don't want to just keep indulging in things that can ruin your health. So that's why I think it's both.
So where do we learn it from? Do we learn it from religion? Because that was his basis, that we learn it from religion.
When it comes to learned morality, I think it's bigger than religion. I think we learn it from our families, from our geographics, where we're from, and religion and our culture. You know, when it comes to the more so, like for instance, the be a virgin until you're married as a woman. I believe, religion has pushed that, but I don't believe it started with religion. I believe it started with a man that wanted a virgin, and then that got written into the religious books. But there are reasons why it can be seen as better to be a virgin. Of course, you're not putting yourself out there to the diseases or different things that are beneficial. So you can see that as a moral choice, but others may not. You know, that's why I think that's more learned than innate.
I think it's very important information. This
Girl, where you been? Don't come back like you ain't never left.
Really, no, I've been sitting here listening to everything. I've been sitting here listening to everything. I just didn't turn the camera on because I switched the rooms.
No, we were asking for you a couple of times.
Oh. But anyway, it's really good
Sounding
information.
all relaxed and shit. What's going on? You sounded very relaxed.
I am. Y'all gonna let me say what I got to say every time on my
Sorry,
mouth.
our bad.
Anywho, I just think it's very important information, especially for people, you know what I'm saying, who have it and they don't just. I think this will make it a little easier for them to come out and say things because, like they were saying earlier, some people just don't like to tell their business. But you get help more if you say something. That's important. But that's all I had to say.
You
So
were
what do
talking.
you wait? What was your? Do you think morality is something that is taught? It's something that's innate in us, or both?
Both.
Uh-huh.
I believe. Let me say, I believe that morality is something that, because I said it was 4 different men on that panel, and I believe that all of them have different perceptions on what morality was as to them. Now, because they had different views on what was moral, and when we talk about morals, we talking about they were talking about free will, and free will was only a choice between right and wrong. So when they was looking at it in that view, you only have a free will of your choice of right and wrong versus that and somebody else making the choice for you. So when we look at it in that form, because you're saying you have a free will of choice, even in the Bible it says, because that's pretty much what you're talking about, free will of your will to choose between right and wrong, or you gonna say the devil made you do it or God made you do it. So your free will was to choose yourself. Otherwise, you had somebody else to blame. That's it. Because other than that, you have the responsibility to be your own God, be your own person, be your own self, be true to yourself, walk in your truth. And you don't have nobody else to blame but you. Otherwise, when you're walking around saying the devil did it, Dawsonair made me do it, Nisha made me do it, Freedom made me do it, and all this other crap. So this is it. You have free will to have your choice. Many are called, but the chosen are few. So either you're going to blame somebody else and not be responsible for your actions, or you have the free will to choose to do yourself. You. So other than that, so now we have morality. Morality, are you going to own up to it morally and say, yeah, I chose the right path, I did what was right, and own up to it? Or are you going to keep on lying? Because morality is the same thing as your freedom of choice and own up to what you're doing. You morally know what's right and wrong. Are you going to do that? Or are you going to keep on walking around lying to yourself? Do you know your values and your morals? Your morals and your values. Are you ashamed of what you're doing, or are you going to stop doing what you're doing and just say, this is what's right because you know what's right? So are you going to walk in your truth? And are you going to keep on lying and just say, I don't have no morals? Like when Unc said, Unc, why is you doing this? Then you disrespectful. He said, well, I'm just a disrespectful motherfucker. And that's what it is. So are you having morals about yourself or no? Yay or nay? Because just because you said one man's treasure is another man's trash, is another man's treasure. These are your morals, or do you have them or not? One way or another. So your morals may not be what I call morals, because what you might be proud of may not make me proud.
Right. So it's subjective.
Exactly, because what is right in your eyes may not be right to my eyes, and we call that in the eyes of the law, the eyes of right and wrong. But at the end of the day, we still talking about what overall, or are we talking about in your eyes, or are we talking about the law? Are we talking about God's law? So they say. Are we talking about the Bible's law? So they say. Are we talking about what we morally know is right? What we consciously know is right? Exactly. So at the end, thank you, nephew. But all we saying is morality. If you broke the word down in a metal letter, or what you want to call the circle 7, or the Black's Law in the dictionary, more meant black. Al meant God. I is you, person. The T meant feminine. And the Y was duality, as in you and I together. Unity. So morality still meant all together as a unification of one to do what was right. So at the end of the day, it didn't matter. It's a perception of you. The overall, outside, inside yourself. So it depends on how you want to look at it. You know what's right and wrong. The same as humanity. In, outside yourself. Are you going to be responsible for what you do? Are you or are you not? Long as if you don't care, I don't either. That's your cross to carry. That's your burden to burn. However you want to deal with it. Because at the end of the day, I'm comfortable with every decision I make. And I got to deal with it at the end of the day. I know my truth. So if you can stab somebody and go to sleep at night and be fine with that, that's you. That's your morals. That's your values. And when they come get you in the morning or tonight, you can say whoever made you do it, but just make sure you tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, we going to jail. Shit. That's all I got to say. Thank you for having me. That's it.
Who decides what's moral and immoral?
You do. You can get judged by your peers or by your fears, because some people can't deal with what they do. And then they have their conscience bother them all night. Some people, once you do some shit, and then you up all night because you can't sleep at night because you did so much dirt in the day. And then you say ghosts and goblins and all that to be keeping you up all night. I guess that's how you know. Some people
know. What about the people that do immoral things, but they're not up all night about it?
Okay, but some people say they don't get no luck. People don't never do nothing for them. They never get a break. They never get no luck. They never get nothing. But you know what? Them the same people that don't do nothing for other people. How about that one? Some people, so they say, just the happiest people that get all the money in the world, get all this, get all that, but they're the loneliest people that don't never have this and that. Listen, whatever you dish out, you sure get back in return. All smiling faces ain't happy ones, and all frowning faces ain't that damn sad. It ain't what they say, it's what they don't say. You remember that?
I don't know. I'm starting to be like Dr. Ali when it comes to karma, because
okay, well,
if karma was a real thing, a lot of people would get karma. But I know a lot of good people that have messed up lives, that things never work out for them. Yeah. I know a lot of bad people that live in their best life. They die happy. So.
They'll never tell you about Dharma. Go read about her though. Go see about Karma's double sister called Dharma. They don't tell you about that part. How many people tell you about when Dharma come back on their ass? None. How many people tell you about the other side of the truth? None. Everybody will tell you about what they do. How many tell you about what they don't do? How many people tell you about 25 years of motherfucking marriage, 35 years of a marriage, and they'll tell you about all the good stuff, but they don't tell you about the bad stuff. They tell you about how Mr. Charlie was messing around and had 2-3 babies on the side, but they still with him. They didn't tell you all that. They didn't tell you all that, what it really takes to make a marriage last. They ain't tell you all that. See, I'm here to tell you the truth. You got to go through some things. Marriage ain't easy, but it's worth it.
Is it really?
Listen here, that's if you want it. If you don't want it, give it away. You can let anybody else step in and take what you built if that's what you want.
Peace is greater than anything. I don't give a damn.
You can have your peace. And you can say peace, because ugly is welcome. And hot thing is welcome to take yours and skip down the street. You see what I'm saying? It's just that easy to let go. It's just that hard to stay and walk and work through it. Listen here, I've been there, and I let mine go skip to my Luke for peace. So, baby, I understand what you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about, and I'm not gonna trade my peace for all that. But I'm finna tell you that them years I put in, they were not no easy years, and I'm not gonna trade none of them. Not none of them. But every once in a while, I get them phone calls talking about we were supposed to be. You're right. You're right. And then every once in a while, I'll be like, this is why I'm at peace. So I understand. You see what I'm saying? But all along the way, you had pieces of people, you know what I'm saying? You done went through a lot. Didn't nobody get married and say I do to turn around and be in the situation.
Right.
You didn't go for all that. And you damn sure didn't go through all that for every little situation to say, oh, I'm gone. Give me girl back. Girl, get me. I'm gone. You ain't built that for that. If every time something broke down in your house, you say, I'm moving. Oh, the water heater broke. Fuck it, I'm moving. Oh, the stairs broke. Fuck it, I'm moving. Who does that? You listen to somebody like that, you be moving every time you turn around like, damn, you moved again? She is not stable. You see what I'm saying? Nobody does that. Every once in a while, you gotta go, nigga, you done cheated. Get your ass over here, sit down. What the fuck? Girl, listen. You know what I'm saying? But they don't tell you that. That's all I'm saying. We done came a long way. It's a damn new day. I'm just saying the work is hard.
That's right.
You earning much is required.
Right. So they brought up what that is, no pain, no gain.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't blame Mr. Hold on, we're gonna analyze this. Don't blame Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie is just a man, and he's doing the best he can. Right?
And we ain't talking about the girl down the street with sheets on the window for curtains. We ain't talking about he doing the best he can, talking about her. No, we're not. We ain't talking about that. We talking about how he is honestly doing the best he can. Like right now, y'all talking about something. He ain't got no job and he ain't got this and that and he ain't got this and that. We saying when he lost his job, but you know damn well when he got a job, he doing all he can, and now he ain't got no job, but he doing everything he can to make some money, and he keeping shit around the house tight. Like he fixing the shit up under the sinks. He making sure your doors ain't falling off. He making sure the water heater is working. He making sure your car working because he can fix cars, because he can fix the refrigerators, because he know how to put freeze on and this and that, because he know how to cut the grass. He know how to fix the stairs and do all the sidewalk and repairs. He cleaning out the gutters. You know, we ain't talking about the one that's sitting up here and know how to kill 15 niggas on the TV screen and drink up all. We talking about somebody who can really put in work. Somebody that know what time the garbage man run and wake up and get the garbage out. If he don't take it out that night, he take it out in the morning. We talking about these brothers. We talking about these brothers, the ones you want to get up. Damn Priscilla, you know, because she just somebody that want to lay up with you and tell you how bad what a brother don't do. And then she wants you to get up in the morning when it's cold as hell, snowing outside, and go shovel your own damn snow and go start your own damn car and all this other shit when you know, and damn her, right? I don't do that kind of stuff. I remember I was in the grocery store one time, me and my ex, and the lady gonna tell me, I said, I'll be right back. I went to the other lane and got some cigarettes and I came back and she said, I made this grocery bag light for you. I said, you ain't made nothing light for me. I don't carry groceries. And looked at her like, huh? He grabbed the groceries and we walked out the store. Girl, I don't carry groceries. You got me twisted. You ain't made no bag light for me. I don't know what you do in your house, but in my house, I don't carry groceries. Look at here. So you know what I'm saying? We overstepping our boundaries. You see what I'm saying? No, Princella, look, you making the wrong queens.
She can't make queens anyway.
Exactly. So you talking that mess, you are talking mess. We got women with men bringing you flowers, and you talking about something. Couldn't you bring a vase? You don't got a vase. You ain't had a nigga buy you flowers before, because by now you should tell them, I'm tired of all these vases. I don't got nowhere to put all these vases. Somebody bring you some flowers, you should be overly flattered instead of talking about something. He didn't bring me no vase. What? You so ungrateful.
Not ungrateful.
Back to the karma thing, though. I mean, I think you're kind of proving my point. There'll be a guy like that. He's working his ass off. He's doing everything that he can, and he's good by bare minimum. They say too much is given, much is required, but you can be a Rothschild and much is given and nothing is required. So, I mean, it is what it is. They say, and they want us to believe these things and that life works a certain way, but maybe it doesn't.
Come on, sister, tell them. Express that feeling. Because I'm a mother. You're a mother, but I'm an older generation mother. You're a younger generation mother. You need to tell these little girls what you tell them. I ain't going to say little girls. But you need to talk to these younger sisters, because this is what I see in them. I don't think that's cool.
I missed that whole convo. Must have been juicy.
I think they're not living in reality. And I think it's a lot. I think social media plays a big part in the way these 20-somethings think. For the most part, I really think it's an issue, and a real mental issue. For real, to not see a man's worth and to just think that all he good for is breaking bread. Like, that's for real. That's all you want? That's all you concerned about? That's all you think about, the bag? Really? And Priscilla is not making queens. She's making bitter bitches.
Woo! BBLs. Bitter bitches living. Bitter bitches living. I don't know what that really means, but big butt love. I don't know what it means, but it's bitter bitches living. Bitter bitches living.
I don't know, Renegade. I see them dying of drug overdoses when they're young, but they be like them white people that be living forever. Like, what's that one name that eats bats and does all that crazy shit?
COVID. That's how they got it.
Yeah, he should be COVID, but that's not his name. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Oh, the Osborne dude. That one. And they live a long Ozzy. They live a long time with that crazy ass shit. They do all those drugs. They eat bats. Didn't get COVID. Don't die. Like,
but then that puts you in the mind frame of Get Out, right? It make you think about Get Out and what they do, because there's a lot of black people that come up missing, and they just been missing forever.
No, they ain't missing. They eating them. They eating them niggas.
But I do think that I love Jordan Peele.
They do drink the blood. I don't know if y'all knew that, but they do drink blood.
They do, and I do think that they do kidnap us for our organs. Get Out was such a real movie if you really paid attention to it.
Yes,
that's facts.
I don't think y'all heard me.
Should we do like a whole? We should do a whole episode just being like the truth in these fiction stories, and then we can talk about who cloned Tyrone too. Since me and Gemini really liked who cloned Tyrone, y'all didn't, but it was. They said a lot. They said a lot in that. They told the truth. Okay.
Get out.
Get out.
Get out. It is a nigga in every bottle. Melatonin. They drinking the blood. They eating the people, and then they taking the skins, and they putting them like cracklings, and then they crusting them up, and they putting them in these capsules right here, and giving you a good night's sleep. They've been pushing this for the longest. Melatonin. You want a good night's sleep? Either you get you a Mandinka. Black man is hot. So hot they pushing black women now. And now, if you don't get a black man or a good black woman, you can get you a nice black pill and get you some good black sleep. right here, melatonin. It's a nigga in every bottle. You get you a nice, good nigga and get you some sleep. Melatonin. Think I'm lying? Get a bottle and take 2. Call me in the morning. You be like, "Woo, that nigga put me to sleep."
Yeah.
Yeah. On that note, I'm gonna excuse myself.
We knew that's what you excused yourself to do before. It's all good.
She has some real melatonin. But if you ever don't,
Oh Lord.
I'll send you a bottle of gummies.
Okay, big.
Put them to sleep, Sister Freedom.
I know that's
We
right.
concur with that message. Put them to sleep.
And remember when she was telling me to tell all y'all hi and everything.
Hi, Rambo.
I went in another room. So I won't be right. I ain't wanna. He was looking at TV, so I ain't wanna disturb him.
Listen,
All right.
See, good night.
Good night.
I'm gonna tell you another word, and then
Shakina, I'm gonna take all your words and I'm just to shallow them all out, bring them all to the surface. I'm gonna shallow them words out that you're getting ready to say right now. Listen, people, okay? All that and all of that, the issues that we have, I hear all of that and all of that, but I am so shallow, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Black men have the best D. If you are not getting along for no other reason, I'm gonna need y'all to get along for that. Okay? I'm so sick and tired of having all these excuses. These other non-black women have our men, right? We got attitude, or they got attitude. They this, they lazy, and they're sitting there getting our D every night. You should be appalled. I'm appalled every time I see that. I'm like, hold up. Wait a minute. You getting all that deep? No wonder she emptying out her bank accounts. I would empty mine out too, and I'm black. Wait a minute. She getting all of that, and she's sitting here, and you taking pictures with her, and you got the nerves to have her all on Facebook, that old funny looking thing, and we don't even have that. Oh, I'm gonna need everything to sit here and turn all the way around, because baby, getting that deep. Black women are made for black men. This should be no way we are not getting black D, and every other nationality is getting that. Okay, so I'm gonna need everybody just to come back down to earth in Shallowville with me and really make it make sense. That should piss you off, ladies, enough to get it together in some of these areas. That alone makes Gemini out zip it up, shut it up, sew it up, do whatever I need to do, because that black D needs to be coming to me all the time. I shouldn't have to be sharing my black D with a non-nationality. No, that black D needs to stay in the community with the black women and should be spreading around like they do. I don't have a problem in the world, just as long as you keep the D like the money in the community.
she tired of wishing and eating gummies.
Peace, Marcel. Did that call out to you?
I need some D next to me too. When I wake up, I need to see a black face and some black D.
I just want to hop on and introduce myself. You know, how y'all doing? How y'all ladies doing?
Peace, Marcel.
Finally see you.
Sakina, you are hilarious. I just want
hilarious.
Your ass is crazy.
Ain't she though? Ain't she? She is a plum fool. She need her own. She need her own special.
Finally get to see your face. That's what's right. Up.
How y'all doing tonight?
We are fine. How are you?
Same.
I'm so glad you made melatonin a fool. I'm gonna put it up.
I like y'all conversation where y'all was going with the men and women, you know what I'm saying, and the whole marriage and all that. I'm going through a divorce right now myself, you know what I'm saying? So some of the things I was saying, it kind of, it touched me a little bit, you know what I mean?
You must have married young, huh?
Well, I was in the Navy and I got married when I was 21, I think, maybe 2021. Okay. And it didn't work. Yeah, it all goes back to the whole vetting thing. You got to vet people, you know what I'm saying? So now that I'm mature and I know better, I'm not gonna just jump into a relationship off of lusting a person. You know what I mean? So
Right.
that's where I messed up at with the one I'm in now and my last one. So
And your last one.
yeah, this is I'm on my second marriage right now.
Okay, then
Oh, you just marrying everybody. No.
Right.
you get a turn. Hey.
Okay, so wait, it's question time, Q&A. Because I hear a lot of young people, because you are what? You're in your 30s?
I'm 31.
See, and I hear a lot of young people from 35 and under who say they've been married multiple times. What caused y'all to just jump in and say, okay, not only do I want to commit, but I want to commit to the, I want to get married. What causes that quick action instead of getting to know somebody?
See, with me, it's kind of common in the military. You know what I'm saying? When I was in the military, it was common to see young folks getting married just off the whim. You know, some people did it because of the benefits. You know, you get paid more when you get married in the military. You know what I mean? So a lot of people that I knew and was around, they was doing it, for those reasons. I think with me, it kind of was in the back of my mind as far as the benefit, benefit purposes, because I was right after we got married, I deployed. You know what I mean? So I already knew that, okay, me being married was going to benefit me financially. You know what I mean? So, but once
it was a business arrangement. So business is a part of the decision to go ahead and get married.
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah. For most of the time, I can't speak for everybody, but I know for a lot of friends in the military that I have and came in encounter with, that was some of their reasons.
Well, that makes sense.
Did you marry for stability with the second, or did you marry for a stability, seeing that when you was getting deployed, I'm not saying a lot. I know one of my brothers married because I know when he was getting deployed, he wanted to know or have a little foundation, knowing that he was going to be going and knowing that he was going to be, having somebody that he could have in his corner when
take care of business. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that makes sense though. How old was your uncle? Because given the age group that I'm referring to, it has to be more about business, right? These are decisions that young people are making today about what their future could look like.
18 when he went in, and my brother was about 25 when he got married. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. And he knew when he went on his first tour, he went. I think he went to Japan. On his second tour, he went to the Philippines, and that's when he got married. So that's why I'm asking, because when you making these tours, the first tour was 4 years, the second tour was about 8. And so when you're making these tours, you feel like you need to have that foundation because you're going to be gone, and you kind of want this stability of knowing. And so that's why I was asking. Like he didn't get married, you know what I'm saying? When his second tour, he went to Hawaii and he stayed there, but he didn't get married till he got back home.
So he was stationed on the West Coast then, what you're saying?
Well, my older brother was, but not my younger brother, no.
Yeah, I was stationed on the West Coast too. But yeah, I mean the situation varies, you know what I'm saying? It varies for different people, Necessarily you don't really have to be married to and be worrying about somebody taking care of your assets and your, you know what I'm saying, things you have that you leaving behind. You know what I mean? You can do that while being single. You know what I mean? But it's all.
You don't have to worry about if you have a good family, if you have a good family stability. Right. Because that's one thing that's very important that we always leave out of these conversations is having good family stability around. So when you fall, you don't fall so far. Absolutely. And I had this conversation at work. What was that, Monday? Some people when they fall a little further because they don't have a family as a cushion. But when you have family as a cushion, you fall, but you don't fall down. You don't fall as far. You don't fall down so many steps, and you don't have to work so hard to work your way all the way back up from where you fell from.
Right. Yeah, you're right. And to Lolita Mays, it ain't gonna be a third for a while. You know what I'm saying? I'm still working on me. I got a lot of stuff I need to deal with me. So yeah, it's gonna be a minute before I.
Yeah, at 31, you sure do.
what's your new process like with those girls? Were you friends first, and that's what made you feel like you could marry them? And then what's your new vetting process for the future?
For to answer your first question, it was no vetting process. It was just physical mainly for the most part. You know what I mean? And then that connection, we kind of built somewhat of a connection off of that. But now, yes, it's gonna be a whole lot of vetting, a whole lot of questions being asked. You know what I mean? It needs to be. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to get it back in another situation that I'm in right now. You know what I'm saying? So
Definitely understand that. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's one of the
absolutely
main
not.
things that is missing from our community that's in the other communities, because there's a whole full-blown process when it comes to vetting and having your families involved, kind of like how Gemini said. But we don't have that. A lot of us don't have a family cushion. I'm my family's cushion. And I would be seen as a youngin to be that, but I am that for my family. But so it's one of those things that we're not really taught those bases. So it's good vet. Don't be afraid of all the vetting processes that there
Right,
is.
right.
And
We're not taught.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Nika.
I ain't gonna be long. And it's not just about. I mean, of course, you want to be attracted to somebody, right? Because that's the first thing you see.
Right.
But that should not be grounds for marriage just because 30, 34, 36, 24, 30. Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It shouldn't even be that serious. A booty all big, she like this and all that. It shouldn't be the deciding factor.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I think a lot of guys get caught up and we want
We do.
show women off and I got this or this, that, and the other. I think that of course there should be an attraction, but that should not be the deciding factor.
Right, yeah, you right about that.
But I think, y'all, we have to understand also that he was a young man, and I think I'm trying to say that one thing my brother was trying to do was start his own foundation as a man. He was leaving the nest. He was in the service. He was trying to start his own family. He was trying to branch out his own thing. He was leaving the nest. He was trying to become his own family. He was trying to build his own. And I think this is one of the things. It was a young man at my job. I called him New Dad because when he got married the first time, he didn't have a wife. He didn't have a son with his first wife. But when he got married the second time, he became a dad, and I called him New Dad, right? And so I think that one thing that didn't produce in his first marriage was being a father. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what he got out that second marriage, was becoming a father. Even though the marriage lasted 2 years, the first round, the second time around, he became a father. That made him feel more into that marriage, what he didn't get out that first marriage. You see what I'm saying?
I understand.
So I think that's kind of maybe what you didn't get out that first.
Well, my situation is somewhat different because
Your beach Wednesday night.
Wait, Sister Freedom, you coming back up? Sorry.
I came up only to say one thing. I know that y'all saying sex is not really a big thing in a relationship, but it is.
We never
You
Who
have
said
to-
that? Who said that?
Oh, I
That's
thought
what I'm saying. I
somebody
missed the
said
whole
because-
conversation.
No one said that. It's
Oh,
yeah,
young,
okay.
right there, Sister
No,
this young
can I
man. It
What
is.
you-
I
what
don't
you
know
think
why
about it?
I'm being interrupted. I'm trying to say just one thing. My goodness, ladies, when it comes to sex, you girls get really crazy. What I was trying to say was it is a very, 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 very important part of a relationship, because it's the part that makes you be, I'm in love, I'm in lust. So not that anybody said it wasn't important, but the marriage part, you know what I mean? Like, I thought it was being said that shouldn't be one of the main factors in a marriage, but I think it's a very big factor in a marriage, because you want to be in love with, you want to be addicted to what the dick did. Like I
I'm
told
telling you.
before, you
I'm
want to
telling you.
be addicted to what the dick did, and you want
I'm
him
gonna
to
write
be
that down again.
addicted to what the click did. Okay.
You want to
The
be, but that ain't
definition.
always good though. Being
Exactly.
That
addicted,
Well,
being
no, it's
and
not that it's not good to
I
be
don't
addicted
know
to that
why I can't
portion, but
finish.
it's about other
I'm sorry,
portions
Sister
too,
Free.
which I
Of
think
course,
that's
but wait a minute. Let me
what.
get finished.
Oh,
That's
I
why you
thought you.
gotta allow a person to finish.
Oh, I
I
thought
was
that's
saying
what
that's
he was. I was responding to him.
mm, I was saying that's why I said that's one of the main important things. But communication is a very, very, very important part of a relationship too. And I say that because you got to be able to tell him when it's good. No, I'm just teasing. But
But I was just making it clear
I'm just,
what he was
oh my
saying is that he.
goodness.
I know she want to make it clear. Make it
Well,
clear,
Oh my
because I
Donnell.
was
Hurry,
saying
God.
he just said that
hurry
he
up
got
too. You've been
I
married.
taking too
just want
He
to
long.
got
fin
married two
again. I
times
can't.
for
I
only the
heard
sexual
him.
attraction, but I'm just saying that Nisha never said that sex isn't important or
I
it's
didn't
not a
say
big
you said it.
factor.
I was just mentioning it because I was still listening, and I was just mentioning that my little 2 cents on the situation. So that's all. I mean, I heard what everybody said. I'm just mentioning that little
It's
part.
it's all right to
You
have
know,
sex on your mind, Sister Free. It's all right.
I
Ain't no
mean,
wrong with it.
no, that's not on my mind.
I'm just kidding. I'm
I'm
Yeah.
just
just saying that that's a
She
big
with her boo, so it's on her mind. She
I'm
got her
Oh
man
my
right there.
God.
Mhm.
It's on your mind, Sister Freakum.
Sister
Now
Free.
that's
Facts.
terrible. Y'all gonna come at me like that. That's terrible.
You
Girl,
right. You right
this has
though.
been
You right.
since I was
Yes,
21, so you know.
do
You
that.
right,
But
Sister Free. You right.
I am right because I need to be in love with mine.
For
In
real.
love, in
Sister
lust,
Freakum.
in all
Yep.
that because it helps
All of that.
everything, all the situation to act right. Because you could just be like, I'm sorry, let's get to bed. Shut up, shut up. And
Good
it works. It
Freakum.
works, believe me, it does.
It
What I
does,
That-
Sister
That's
Freakum.
all I wanted to throw in is I can't wait. That feeling of I'm at work, but I can't wait to get
For you
home
to
to
get home, for him to
love.
get home. I
Yeah,
know, right?
because when you in love
Ah,
with somebody in lust and in love, you
whew.
want to cook for them, you want to clean for them, you want to do everything for them. Just because you so in love, it just works. But when you run out of lust and out of love, and you let the fun run out of your relationship, when you no longer can look at that person and that person looks sexy to you, feels sexy, you can't wait to touch that chocolate. And I say that again, that chocolate skin. Okay, then it's a problem. So
Mm.
keep the fun, keep the spontaneous stuff, keep all kinds of love making in your relationship. Then it works. Hell, put applesauce. Let me shut up. I ain't gonna tell you all what to do. But I'm saying you gotta keep that. I mean, you just want to touch all the time too. Making love has a lot of little avenues to it. Even sitting down watching TV has love making to it when you could just,
It's
sit down. Look.
Hey,
intimacy.
this
It's
ain't the nightcap
intimacy.
show yet. We weren't even on no nightcap stuff. You
Mhm.
came
Oh,
in
okay,
on something
okay. Well,
totally
I'm gonna
different.
just be quiet
No
because you
That's
let
overstaying,
some
I
good
just
none of
stuff,
I
that.
want to
Freedom.
comment.
No. And
let
no,
me
so
get
then why you
started
busted all up?
I want to
because she
comment.
just got to. She
Well,
spit
there,
rock.
I'm saying because
Hey,
it's
around
it ain't even
here.
midnight. It ain't even midnight
Right.
yet.
Sister
You all
Freakum is
early.
somewhere.
I would like to comment to her point though. Um, it's easy. It's easy to have make love with some person that you ain't all the way vetted. You know what I'm saying? So I think before you get to the whole being addicted to anything, uh, you need to, I think vetting is necessary. You know what I mean? Because you can be
you think dating is
infatuated and
necessary?
can you hear
You-
me?
Are
You
you
think
making love to
vetting?
somebody you ain't met? You don't love, or are you just plucking them?
Who me?
Yeah. Are you
That's
can't
right,
make
the
you
tar,
make
that
love
Taurus
to
thing.
somebody you don't know. You just getting off.
No, no, I'm not doing none of it right now. What I'm
Exactly.
saying,
You just
what I'm
getting
saying
off.
is, what I'm saying is though, I mean, you do want to vet that person because you can be addicted to this person, sexually. You know what I mean? And that can drive a person crazy. You know what I mean? They find out that
I don't mean sick crazy. I mean good crazy. I don't mean
okay,
Right.
but they
sick
find out that you
crazy.
messing with somebody else, and all because they got this This
She
feeling of
talking about a
what?
healthy relationship. Don't be bringing all your
Of
drama
course.
and all your baggage to this conversation. What's wrong with you? You
You
got
see
all kind
what
of
That's
baggage.
that's what we
We
were
need
saying.
Erica
Why is that
Badu.
my baggage?
You
Sakina,
can't
get
do
You
this.
that to
guys are
him. That's
Erica
what we were
crazy.
Badu.
talking about originally. That's what Nisha was talking about originally. So you can't do that to him.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
guys
you
came and
Sakina.
changed the conversation, but that's what Nisha was saying. That you
yeah,
got
All
to vet
that
a person
baggage.
and not fall in love with just the lust because you
And
need to vet and know what you're
and
getting
all we
into
hear
before
is
you go
baggage,
into it.
baggage. Erica
She was
Badu, you gonna
correct.
miss your
Miss
bus
Miss Gemini.
carrying all them bags like that.
Miss
Stop it.
Gemini.
Okay.
Freedom talking about something real and honest and true, and y'all gonna confuse it and try to do the remix with all y'all baggage. How
yeah.
dare y'all? That's a
Miss
slap in the
Gemini.
face.
You
That
done
just
took
goes
the
to
wrong
show me
public
and Freedom.
offering.
Hold
Talking
on,
about
Sakina. Wait a minute. Let me get this out.
marriage.
That just goes to show me, Freedom, and all the rest of us with some age that y'all got some work to do. Whether it's
Look
y'all got too much baggage. And all y'all
Miss
can see is that baggage because you'll throw that baggage in any conversation. So your girl or your guy will come talking to you with some sense, and then you will turn around and make his mind up for him and say, well, I've been down this road before. My heart has been broke before, and I'm really scared to sit here and kiss you and hold your hand. And I'm really scared of these moments because a girl that I just broke up with, she just did. Nobody asked you all that. Stop all that.
I don't
Every
even
Get
time
know
her,
you
what
meet
Nisha.
somebody,
to
it's brand spanking new. It's a clean slate. So you can vet somebody, but you don't have to vet nobody with all your baggage in the mix of all your in the mix of your betting. For you
Miss
mess around and miss the best thing of your life because you can't let all that baggage go.
Miss
Let
Gemini.
that go sometimes when you meet with people. Let
Miss
it go and get on a brand new bus.
Miss Gemini. Can you hear me?
Yes, bagman. What can I do for you?
I don't even know. I really don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what
I
baggage. I
know.
don't know what baggage I exposed to you or even brought to this conversation.
She didn't
But
say that she did.
huh?
When she didn't say that you did. When
She just
Dustin
called me the
had,
bag man.
oh,
Right.
she was
She said I
just
got
messing
Right,
with
baggage.
she
you.
just did.
She
I don't even know what
messing
she's
with
talking
you
about.
though.
I'm
But
just saying
She just
you got
messing
to
Marcel,
with
what were
realize
you gonna say?
you got to realize you're not just. I mean, we're not just speaking from our personal perspective. We got people that's on here listening to us. You know what I'm saying? That might be going through things with a person that they laying
poor
up with.
things.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Poor
Everybody go
things.
through
I'm
things.
speaking as
Amtrak.
Wait,
They
let
going
him
through
finish,
Amtrak,
y'all.
Freedom.
Let him
Wait a
finish.
minute,
Y'all just
Gemini.
said about 2 people and coming in, and y'all haven't let this man say 30 seconds of what he's gonna say
it's
before
all
y'all
good.
jump
It's
Well,
in.
all
thank
good.
you,
Let
Dulce
him
I let y'all
Nail, for
rock
finish.
out.
keeping
That's
track and
definitely
keeping
not a
time.
fact.
Thank you.
Nah,
Of another man. Thank you.
yeah,
Wait a
What
I
you
minute,
don't,
say?
Gemini.
I don't have
Come
no
on,
baggage, and
Marcel.
I'm
Let
not,
us know.
I'm
Come
not
on,
worried about
speak.
none of that. I'm just, the words that's coming out of my mouth. I'm just, it can help somebody else that's in that situation. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you. Come on, say it then.
Yeah, that's it.
I want to hear.
You want to hear what?
I
We
want
want to
to
hear you talk. Some of us want to hear you
children
talk.
No,
off.
I was just addressing Miss Gemini because she was
No,
saying I
before
got baggage
that
and stuff.
though. No, before
No,
that.
no, no. No, but can I say this without being interrupted, please? Now, when you did first come on, Marcus, you was talking like you done been through
Marcel.
a couple marriages and little situations like that. But you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you, being my age and things that I've experienced. It's how you handle the negativity. It's how you turn it around to make it fit you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like you could be like, "Oh, baby, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Let's talk about it." And just be like looking at him in his eyes and just turn it around. Just quickly turn it around. Just don't keep it that way. My grandmother always said, "Don't matter who say they sorry, as long as somebody said they sorry and move on." And that's what in anything. Some people just can't let stuff go. They going to talk about it now, tomorrow, the next day, next week, all kinds. You still talk about the same thing I said I was sorry about the first time somebody brung the situation up to me, and even with you, you got to let it go. Men
Who
make
me?
mistakes, not you. I'm
Oh,
talking about in general in any relationship, because I'm quite sure. Well, you too. You got to let
He
it
don't
go
think, but he
sometimes.
don't
what
see it.
what I gotta let
He
go?
I
just
don't know what.
asked you what
I
baggage
can't.
he had after
I
saying he been
can't.
married 2
I
times.
Right.
I
See,
can't.
y'all just
Say this.
assuming stuff.
Let me
Y'all
say
I
assuming
this.
want to
stuff.
be finished though, and then that's what makes it drag on.
I'm
And
dragging
then
him.
I ain't
I'm
saying
gonna
nothing
say
else.
this.
No, after I get finished though.
Yeah, after
Kiki.
you're finished, you're next. We're gonna go back in order because we gotta do
Yes,
this order thing.
please. Because it's starting to get crazy.
It is.
But what I'm trying to say is, even you, Marcus, even this I just may be saying something, take a little
Marcel, Sister Freedom.
Marcel,
I'm sorry, Marcel.
or he especially right, because he gonna die. You don't get it right.
I gotta go get my cord for my computer anyway. Okay, I'm shutting up.
All right, Sakina, it's your go.
Okay, Marcel, I'm gonna say this because I'm the one out of the two of us that been divorced.
All
right. Because I understand maybe where you're coming from. I'm not gonna blame nobody to make me look good. All right. What I'm gonna say to you is sometimes we have to agree to disagree and understand that part and try to walk away with nobody's being or having a hatred for one another.
Right.
You can do that, all right? And they call that a no-fault divorce.
Right.
Okay, so if you can agree to just disagree and just say that it didn't work, all right? And just walk away on that. That way you don't have to, you know what I'm saying? Because I had to say this to my husband, my ex-husband, because I've never been married before. Now we know the truth between me and him. So I said, based on me being me, I said, I don't know if I was a good wife to you because of the way that things went. So I apologize because maybe I wasn't a good wife to you. And maybe that's why some of the things happened that they happened. Now, with me saying that, he pointed fingers, and then I had to go there. Okay? But in the end, I was able to walk away the way I wanted to walk away. Now, we still some kind of friend. Okay? You can make sense out of that. But in the end, we was able to walk away, and we still some kind of no friend. Okay? And that's all you can be able to do.
I agree with you, and I think that's where I'm at with it. I put my piece, that's most important to me. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you said that you and your ex did, that's the exact route that I'm taking because I don't want this to be no messy situation.
There you go.
We already both agreed that we just grew apart, and I'm fine with that. I'm not hurt. I don't got no issues. It wasn't I'm not mad at her about nothing that she did to me. She may still be mad about things that I did to her, but I'm over that. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. And just be able to, you know what I'm saying? And that's called walking it like you talking it and living in your truth. You know what I'm saying? Because there is no book to tell you how to be the best husband or she to be the best wife. And therefore, if you can be the best some kind of no kind of friend, because eventually you can get over it. And if you're not over it now, maybe later. Because eventually you might run into her again and maybe you won't. But I know that in the business world, you cannot give somebody a bad, when they call and ask you for a reference, you can't give them a bad reference. All you can say is they work there and the time and dates. If anybody want to find out what kind of worker they are, they have to hire them to find out. You see what I'm saying?
That's
now,
true.
Other people may do that, but that's not what our practice is. That's not what my practice is. You see what I'm saying? That's personal. And when you start doing that personal shit, that's when you can get sued and all of that, right? So when people start to run up behind you, if you was dating a new girl and everybody running up behind you and then making you think, well, hell, I'm finna hold on to her. She must be something good. Then 3-4 months later, you find out she ain't worth nothing. Then you want to really beat up that nigga because if he wasn't doing all that, you would have been let her go. You was holding on to her because hell, he running up behind her, making you think you got something good, right?
He got the ball, girl. He got the ball.
If he wouldn't have did all that, you would have been let her go. You'd have found out she wasn't nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So you still be whooping on him. But listen here, at the end of the day, just walk away, learn out that, and just go head on. Because if you ain't never let you down before. and you're not finna let you down now.
Walk away for you stumble.
You see what I'm saying? So you doing all right.
Yeah, I know. I know. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all insight. And Miss Gemini, you gonna start beating up men on these panels now. You gonna start beating up these men now.
It's her turn to beat up the men. Go ahead, Gemini.
Hey, she quick with it. She quick with it.
I love black men. Stop it. Stop it. Listen, my upper management is in his 30s, right? And he is what we call a 3-figure nigga, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has been what you guys call vetting, which is a very hard word to me. And I told him to stop using that daggone word. Like vetting, that is a hard word when you're just trying to casually meet somebody, or you never know where you may meet somebody, right? It's casual and it's supposed to be light and fluffy and fun and lollipops. And this word vet is so hard. And so, long story short, now I think I want to say he is 37. He's still single, right? Big, tall, handsome. He's so handsome. All the ladies at work love him. And he done rolled out his red carpet of rules. And I just asked him the other day, how long are you going to keep all of these rules from preventing you from finding a woman that could really be with you, that could really serve your purpose?
Can
But
I
if
ask you a
you
question?
have so many rules year after year, because here's the one thing people always do, right? They create all these rules and they say it's going to be everybody. Is that old notion? There's somebody for everybody. And then another year roll by. It's somebody for everybody. 2 years roll by. Somebody for everybody. 3 years roll by. 4 years roll by. You still single. And next thing you know, you just add more rules to your list. Then you will make all that money. You have all these things going on and nobody to share it with, just temporary people for the last off and on for the last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and think that's better than just relaxing your rules and letting somebody flow into your life organically. And even if you have all of those rules, making sure that you understand it's okay to break some of those rules for a girl that you may like or a person that you may like. These rules are not so set in stone that you let every good thing fly past you because all your rules are preventing you from seeing what you need to see. People are not perfect. People come, people go. But
Absolutely.
still, y'all didn't have 20 million rules. You can meet somebody that you would like and get along with and can look past all those things. And time waits for nobody, right? Time waits
No,
for
it ain't
nobody.
my turn, but I'm agree with you. Gemini. I know it's not my turn. I'm just gonna say it's one thing. But I think the hardest thing in the world is a long distance relationship and to love somebody so far away for so many years. That's a very hard thing. But you know why I'm still here since I was 21? Because I lust that nigga. Because I lust his ass after all these years. Yep.
I have to say, before Nisha goes, that's not fair, Sister Freedom. You wouldn't like it if someone did it to you. Nisha, go ahead and go.
Wait. Let me end it. Let me just end it. So again, my manager is a good looking guy, and I have watched him through the years. He's literally wasting away. He has no one to share his money with, no one to share all these good things with. A few people sprinkled in and out, and he has more rules by the moment. Looking for this perfect, I have no idea. I have no idea what he's absolutely looking for, but he's almost 40. So he likes the younger girls. I keep telling him the older you get, the less they'll like you. Now, when you started in this game with these rules, he was what, 33, maybe 32, 33 when he started with the rule book. Now he's almost a little bit closer to 40. Baby, them same women that you used to like don't like you. So y'all got to get over it. Y'all got to get past whatever this weird obstacle and rule books are and just start meeting people the way good old fashioned way people would meet, through other people, through family picnics, get-togethers, maybe your workplace, maybe you see somebody at a restaurant you go to all the time eating lunch, but it has to be a more organic flow than this hard stance against the opposite sex. I'm done.
Okay, so hold
Oh,
on.
he wanted to respond. Hold on, he was trying to respond. I'm
you
sorry.
Nah, you already answered it. You said that you don't know what he's looking for. I was gonna ask you like, what were some of the rules that you found? You know, because I don't really have any rules. Really, I don't like when we use vetting. That's not something I'm bringing to a woman. Like, hey, look, I'm finna vet you and ask you a bunch of questions, and if they don't align with what I'm looking for, then I'm not gonna mess. I don't go. I'm not finna go into a relationship like that. But there is certain things about a woman that I'm keeping my eye out for. You know, I'm understanding myself better and understand the things that I don't want to deal with. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
That's all and everybody should be like that. Women should be like that too, you know?
I totally agree with that. But to have a rebuttal on some of the things Gemini said. Listen, let's go back to when you said the baggage. Now, let me tell you something. I understand that when you speak about meeting somebody organically, okay, that's the meeting part. But after you meet them, okay, what's next? So you're going to have to vet them. You're going to have to understand what's going on with them. Because if you don't deal with that baggage then and there in the beginning, you're going to come back to it later. And it's best to go ahead and see if this is the person that you want to be with. Yeah, all them kikis and ha-has, they good for a minute. But then it's going to get real because guess what? If I start having feelings for you and this thing start growing and then now we talking about cohabitating, so that's some real shit. So you just can't look at it as frolicking in the fucking jungle. I'm sorry, frolicking and just everything is hee hee ha ha. No, you can meet them organically, you can have a good time, but when those feelings start to come in and then you want to take things to the
Get
next
your Nikes out. You should get your Nikes out when you get them feelings, huh? Put on them Nikes, y'all.
No,
get on about that. Get about a feeling bill. Because feeling is just too much like wrong.
No, the feelings is good, but you also got to understand you can't always be moved by emotions. You got to also have logic. So just because you meet somebody, you're gonna make sure that why waste your time? This is my point. We ain't got all day. Why waste your time? So
we ain't got all day. Listen, your logic is not gonna go out the window, and none of your common sense is going out the window. What are you talking about? I have no idea. You skipping so many steps in this process. I have no idea what you're even talking about, Nisha.
Let me
okay,
tell
you're gonna always have some common sense and have some logic. Who goes into a relationship and don't really understand, right, the rules of engagement? That's not what I'm talking about at all. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Rushing to judgment and then also making it seem like it's a World War III when it comes to the sexes. And that's the way we operate lately, right? We've been like that for a couple of years now, operating like it's war, us against them.
No.
And if that's the case, then we know baggage comes with all of it.
So right. So that's what I'm saying. So if we understand that you just like, just let it flow and all of that, that's true, right? If the energy is right, you can let it flow. But people do come with baggage. People do come with shit. People
on both sides.
Right. We both do. So therefore, after we meet organically, okay, so now what's really up? After the feelings start coming out, now what's really going on? Because I'm not sitting here and waste my time again.
See, that's that baggage talking to you though, because that's not the way you look at things when you say again. See, those words don't come to mind. Those words don't come to mind when you're flowing from a real type of place. When you are really healed and you are ready to sit here and meet somebody, you don't look at them and say, here, see, now and here, and what kind of baggage you just dump on me? Because I see again and again and again. Those words don't even come to mind.
But see, you
don't even come from a place like that. You see, things are much different.
But see,
That's not how I'm looking. I'm sorry, Marcel. Just 1 second.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's not.
She gotta get me. She has to beat me up, Marcel. Let her beat me up. Go ahead, Nisha.
But that's not how I'm going into it, and I'm not looking at it, and I'm not saying it like that with negativity. I'm making sure that I'm aware and I'm conscious of what's going on. So it's not like what your baggage is, this, that, and the other. I'm here to understand you, so you can understand me, so we can have an understanding. It's not about what you. I'm not like that at all.
Well, y'all deep, because all I'm trying to do is get to the park and maybe get some fine dining and throw off some random conversations and then lead up to that point. After a little while, you can tell me about all this baggage. But I'm just trying to really get to the good parts of when you meet somebody and make that stretch out just a little bit longer before we get to the dump fest, right? Because that determines too whether or not you can go through that with somebody, right? So you have to be, it's more than attraction too. It's physically, it's mentally, it's emotionally, it's spiritually. All those things have to matter and match before you can get to the meat of the relationship of, oh, you got cancer? What you got? You ever been to jail? How many times you been to jail? What kind of baggage you got? What about all the good times that matter the most, so you can get to know a person, so you can get to the meat of things. Now, taking your time a little bit and really exploring, and not so much as round, just immediately.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this real quick. It took me about 3-4 years before I started seeing the things. You know what I'm saying? Those, like you said, that baggage that you're talking about. It took me about 3 to 4 years to actually start seeing the things that I wasn't aware of at first. You know what I'm saying? But then when I started becoming aware, I'm like, nah, that's not something I want to deal with. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with, like, I'm not going into like Nisha said, I don't think that's realistic that anybody goes into a relationship.
So it took you 3 or 4 years to figure out all those good times. So it took you 3 or 4 years to find out her baggage, and then in 3 and 4 years, all those good times went down the drain because you found out something that you didn't want to put up with long term. But you don't think 3 or 4 years is long term?
Let me finish. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the things that I wasn't aware of because she had all these things going on with her when I met her. You know what
Bingo.
I mean?
What I'm getting at. Okay.
But I wasn't conscious to it. I wasn't looking at it like I would just kind of overlooked it, let it, water off my back. You know what I mean? But now that I'm more aware, I'm looking at things like that's, and she looking at me the same way. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying?
You thought.
So, it's just growth. It's just really growth. That's how I'm looking at it. Just growth.
Nisha, were you done? Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, I was telling you to go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. Yeah.
Nisha got some more bullet points, and she said she had a whole list full. The baggage was the first one. Go ahead, Nisha Bisha. Get me some more. Come on.
I'm good.
Yeah, she just
said
sure to me. But what I would say is, as far as it, I agree with you. And as the married person on the panel, and I haven't been divorced, I think vetting is very important. And vetting isn't about the list or anything that you're coming with. Vetting is that stuff. Anyone can get dressed up and look nice in heels, and y'all go out fine dining, and you're gonna have a good time. But not everybody can go hiking and just be cool and talk for like hours straight, and then that's just as fun as going wine dining. So a lot of times we get caught up in the dating because dating is fun, and that person is like a placeholder for the dates. Honestly, you could have fun on certain dates with anybody, but vetting is really about, I'm getting to know this person, and I'm getting to know them without all the distractions. I'm getting to talk to them. Like if cooking is important to you, then yeah, you need to plan a date pretty soon in, not the first date, but pretty soon in. Be like, hey, I'm about to go get some groceries. I'm going to come to your house and cook. And then she like, oh, no. You need to be taking me out. Then that should be something that that's your vet. You said, oh, nope, you're not for me, because if I can't come to your house with some groceries, then we're not the ones. Instead of, we tend to let those little cautious plans go. She say, oh, that's something for the future. I'll do it later. And then you notice later on, oh, I'm working.
It never comes. Right.
Yeah.
That later never gets around to it. Right.
Exactly. So you just want to get into those points where you're learning that stuff early, and you had boundaries, because it sounds like more so, not that you didn't see those red flags, but it sounds like you had no boundaries before. You were just like, I'm a roll with the punches, and then later you were like, oh, these are boundaries for me that I don't want to deal with. So you got to be like upfront, like, these are boundaries I'm not going to put up with. And same for her. Like, I expect you to have some boundaries. And sometimes that's a red flag too. If she doesn't have any boundaries and she's like, you can do whatever, then that's not the one either. You got to know that what you guys are working for and towards is bigger than the other stuff. So that's where the vetting
Yeah, and I'm
goes.
not
So
gonna
no
let you mess up
chemicals,
my good
at
time.
least
I've
like
been to
you and
vetted
I
you in
said, yeah.
25 seconds, and I'm going to go get my drink. And I'm not let you mess up my good time.
Exactly.
A good
But if
time
you
is a
coming
good
in
time.
Kevin Samuels with it, like she got to be 5'3", she got to be a
Yeah,
size
she
4, and all this other stuff. Then you got to get what comes with that. Then now you're saying, hey, I'm not really looking for a good woman mentality. I'm looking more so what she looks like on the outside. So
Well,
now,
see, okay, but that's for you and Nisha right there. That boundary right there, where y'all always make it seem like a good woman can't be fine, can't make a lot of money, can't be independent, and can't be this and can't be that, when she absolutely can be. So to look at her outer appearance is just as of that. Don't let, you can get you can sometimes think of a person is high maintenance, and you can be deterred by that, when actually people who have certain types of goals and expectations for themselves, they get up and they treat themselves with that expectation. So it's nothing wrong with looking a little polished or having that whole look to yourself, because that does not signify that a person will be too high maintenance for you. You know, you might be along for that
looking a little
for that
polished
same ride. You
is a
know,
little
so
different
sometimes y'all
than being like, specifically she can't be like this. It would be something like he has to have a six pack, or if he doesn't have a six pack, I'm
right
not
now if
dealing
he
with
want
him.
yeah, if he
Then
wanted
you
an
can't
IG
then you
model, he
can't
know
be
what he's getting
mad that
himself into. Right.
he has a six pack and other ladies like the six pack and what comes with that.
He wouldn't
So
be
it's just
talking to you if
about,
he
as
had all
far
that.
as being realistic with your list, and it was about being so meticulous where you're like, I will not deal with nothing else, even if you can prefer like us people are like complexions wise, and be like, there's nothing wrong with you preferring a light skinned woman and being like, I want a
Exactly.
light skinned woman, I want a chocolate woman. But when you're like, I
Exactly.
prefer a light skinned woman that's 5'2", not over 135 pounds, I'm going to take her to
Right,
the
right.
gym, I'm going to weigh her, I'm going to see how much of her fat index. Like, when you keep adding things on, then that's when it's going to be like, okay, no one's going to meet up to your standards if you
Yeah,
keep.
nobody can be exactly, exactly. Because there's nothing wrong with women, wanting to wake up every day and looking good. And I hear this a lot too, like beauty is not something people sit and say. But yeah, only but sometimes, sometimes that comes with a little motive. That comes with a little motive when women say certain things about other women. Because to be quite honest, you attracted to who you attracted to. Most women, and let me just talk about myself. I don't even look at other women that deeply, to the point where, right, I have some comparisons, or maybe she's too polished or maybe she's too not. If you're attracted to that thing, you're just attracted to her. Whether she's a really polished woman or she's slightly polished or she's not polished at all. It's really whatever floats your boat. But I just don't use that type of language, because it's very off-putting and makes other women feel like, hey, why are you judging slightly? Why are you judging, and why are you throwing that in there when you say, she didn't have to, he or she don't have to look a certain kind of way. And sometimes women, you even go so far and say they ain't got to even have no money. Yes, people do have to have money, and yes, people should look their very best, whatever that may look like. Every day they should do that. Every day you should strive to sit here and be the very best you can be, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, but
Okay,
I don't think
it's my
anybody was
turn.
saying not to look your best or do your best. Let's get this in, Sakina. But what I'm saying is more so
Robin.
is
Well, no,
that
I got what you were
there's
saying, Dulcinea. I get, yeah, I
oh yeah,
understand what
there's
you were
like this
saying.
whole thing of
Yeah,
you wanting a certain woman, but then you going over the opposite. Like you said, the IG model. Like, you can't get mad at that girl that she wants to keep her Instagram, and you went out after an IG model. And there's men that will literally go after an IG model and then be like, but I bet I expect her to drop her Instagram once she with me. Like, no, she not gonna
No,
drop
right.
her in
Exactly. No, I feel you on that.
Well, it's too many expectations. It's my turn, so I'm gonna say it's too many expectations these days in relationships. You know what I mean? Things is hard, but you know they can be what they are. But I just wanted to say, Renegade J, thank you for that comment. Brown skin women over everything, and Mr. Metro, thank you for that comment. I like all types of Black women. Thank you for those two comments. And I want to just say, have fun, everybody, because
I
like I
know
said,
that's right. Yay. Me too. I'm on the fun bus. Yay.
you
Fun
know.
Sakina,
bus.
Sakina
I
said she's tired of this conversation.
I'm just saying,
I got a comment for it.
but you know what, Marcel, I remember you because I remember you when me and Dustin there was having our conversation. Y'all remember him? The conversation me and Dustin was going back on who should be the leader, and Marcel got his butt up there talking about some he a leader and all that stuff. Remember?
This is my first time coming on the panel.
Oh, it is.
There
It
you go.
is.
Okay. Well, that's fine. You fine. Thank you. It's all fine.
Appreciate it, baby.
Take the compliment, run away with it. But anyway, I'm just saying, in your relationship, try to keep the fun in it. Try to always be in love with who you in love with. I'm
Sure.
just gonna keep saying that because I'm trying to always be that way, and it can be very hard. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to always be in love. In love, feel good,
It
but
sure do. Say it
feel
again,
good.
preacher. Say it again.
Set and all that. It feel horrible. I'm on the phone with all my sisters and
So
all that
good.
way to do all kind of dirty stuff too. I sent Dustin there a video earlier. And I mean, you know, she had to get on me about it, but at the same time, yeah, that be me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, on that note, ladies, I'm gonna jump down. I gotta
All
get to
right.
work in
Have
the
a good
morning.
night.
Have a
It was
good
good
night.
talking to
Thank you for
y'all.
taking the
And
beating.
Coming up.
yes,
Thank
I guess Dustin there done put out the link for people to come in and say what they have to say and give any advice that they might can give. But you
Before I,
know,
before I go though, I do want to show y'all my little business I got. If y'all want to get some
wait a
you know,
minute, what do y'all say about a man that say, I think King Casey is a man, learn to be by
Wait a minute.
yourself?
He's trying to give us
Yes,
the hookup. Freedom.
it was
Hold
my
on.
turn. He gonna get his turn. It was my turn.
No, he's trying to give us the
Wait
hookup
a
before he get
Wait a
off.
minute. It's not a no. It's a wait a minute because I gotta say this, and then he can show us because we're gonna want to talk about this. Learn to
Okay.
be yourself. Now that comment needs to be talked about, and I'm gonna tell you why, King Casey. You can't call yourself King Casey and be by yourself, but we're gonna elaborate on it. Go ahead, my
Uh-oh.
apologize.
Uh-oh. He in
no,
trouble.
I was just trying to extend my business to y'all. I know Miss Freedom, you have a lot of, stuff in your home, nice stuff, and I make
Thank
custom
you.
rugs. I make custom
Ooh,
rugs, and I just want to show you just what I'm working on. So if y'all ever want to, get some, just tap in with me. Here we go. See if I can turn it around. I don't know if I can turn my camera around.
Make sure you drop the link too in the back chat.
he
For
said,
sure, for sure. I don't know how to turn my camera around, but
Oh,
Ooh.
Oh
"God."
yeah, that's nice.
oh,
this is Muhammad Ali rug I'm working on.
Oh yeah, we saw.
That's
It's
super
red.
nice.
Oh my God, that is so nice. Put your information in the chat,
I got you.
please.
I just made an Angela Davis and Marcus Garvey rug, and they sold like that. So, yeah, if y'all ever need some, I'm here. I reached out to Sonetta, let him know I was gonna do a rug for him. He haven't emailed me back yet with his concept, but if anybody can get,
Oh my
let him know.
gosh.
I'm willing to, do that for him.
oh
Cause
yeah.
Okay, that's
I
hot.
rock with the
Yeah, that's
intro code. I
hot.
rock with y'all.
How tall
Talented.
are you?
Talented.
Looking through all these damn doors. How tall are you?
Oh, I'm 6'1".
Damn, you need a bigger house.
This house pretty big, if you ask me.
You ducking through all these damn doors and seeing on like.
Well, sometimes he gonna have to duck. You know, he kind of tall. They don't make it. So depending on the year, they didn't make that house for him.
Yeah, it's 1980 right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
But all
let me
right, ladies.
Drop
thank
your
you.
information in the link so we'll know.
I got you. I'm dropping it back chat.
Thank
Good
you,
work, brother.
That's
Thank you.
beautiful.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that, sis.
I want to thank you myself.
All
I
right.
want to say this so your ladies can elaborate on it. This thing about learn to be by yourself, that's not cool, King
Two
Casey.
thumbs down.
And I'm going to say that that's not cool, and you can come up on the panel and say why you think it is. But being by yourself don't feel good. Eating by yourself don't feel good. I don't like the feeling of being by yourself. I don't even think it's nature made us to be with somebody, and being by yourself is very lonely. And it's like you want to take somebody to the barbecue with you. You want to cook for somebody. As a woman, I'm just saying, you want to wash clothes for somebody. You want to be cuddled up with somebody. Being by yourself don't feel good. Now, if you're saying you want to be by yourself because you still being with all kinds of bodies with an S, I can understand why you saying that. But most people like to feel like somebody's holding them, or they can't, you know what I'm saying, that they want to be with somebody. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's learned to be by yourself. Why? That's not good. If your spouse if your spouse is not deceased or what have you, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Don't be by yourself. I'm not gonna recommend it. It's not a good feeling. I'm not recommending that.
Yeah. If you're coming out of something, maybe, and maybe you need to, take a little time for yourself at the very least so that you can kind of reset. Yes.
Yeah, that's it. But
just to do it on purpose, because a lot of these men a lot of people, men and women, both are choosing singleness. They're choosing it as a choice. And that I don't understand either, Freedom. I don't understand that.
They being with somebody's when they say that they don't want no commitment, they don't want to answer to nobody, they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that. I'm sorry, King Casey. I just use that as something. It is a personal choice. I'm agreeing with you 100%. But like I said, most of the time, that's when somebody wants to be with somebody's with an S. But I don't know. I like it the other way. Like I said, you might got your reasons, and I know it's a personal choice. I will agree with you. And if you want to come up and say what you want to say about it, but I don't like that feeling. I like to be with somebody.
And a single king, they're going to have to explain the single king thing, right? Because that is huge. A lot of kings are always talking about a kingdom and being single.
Does
that really mix?
But yeah, I don't like that feeling. I like to be held, and not being with my honey for a long time, and then to feel somebody hold me after a while. It's like, oh my God, I had to come to Jamaica to see my husband. You know what I'm saying? And like, that's when I got to learn to be by myself, because me and him are two different places, and we've been since I was 21. So that's like, it's not hey.
But
Brother Live, I want Brother Live. Brother Live, I just love Brother Live.
At the same time, you can kind of understand what he said when he said you learn how to be by yourself, only because your husband is in Jamaica, so you did have to learn.
I understand that. I don't want to keep talking about that. I just, I do. And I had to learn how to be by myself. But
exactly. So that's what you have to understand. That's it. Yeah. Because I had to learn how to be by myself after I got divorced until I get ready to get in a relationship. I did get in a relationship after that, but after that went foil, I had to learn how to be by myself until I get into a relationship.
Yeah, so I understand that. That's why maybe you don't mean it like that. But I don't like it. I'll tell you that. If we wasn't, I still would.
Herpes and shit. I'm really scared. So I'm really because you have to learn how to be by yourself, because I don't want to get out here and get super. I don't want to
be by myself.
Yeah, you do, Sakina. You're right, but I think it's just temporary. I think because we all know this. The longer you stay by yourself, the longer you really don't even want to learn how to be in a relationship no more. So being by yourself. I mean, with each and every passing day, so I've had to learn how to be by myself, right? But it's not the preferred choice. The preferred choice is taking time to getting to know somebody over time, like I do with the one person that I do talk to. It's been over time getting to know a person, not just jumping right back into a relationship. And then the time that's being built later on, we'll figure out whether or not that leads to marriage or not. But for now, it's all good. And I enjoy, coming home, to myself. Sometimes I enjoy going over there and vice versa. But in the same breath, the preferred style is definitely companionship. That is like boss. That is, I think that is the way we should be. But we have so many rules and so many obstacles and things that has just gotten in the way of what love or companionship could actually look like. What does that look like these days in 2023? It's rare.
I understand that, but like I said, I don't like using but. So I do understand that. I just understand, when we kind of on the, being by ourselves for a minute until we ready to run back out here or jump back out here, or even, what's that word y'all said? Vet out here, because when STDs was in my era was like, ooh, you got an STD, like ooh, and now all of a sudden STDs is coming up like superheroes, it's
It's the
like
norm, huh?
you
I
got
know it's the norm.
super
And
STD, like what?
multiple relationships, multiple everything, which I do say if you single, you should have options, but not to the point where you're sleeping with people to sit here and gain those options. Getting to know somebody is better. And for me, getting to know somebody on a slow walk is much better. I've always had issues. I've even been dumped a few times, right? Because I wasn't moving fast enough, because I moved so slow, and I make them move slow on purpose just so I can see all
Yeah.
that I need to see, right? It's definitely done with the intent to see the full person. But sometimes people don't move like that. People move quick, quick, quick. And I've been dumped. Oh man,
Yeah.
so many times. You can put, if there's a word for dump, you can put my name up under it. I have been dumped on top of dump on top of dump because I'm not moving in a month. I'm not moving in 2 months. I'm not moving in 1 year. I'm not moving at all. Let some people tell it, but I'm moving just the way I need to.
Because when y'all was saying this, I wanted to jump in on that. One is because when you and men are intimidated by too confident of a woman, when you dress too confident, when you look too
Yep.
confident, that when you appear, somebody told me for a big woman, you you walk or dress so sexy. I'm like, well, what the hell you expect? I'm still a woman. I was bigger then, but my thing is I'm still a woman. What did you expect me to go? Hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? A woman, what do you expect? I still had on heels. I was still with, I didn't get that part. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna dress. I'm still gonna dress myself. I'm still gonna be, so you can't be too confident. You cannot be whatever you're supposed to be. We're gonna dress how we gonna dress. We're gonna look how we supposed to look. Even when you're too confident as a woman got something to say about you. You see what I'm saying? Like I said, one time you'll have a woman say, "Oh, you think you cute," and I say, "No, you think I'm cute." See, I didn't know how I was looking today till I walked out the door, and I was thinking I didn't know how. I didn't think my hair was looking right or something. The first thing I run up on somebody and say, "Oh, you thought you was cute." No, you thought I was cute, and I appreciate it because I thought I was looking funny, but now I feel more confident. So it's not about how much somebody you thinking you look. Sometimes it's other people that want to knock you off your square and make you think it's something else. Men care about all that, but sometimes it's people that's trying to look at you to try to knock you down. You already doing your best. You already looking your best. You already dressed for success. You already holding your head up. You already doing all that. It's already somebody else to tell you to put on more makeup, put on this, put on that, do all this, do all that. You was already secure when you walked out the window. That's why when I raise my daughters, I tell my daughters they are beautiful so that they already know they're beautiful.
Is the choice in the back, Dulcinea?
Yeah, what happened to Trillis?
Oh, it looks like he dropped. He's probably coming back, but he's dropped.
It looks like somebody down there because I don't have my thing. I can't bring them up.
No, it's not showing for me. Anyone's on there.
Wait a minute. Okay, all right.
Well, with the King Kazi, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but I totally understand what he meant by learn to be by yourself, because that's a major role in self-awareness, in making sure that you want to come to somebody, not for them to complete you, but to compliment you, to add on. Being in a relationship, once you know who you are, is a perk. So being by yourself mentally for a while, especially after getting out of a long-term relationship, is very, very crucial to the next relationship that you get in. You need some time. You need time to understand who you are. You need time to understand where you messed up at. You need time to just be. So learning to be by yourself is a good thing.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not saying that
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that, having some
not
time.
saying that that's just the end all and be all. I'm just gonna be by myself. But you got to understand and know who you are.
Come
Period.
on.
Before you can get into another relationship. Before you can do anything, you got to get to know you. And I think that's the problem in a lot of relationships. We don't even know who we are. We don't
Mm.
even know what we really want sometimes.
Say
We might,
that.
somebody might sound good, talk good, look good, but
Mm.
when you really get into all that,
Come
it's
on.
not all that.
Say it, sis.
Yeah, I just think I think relationships are all on different levels. I think we can all agree that some downtime wouldn't hurt nobody, right? Everybody needs downtime, especially after a long-term relationship, or relationship where there may have been, a lot of feelings. Maybe you're going to thought you were going to be with a person long term, and it didn't end up that way. And there are a lot of other good reasons why you should have some downtime. But for the most part, once you're done with that downtime, then get back up in the game. There's no such thing as just being on the floor. Get back up and get in the game. There are lots of great people. Time waits for nobody. So while everybody thinking that, hey, I'm getting myself together, 10 years and roll by and you ain't checked the mirror yet. It's like, listen, get back up, get in the
That's
game.
right.
Look, first thing you do when you get off the floor, look in the mirror. See what you look like. See if now is the time that you can roll back into the way of the world, to see what else is out there. Don't short yourself because you have a broken heart or you have some brokenness somewhere. Those things will heal with time. Once you start meeting people and really, getting out there just to socialize normal on a normal level, not looking for things with all these different weird motives and weird expectations, you'll be okay. People have always been okay, and people will continue to be okay.
That's it.
Okay. Whose
See,
turn is Dulcinea's?
Dulcinea.
Dulcie? Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
would say I'm like I agree with what Nisha is saying overall. That's what I would say, and I think with him, it's just different people. I think when you're looking personally, there's those people that have always taken the time and all this other stuff, but then there's other people like me. I haven't been dumped, nor did I take time in between relationships. I was dealing with someone like right after, so it's like those are the things where people are saying, hey, take time, because now you're just rushing in. I've had friends like that too, and they're always going to keep a man, and it's like you're not
Oh,
even
I
going to be
know. I
single.
got
You're
friends like
always going
that
to keep
too.
a man, and you're going
Always
to
gonna
leave
keep
that
a
man and
man.
then go to the next man. But you gotta be able to know how to take time and be happy with yourself. And I told my friend's mom this because she was with some dude and dealing with him, and she'd be like, oh, well, he's so fun. And I was like, well, what's fun about him? And then she's talking and she's saying everything that's fun about him is her. She's fun and she just bringing him along for the fun, literally like going to pick him up for the fun, providing the fun, funding the fun. So I'm like, no, sis, that's you that's fun. You just have a body that's there with you, and now you're associating that fun to him, but that's just you. So a lot of people can't even come to that, and they don't know themselves because they've never sat back and said, okay, I don't need someone else to be here with me. Let me see what I do to enjoy myself. What are my hobbies? What fun do I have? A lot of people really don't know that because they've associated, I need someone else for this situation to be fun.
Okay, if it's my turn, I'm gonna say this. I'm one of those people. I'm a loner by nature. I'm a Taurus. I like to be alone. The only time that somebody will really, even if I'm in a relationship, I like my own space. So I'm a type of person that is a loner, but I'm telling you that I don't like it that much. But by nature, I am that type of person. Anybody that's a Taurus in the chat knows that we are very, very, very passionate, love type of people, but we are loners. And I'm telling you, it's a situation where I feel like what Gemini said too, when she said time waits for no man. The only reason why I'm saying about the lone stuff, because I've experienced it. And I really, 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 now I'm just saying Lolita, she's a Taurus like me. We naturally okay being alone, but the situation is we don't like it, but that's just how we are because we think all the time, constantly. So I don't know if you are what if you're a Taurus, the type of Taurus like me, but I don't like it. I love my own company too, as King Casey too, but I don't like it. I'm not going to advise anybody. I'm going to advise you to find people to be in your life, to be in love with. And maybe it's because I'm older now and I can look back and see what I have experienced in life. But what I'm saying to you is, if while you got the time to love, have fun, play, make love, tell somebody you love them, hold somebody, as much time as you can, do it. And that's all I'm going to say. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to say, you know what I'm saying? I agree with what Nisha said. You do need to know yourself, this, that, and another, but between the time, that's all I'm going to say. Because if you've already experienced relationships, you know what you like and what you don't like. You know what you're going to withstand and what you're not going to take. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just saying, I'm going to advise everybody to be in love. Find somebody, hold them, tell them you love them. And don't, I mean, I'm saying, I'm not saying accept any bull crap. I'm saying find love in your life and keep it that way.
I'm so with you. I love that. I love that you said that.
I'm just saying, I just
I
want my
am
sisters
so in love with that.
and people in the chat and anybody that might listen to this. Time waits for no man. You know what I'm saying? What's this? Wait, time waits for no man. Agreed. You going 6 feet deep alone. Oh, that
He
felt
don't
like
want nobody to mourn him. He just want to be when he gonna
I
go
don't know
6 feet
if you
alone.
playing or if you're not playing, but I'm just saying, I'm. It might be deep, but nobody don't want to be alone, and you don't want to go 6 feet deep alone. You want to when you go 6 feet deep. You know what I'm saying? You want to be in love with somebody. That's all I'm saying. You wanted to know that you
Oh,
had
he
that
said he loves you, Sister Freedom.
love
Oh,
you too. I'm Diddy Loud, all praises due. I love you, do. I love you too. But I'm saying find love and be in love and be in lust. Not just in love, in lust. Want to touch the person that you with and want you to be touched. I know what Nisha said is cool. You do need to get to know yourself, but get to know that nigga too. That's all I'm
that part. That part. Get to
saying.
know him too. Mm.
Don't keep it. Find love. But okay.
Who is that? OTK?
I don't know.
Yeah, OTK joined. Peace, OTK.
Hey. I'm just reading other people's little things. Ashe saying, different things.
Sakina, it's on you if you were gonna say
How
something.
you doing? We can't hear you.
No, we were saying it was on you if you wanted to say something before he said something.
You already know I was saying peace, queen. No, I heard my name called, so I was saying peace, queen.
But wait a minute, can I answer Ashe real quick? And then Sakina, she said, I go to the bar by myself. I go out to eat by myself.
Wait, can we go all the way around though and then come back to it?
But I didn't know if it was going to still be there. I asked, could I do it?
Well, I'm asking if that's why I'm asking.
Sakina
Is it
could tell
something
me,
that
but
you're leaving right now? That's all I was asking about.
I was going to get y'all to elaborate on it. That's why I did it, Dulcinea.
Well, you know,
That's why I was asking, Sister Freedom.
But I
anyway,
asked first, Sister Down Sunday, y'all.
Yeah,
made it
no,
to
just backing up your question
all
to
the way
see if
around
we could
after
go.
she
I didn't
spoke.
need you to because I was asking Sakina.
All the way around. Ain't that something?
What you
Sakina
say,
talk.
Sakina, baby? What you say, Kiki?
I said, why is my turn? Now we want to go all the way around. And then you might as
Well,
well just.
that's what I was asking, if we could just go with your turn. But if we
I
go
was
back
going
to
to get
the
you to
freedom,
elaborate
we'll go
on
back
what
to you.
to me, Ashe
I'll be
was, but okay.
I'll be quiet before I leave.
OTK.
Okay, it got quiet. What happened? No, Sakina was great. Say something. Kiki. I know she ain't falling asleep. Kiki.
Sakina, do you hear? Are you still there?
OTK.
Is
Okay,
Sakina
well, I
still
think
there?
she went back. I think she went back. So, yeah, after OTK, then yeah, Sister Freedom, just go back to you.
I was just going to ask the question. Read that, but okay. OTK, stop playing. Now go ahead and say what you guys say now before we jump on. You know how we do.
No, I have. And listen, that's
Stop
what I
it, stop
tried to
it,
tell
stop
my
it, stop
brother earlier. And listen, I was victim number 1, 2, 3, and 4.
it. God. But wait a minute.
Word.
You got your YouTube off, right? Make
Hold
sure
up.
your YouTube off because you echoing. Okay, Brother La, can you come up? But anyway, Dulcinea or anybody went, okay, she said, I go to the bar by myself. I go out to eat by myself. I kick it at home all my damn self. Make me know it's better to do it with you. How? You got to give him a chance. You got to show him you got to bring him in for him to show you. You're doing everything by yourself. You got to give him a chance. That's why I thought her little thing was good, because then it gives somebody to elaborate on it. That's all I thought what she said was good. It gives somebody a chance to elaborate on what you got to bring him in so you can see if he the one that's going to make you do it with him, do those particular things that you're doing alone with him. You got to give somebody a chance. That's all I was saying, Ashe. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. So that's what I want to say.
My
So
girls are like, since ain't nobody else going, I'll take y'all turns. And it's Nisha's turn technically.
No, it's well, no, it's
It's
your
technically
turn.
Sakina's turn.
But where's
Because
she
Sakina,
at?
I want to
She
advocate
not
for
back yet
Sakina.
though.
I know, but this is what Sakina be saying about that we always be skipping her turn and stuff.
Well, that's not true when you know that.
But
So
it does happen to her sometimes. We gotta stop where it's like,
Girl,
oh,
you
her turn.
got-
We go to
you got
someone
to show
else
it to me.
than her.
Show it to me. But anyway, we've been calling her name out like y'all was calling my name out, and Kiki, calling on Kiki. She is looking at me.
okay. All right, Gemini. I guess go
So
ahead.
what? Y'all got any questions? I was just coming to tell y'all great show tonight. I gotta go back and rewind it, but I did come in when y'all started y'all conversation. And I'm glad that y'all sisters can have different understanding, but at the end of the day, y'all still sisters. Salute to y'all, man. When us men get on that, everything gonna be all right. Good word. Good word.
Thank you. Dulcinea.
That's true. Dulcinea, where's the links at? Hold on, Dulcinea, you ain't put no links in the chat all night. Drop some links for the debate, girl.
It's not a link. Well, it's on Sonetta's, but he has to make the thing before there's a
Oh,
link
yeah,
for it.
that's
But it's going to be on Sonetta's studio.
They did have it. You didn't pick it up? They did. I saw it
Okay, let me
today.
check.
Oh, it was in the background the whole time, though. Like the
Right.
picture in the
No, but I'm talking
background.
about the actual
it's
link.
up
They
there
did
now.
have it because I've seen it. I've seen it floating around.
Yeah, no, at Gemini, I can see it at the top right now. HOK Debate Championship Tournament, August 12th at 7 p.m. EST. Which is better for political empowerment, Pan-Africanism, or more sciences? It's right there on y'all screen with y'all pretty and beautiful faces.
Yeah, and I just went to Sonetta Studios. It's not up there yet, as far as I can see. And no, it's not a pay-per-view. It's a league. It's
No,
gonna be a
yeah,
whole
they were
league
dropping
tournament.
in the links. Some people made it for you. They did. They dropped some links for the debate for
It should
you.
be a late though because it's not pay per view. I don't understand.
No, it's not, but they still wanted to make sure that people tuned in.
Um,
So they did. They made her a little link. And next time I see it, I mean, if it don't, yeah, because it's today's
Yeah,
number. If I
get it
see
for
it,
me.
yeah, I'll grab it for you. Yeah, for sure.
I thought I saw it too, but maybe I did.
Yeah, I know I did. That's what I was saying. What happened? I thought you made it. Actually, I didn't know who made it. I knew you or somebody over at Sonetta's channel made it
Wait, I
because
can't.
they were.
I'm with Nisha. What you need a link for if it's open? If
Huh?
any link should be coming out, it should be coming out through y'all channel and whoever subscribe.
Right, but that's why we need. That's why we need that. We need
Was it,
link. Yeah, we need some sort of link. Yeah, for August to make
But
sure that we
someone
know
made me a
who's going to
video.
the chat.
I'll share that video that someone made for me.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Oh, I want to see it. When you gonna share it, Dulcinea?
I know.
Well, not this second or whatever. Let everybody talk about this, and I'll get it and stuff. But y'all keep talking about this relationships.
Hey, Gemini, I had a question because you said something. Excuse me.
Okay.
I don't want to be alone.
Gemini, I heard you said something earlier, where you was talking and you was like, yo, I ain't got time for all the baggage up front. Don't stop me from having my good time out. We can deal with that later.
Yeah, leave your bag at the door.
I'm mistaken when you said that, when you was like, yo, I ain't got time for all that up front. We can figure that out later. Did you
Yeah,
say
you're not
that?
gonna mess up my good time. Yeah, you ain't messing up my good time. If you come in with that type of energy right off the back, I'm like, ooh, no, because again, it really depends on how you handle it, right? I think Freedom say that all the time. It depends on,
Right, leave
what
your
you
baggage at the door. I don't want your baggage. Leave your baggage at the door. Don't bring your baggage to me.
yeah, I
I ain't
don't want to, yeah.
this ain't that. This ain't that. That was you and
This
her,
ain't
not
that. Yeah. And then if I choose to get to want to know you in on a deeper level, then we can explore that, but not so much. I need, yeah.
Okay, so in other words, you don't pick and choose who you go on a date with. You're willing to go on a date, period, and then it's how you feel after the date.
Well, you know what, I do, I can't, well, I won't say that I'm picky, but I do go out if someone invites me, because that's what it is, and it's an invite, right? So there are a few rules, right? Where I'm making sure we're paying, we're Dutching it out, we are going there with the expectation of, drinking, eating, kicking it, or doing whatever it is that we're doing. That is the initial expectation. And then afterwards, I will see how I feel. Or maybe you may not like me. It didn't matter which way it goes, right? I'm not so much on that, but yeah, initially it's an invite, and then I will decide yes or no, and then
Okay, so
after
now
and
I
then
got
after
to
that
go
we'll see how it
back
goes.
to. Okay, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
What you
fine.
say at the end? What you say at the end, Queen?
And then I said, well, then we'll see how it goes.
Sean. So what you saying is we sitting down at the table. I don't want him to just you don't want him to just be like, girl, today I woke up and guess what? My baby mom's called me and told me I had to do this, and oh my God, and I had all these problems at work today, and
I'm dying. There'll be no second date.
He's saying out his mouth is negative. There go Kiki.
Where'd you go?
Where was you at? We done went around and round and round and round, and I can't find my Kiki. Where you been at?
Hey, I have some real questions coming from a man's point of view, going off of what I heard tonight.
What you heard?
Oh no, Shakina. Hey, Queen. No, me and the goddess, we was in a conversation, and then Sister Freedom came in and gave her points, and then you showed your face just now, your goddess face without your fan,
What I
your
say?
fan at, with your fan that you had earlier, girl.
Get your fan out, boo. No, you
But
know what,
Gemini, the reason why
OTK?
I asked
Go
you
ahead.
that is, go ahead. So I wanted you to finish the. Okay,
What you say?
I wanted you to finish the answer, so I didn't want to cut you off. So the reason why I asked you that is because so you're willing to give a person a chance, and then it's after the first date, whether you decide the second date.
Oh
So
yeah.
this person can be hiding his baggage. If he see he can hide his baggage, you don't even care about none of those questions or none of that. You just willing to have a good time.
How
Now,
can you hide?
we know. Hold on. My bad, Queen. Go ahead.
Crazy.
No. Go ahead. Finish it.
Okay. So now you're about having a good time. It's drinking. It's whatever partying, all that. Now we know at the end of a drinking partying session, fucking could go on. So like what Sister Freedom was saying, sex plays a major part with that also. So now you're the type of person that don't care about a person's baggage. You don't want to hear about that. On the first night, you don't want him to air that out and put all this shit on the table to let you know where he's coming from because he think he sees a beautiful woman who he think he can be with. So he's like, yo, let me put all my shit out there now. And she can roll with this. Instead, you're saying, hide your shit, nigga. Put that bitch on the airplane back the way the fuck you came from and all of that. Let's just have a good time tonight. And if you survive, you survive. Am I correct?
But not in so much words because I'm not gonna sleep. I'm not gonna sleep with anybody on the first date.
Oh, that's
As a matter of
right.
fact, I'm not sleeping with anybody. Period. Right. And I think I think all of my cues come off as a woman that's automatically telling the man what to expect and what not to expect because I'm very forthright, right? So you better know what you getting yourself into if you're going out on a date with me, and you better have been paying close attention because I've been paying close attention to you since you stepped to me, right?
Okay.
Because that's what it is. But do I need to show that hand for real? Do I need to really just show you everything and I just met you and I don't even know you? No, I'd rather sit here and let it and let's see
Sorry,
what
OTK,
these
you
cards
were.
make because I may have you pegged out wrong. You may have me pegged out wrong. But I definitely don't want to hear about your baggage. You're gonna need to save that for a much later date. That's
Because
another conversation for another day.
I am not helping you pay your child support. And I'm
Sorry,
not
you
going
were
to
echoing OTK, but now you can respond. My bad.
And I will share this with you and definitely and when you sit and say drinking and everything like that, I'm a person, yeah. I definitely like to sit here and drink. I like well-crafted drinks because I'm a cultured type of woman. I am, right? And my good time may consist of my pockets may be deeper than yours because I really don't like to spare no expense when I'm having it. When Gemini's having a good time, Gemini's having a good time with or without you. Right? I'm a good time by myself. Period. The party don't even start till I get there, and that's any kind of party, with or without alcohol, right? Because I am definitely that self-assured. But again, if you are dating me, if you sit and say to yourself, that's that type of woman, right? Then you better know what you're getting into. Otherwise, don't date me.
How they gonna know what they getting into?
You have to unmute yourself.
Because
I had to mute you
because we all give off those cues, right? That's why I said you haven't been watching me. So when you came to ask me for a date from the beginning, I'm assuming you had been watching me, right? And if you hadn't been watching me, then you're just gonna come up and ask me just for a date right off the back, and then I'm expect me to say yeah. Because if I have not seen you in my peripheral, nowhere, right? Then I don't. Then we're not doing this. But I've had people to sit and do that. I've had people to meet me at my job and then expect me to want a cup of noodles. I'm like, you met me at a place where everybody in here make X amount of dollars. So how in the world did you step to me thinking that a cup of noodle was gonna be okay, and then was actually mad when I said something about it, right? I mean, but I'm just thinking, like, when you meet people, you have to take into account everything, right? I'm not saying going into any situation blind. I'm saying know your audience. The number one rule is to know your audience. How dare you? That's a slap in my face. If you don't know what type of woman I am, you ain't never seen me, ain't picked up on nothing. You just gonna come and ask me out. I
Can I
wouldn't do you like that.
So now, what if I'm that person? What if I'm that person that's at your job? Since you know who everybody makes at that job, what if I'm that person at that job that's the one for you? But since you're on a higher level than me, that might shy this black man off from you.
No, not
Now you wonder
necessarily.
why this black man ain't fucking with you. You know why? Because she hold up. I'm not saying you necessarily, but we know it. If a woman feels she's making more than a man, she feels she has a higher edge, and I'm not gonna just sugarcoat this shit. When a man think he making more money than a woman, he's gonna act like he's the top.
No, what
I'm saying though, what if I'm that dude that's delivering mail packages to your job and giving you your mail,
And guess
I
what,
might
right?
be that
I'm
one
gonna
that's
explain
for
that.
you.
I'm gonna
But
break
what
that
if
down to you, right?
no, you can't explain something for me because I'm telling you from a man's point of view. I would
And
never
I got
even
you.
try to holler at you unless I'm a courageous and an outgoing person like me. And I just be like, fuck it. You know what? You bad motherfucker. You ain't better than me. You know what I mean? I'm just that. You know what I mean? But some people ain't gonna do that. And you wonder what side some of our black people are.
I got
Because
you
some
though,
of our
OTK.
black people. Okay, all right, my bad.
Listen. So here's so right. So OTK, see, he's coming in again with an assumption and not a part of his fabric. I'm talking about the quality of a person. Here we are talking about. Sometimes I meet garbage men, mailmen, mail carrier men who come from a learned family. They're all educated. They're putting their kids through college. You think for a second that he don't know the type of woman that he wants when he approaches a woman? You think the garbage man who is putting his children through college, which means he values something. He has a value system and a moral compass. Are you trying to, and you want me to sit here and tell you that I am too above, or a garbage man is beneath me when he's putting his children through college? That garbage man stepped to me and that garbage man say, hey, all three of my kids are in college, right? I've been working this job for 30 long years, right? Without really little to no promotion. You think he's a nobody? No, he's a everybody, right? He's a somebody. He is a complete somebody. So we're not breaking the surface with all that deep. If a man makes more money, he feels like he's in control. If
All
a
right,
woman
so
makes
now you
more
double
money,
dutching
she
because
feels
you
like
just
she's
said
in
you don't
control.
want to hear nothing
That's
about
too
their
deep.
baggage. So now you
That's
double
too
dutching.
deep.
You
How
going
would you
too
know
far,
anything
OTK.
about that garbage man if you didn't want to know nothing about his baggage? You wouldn't even know that. All you see
Guess
him as
what?
is a garbage
He
man.
offered it.
And I was inside
Listen,
the
I would
job.
calm him down the same way I'm talking to you and say, listen, babe, listen, this is not baggage day. But again, I'm already on I'm already I'm already with you on that plateau though. When you step to me, you know you're not getting ready to talk about baggage, right? I'm not going out with no strangers because I have too much stranger danger in me, right? I'm not going out to no bars and no people, no places by myself. I'm going to always do it in a pair, in a group, because that's what I believe in, right? So I'm not going to do too many things again where I'm going to put myself in a line of danger because I'm cautious. I'm just a cautious person that way. But when I meet people, I'm assuming that you've seen me around. Oh, or you've heard some things, or I may come across as, yep, that is the type of woman yep, I'm gonna ask her. She's my type of girl. I'm gonna go and ask her out. Right?
Let's
Okay.
Sakina
We'll
talk
see.
now. Sakina talk. Let's
Yeah, I was
Sakina.
gonna say I think Sakina's
We'll
next.
see. We'll see where that goes.
All I want to say is this puts me in that mind frame of one of those things I saw on Facebook where this man was coming out of McDonald's with this McDonald outfit on, and I guess he approached these young ladies and they was like, "Do you think I fuck with a nigga that work at with McDonald's?" And they was talking all this mess and she was talking about this restaurant she frequents and whatnot, and then she kept on walking, and then I guess he got in his Maserati, and then they turned around trying to give him conversation, and then I don't know why he decided to give them conversation instead of rolling off. It's like, because you really don't know. I don't want to call it judging a book by its cover, but when you meeting somebody, you don't really know the story of somebody until you start to talk to this person. And again, everybody has baggage. I don't know what you want to call it, but we got to call it what it is. Now, you might call somebody's children baggage if you don't have children, and then that might be their baggage. You might call somebody's ex-girlfriend and their story baggage because of the way they deal with it. That could be baggage to you because of the way they ended it. And you could have your ex and y'all be cool, and even though y'all didn't, y'all ended it and y'all cool, and you know what I'm saying, like, nigga, I can't deal with you no more. You too hoish for me. You know what I'm saying? And y'all still cool, but y'all just broke it off. And they might not be able to deal with it, and they mad at each other. You see what I'm saying? Well, me and my kids' daddy, we ain't like that. We cool. We just ain't together. But you know what I'm saying? And me and my baby mamas, I can't stand them. Well, that's your baggage. Because I'm cool with all my baby daddies, or people say that. You know what I'm saying? So we all deal with stuff differently. So again, one man's trash is another's treasure. So you might call it baggage, and some people don't. But we all have our own way of carrying something, and we call it baggage. So in one way, I see what you're talking about, but at the same time, I don't.
And I don't either. So
who y'all talking to?
You.
So, y'all couldn't have been talking to me.
No, yeah. I'm saying I do. At one time, I see you calling it baggage.
Y'all deep. Y'all is deep. Y'all got your own standards of what y'all feel like something is, and I got mine. And I'm not and I'm not a killjoy. You ain't to kill my joy.
Calling it baggage.
I don't care what you talking about. At the end of the day, I'ma smile just like I do on here. My son died. I'm still smiling. They try to triple me in my job. I'm still smiling. Cause you know why? Cause that's the goddess in me. I'm not gonna let nobody sit here and rain on my parade with none of that crazy. If you hint around being crazy, you out of here.
No, I'm saying 1 minute you might call it what you may call baggage, somebody else may not. That's what I don't know.
I ain't got to it yet though. Remember, because it takes me a long time to get to the baggage part. Because I'm not gonna put my baggage on you, and I ain't gonna let you put yours on mine. So it could be baggage,
and I'm not gonna help you pay it.
All right, the screen says, "Say what you want to say, Nisha." It's on Nisha.
Listen. This is how I look at it, man. It's crazy out here, right? And I want to know the crazy. I want to know the crazy up front. I don't want to know the crazy 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the line. Let me know you're crazy right now. Let me know you're crazy right now. Let me see.
Why is it going that deep, Niche?
Wait, hold on.
Because they deep kind of women. They deep like that.
Yeah, we want to be deep. Okay, we like it deep. So
yeah,
now
we know. We know. Some of us ain't that deep though.
Please, it is that. Let me go.
But come on.
Let me go, please. So listen, it is that deep. And you know why it's that deep? Because my time is not to be wasted or played with. So everything is serious to me. Now I know how to have fun. I know how to take my hair off, let it down, whatever. I know how to do all that. But what I will not do is waste my time with someone who is not even worthy of my time. So in the beginning, our first conversation might be about 4, 5, 6 hours. You know why?
Ooh.
Because I understand that's because guess what? I'm not surface. I'm not surface at all.
I am shallow, baby, shallow.
I want to understand you. Because guess what? It's not going to take me 3, 4, 5 months to see you're crazy.
Right.
I might not even know your name in 3, 4, 5 months, but that's just the truth of the matter.
I'm not going to be there.
I may not even know who you is in 3, 4, 5 months. So I don't even think most time you even get that far. I don't know because a lot of people crazy.
You keep taking those long walks. You keep long time. That's what you do. As for me, I don't have time like that. We ain't walking that slow. We gonna put some pep in our step and we gonna understand each other because anything can happen. So I'm around here not seeing you for who you are, right? And you putting on this facade and this front for all these months, and then you gonna come out your bag, you gonna step and you gonna step out your clown suit. And you're going to show me what it really is. Now, I'm in my feelings. I'm all hurt because I didn't pay attention in the beginning to who you was because all I wanted was a good fucking time. Are you serious? Hell no. We're going to understand who we are at the get-go. And we're going to still have fun if the energy is right and it's flowing. That does not negate the fact that we should know what we're dealing with, vice versa.
Okay, I don't know whose turn it is because that
it's mine. You know it's mine. Don't play. You know it's my turn.
And you had to say that we want a deep part. Now you know I'm gonna get you for that.
Because that's the only way to shut y'all up. is the deep.
That part
so
I'm gonna tell you more about the deep part. We want it deep. Nisha,
but I'm with Nisha. We power walking because of the fact, like I get it, and power to the people that are able to be like celibate for months and months on end while you want this person. But years and all that, and all y'all, props to you for real.
And it's abstinence, not celibate. It's abstinence. Let's get the right word. It's abstinence.
Attracted to you, and I want to power walk to that bedroom. So I want us to understand each other, so I can get you there. Okay, and that's all I got to say about that.
That is a shame. Y'all hear the baby of the bunch? Y'all hear little bad boy? She said, "I am." No, that's terrible. But
that is so funny.
That side.
She said she's gonna power walk to the bedroom.
Yes.
Wait a minute, and then look, and I'm so bad. I'm the girl who sleeps in a twin size bed because even though I don't have no company over, if any man ever got the big idea that he thought he was gonna come over and get in this bed, baby, this bed ain't big enough. I ain't got no time to play with people either. But in the same breath, you know what? Again, because I just think that if you were a woman, you got to use everything women about you. And I'm not afraid to sit here and be a complete full woman. I will use every
turn. What is you doing talking? It's my turn.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Figured it out. I'm getting like Kiki now. But wait a minute. Now. Nisha said a lot, but it sounds like she got a lot of baggage when she talks. Y'all both y'all both got to talk about that. Sound like woo, girl, woo, 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 woo. I'm just saying, it ain't got nothing to do with me, and I ain't paying it. I don't want to hear it. You having problems with your baby mama and all, that's your business. It ain't mine. I don't care. As long as she ain't popping up in my face. Because I ain't talking to her. Either I'm walking away. I don't got time. I'm now I don't got time for that. If you got bills to pay and all, I ain't got time to be listening to your baby. You gotta pay child support for 8, 9 kids and all that kind.
When you gonna find out?
About it ain't none of my business because I'm not gonna pay it.
When you gonna find out though?
It ain't.
I don't, when I get in our conversation, he might mention it, but I'm asking why you telling me.
Right. That
Ain't gonna
part.
help.
I don't know you
I
like that.
don't
How you
care.
want to know that about
I
you?
mean, we can
That's
have
crazy.
wait a minute, we can have regular conversation, but when you start telling me something about that ain't none of my business and I ain't got nothing to do with, I mean, I'm saying this about me and him. All that you got going on with her is y'all's business. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't like to hear all that stuff. What you got going on with Tina ain't none of my business. Just
And so
like whatever
you
I got
tell
going
him
on
that he
with
should be the
James,
same way,
whatever
right?
I got going on with James ain't none of yours.
Okay, so when you tell him that kind of shit,
Anyway.
good too then, right? So when you start saying all that, he should say, I don't want to hear that shit. They ain't got nothing to
That
do with
part, because I ain't going to tell them. Because
Oh,
sometimes you run your mouth too much and people judge you off of things that you say to them.
I'm
They
telling
start
you.
judging you about things that you tell them. Don't tell them none of your business.
Showing
Because
their
my
whole
mom
hand
always
right off
told
the
me
bat.
that. My mom always told me that if the nigga ain't got nothing to do with it, he ain't doing nothing about it or whatever. It ain't got nothing to do with him.
I
Then
don't
you
know.
don't tell him about your, because men got a tendency of asking you how many, well, what went on in your last relationship. That's
Y'all
up
looking
for
for
discussion.
relationships.
Be-
Y'all just looking for
I
somebody to
can't
fuck.
talk. I'm saying I don't want you right after me. What I'm saying is you know people judge you off of things that you tell them. They start judging you. Men and women don't think the same. They don't think the same. You tell them something, you be judged by it. Just like when a man's telling a girl something, now she judging you from that because it seemed like when it's a breakup, this person is talking to you always blaming the other person, always blaming the other person. Like they ain't got no. Now you wondering like, oh, so she was all that bad and you ain't do nothing. See, I don't want to know. They use that mess against you. Right? So wrong or right, he don't got nothing to this new person that you dealing with or who you meeting or whatever ain't got nothing to do with what happened between you and Tanya. Or I mean, excuse me, between you and John, or you got something to do with the vice versa. I'm not saying what Nisha's saying is wrong. I just think it's on a different level. You know, you can see things, you can get one subject and make it out a whole bunch of different little things. That's all I'm saying. In conversation, things will come up, but I'm gonna act like you ain't say it, really, because it ain't got nothing to do with me. Because I don't want to get no feelings about it. I
Facts.
really don't. As long as you ain't talking about you called her bees and hitting on her and all that, because I ain't that type. I'm a full Taurus. So
Okay, I'm confused though, full Taurus, because I'm a full Taurus too. So my question is, are we
I
looking
know you are.
for,
So,
are we looking for someone to fuck? Because if we
I don't know what the situation might be.
we talking about a whole
What
different.
time is it? It ain't might not be after 12 yet. And if it was after 12, I'd tell you.
Let me ask you
Oh,
this.
it's after 12.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It might be.
If
It
we
might
building
be.
relationships, then when do we come clean? And
You gotta
when are
answer
we
the
trying
first
to
question.
have a whole different conversation where me and Nisha at? Because if we just trying to be fucking around, then I'm on y'all side.
No, you could be trying to get into a relationship. Ain't no
So
y'all. Don't put words in my mouth.
and be talking
Right. And it ain't no y'all because
and if we in
It ain't
love
no y'all.
in Jamaica and
It ain't no
Canada,
y'all. And no, the word fucking came up because you brought the word fucking up. I didn't bring the word fucking up. You
No,
did.
you in love, Queen. And I want to talk about where you at to get in love, Queen. And
No,
get
no,
at.
you said the F word, which
Right,
normally
because where you at talking about this, everything else.
No, I said
and
it ain't got nothing.
where you at.
It
You
ain't
in
got
a whole
your
relationship.
business ain't got nothing to do with me because I'm not gonna help you with it. That's all I'm saying.
You're in a relationships, Queen, and this and everything else that we talking about is getting to where you're at. So you're not where we're at. We're talking about meeting people and trying to decide where we're gonna go. You're already in a whole human relationship.
But baby, sister, you did say the word y'all and you said the word effing. And all I'm saying is I don't care what the situation is. Right, I am in love, very much so. In lust and love, all
You're
that.
not on the same level. That's all I'm telling you.
No, but what I'm telling you is I don't care if it's him. Your situation, whatever you dealing with, bet not come to me when I'm here. I don't want nothing to do with it. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna live my life the way I want to. And I treat
Agreed.
your relationship or whatever you dealing with ain't got nothing to do with me. That's all I'm saying, because nobody better not approach me.
You
That's
can't
just all I'm
approach
saying.
you as a married woman, as a single
But I'm
woman.
just saying,
You're not
whatever.
dating.
I live in Delaware.
You're not dating.
I'm still saying what I'm saying. No, I'm not. But at the same time,
Because you're not dating, Freedom. This is only for women that are dating.
okay.
So you
I'ma be
can't
quiet.
you don't have a stake in this one.
Okay, baby. I'm gonna be quiet because Brother Lies up there saying Sister Freedom. Elsewhere he's saying shut up, Sister Freedom.
Because you're not dating. If you was dating, then it would be different. But because you're not dating, you can't have a fight in this one.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not
Let her
having.
fight. They want to fight me. They want to fight me because I ain't got
I
no
know that
frown on my
Taurus.
face.
I know that Taurus because I'm a
No, it's
Taurus.
not about you fighting you because you got a frown on your face. We're saying as women that date, women that don't date, you're saying about dating and you're married. So you can't say, we're saying, because I'm confused at this point. If we are dating and we're saying bringing baggage into a relationship, are we talking about trying to have a relationship or are we just around?
No, we're not. And we're not even talking about fucking around. How do you put, like, how do you equate that with fucking around? Because I get invites out with plenty of people that I do not fuck around with. And this is one of the reasons why I don't let you. Hold on. This is one of the very reasons why I do not let a man pay for my things if I don't have no plans in furthering the relationship or conversation even with him. We are going strictly Dutch because I need to sit here and see some things, but I'm not against having a good time because that's what you do when you meet people. I'm going with the expectation to have a great time. To get a good time, I'm expecting for this to be memorable. We are going on a second date for sure, or a second get to know, greet and meet for sure, right? And if we never make it that far, it's okay too, because you know what? I made sure before we both left, we had the bestest timest ever, so that you don't always get that in your mind that everybody you go out with is a bad experience just because it didn't work out. So what? It didn't work out, but we had a great time nonetheless. Did we not? Did we not? Yes, we did. So then you don't always have to further everybody that you meet. You ain't always got to take that to round two, to the next level. Some things is just that on a surface level until you find somebody that you want to go a little further with and get a little deeper with. It's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. But don't give off those cues. I'm not going to ever give off a cue to say, hey, I want your money and I don't have no money. Oh, I want your things and I can't produce those things. That's not the way that goes. That goes that we have just met. We decided, hey, we are going out, and guess what? We are going to have the bestest time ever on me. And then that's exactly where my mind is. If you put me in a space too deep, I know I ain't going on a second date because you don't even know how to just relax and unwind without laying all your shit on a person. God damn, don't lay all your shit out on me. I'm not even interested yet in getting on what you talking about, what you got going on. I'm interested in all of these problems that you have. How are you dealing with these things? Are you meeting people just to talk about your shit and lay your shit thick on people like that? Then you met the wrong one from the jump. Because I'm not gonna let you do that. The minute that conversation get too damn deep, it's a wrap. I'm gonna excuse myself like in the good fashion that I know. I'm a whole lady through and through. Pay the bill, tip the people, however, and I'm gone because it's just that way. It's just that way. And if they didn't like it, okay.
Listen, I was always told I don't care if somebody got $1 million, it ain't mine. That's their money. It ain't my money. I gotta make sure I got my own. So
Okay, it's Nisha's turn.
I'm sorry, Niche. I was just saying it behind what Gemini said.
I mean, I don't know really what else to say after all that I done said, but just to speak on it ain't my business, it ain't my business what they got going on. Now, I'm not saying you gonna spill your whole life story in that day, but some people, that's how some people vibe. Some people vibe with you're everybody's not the same. How people enjoy themselves is not the same for everybody. So it might be for you, but for me, I love good conversation. I do too. When I have, and so that good conversation, because of how I think, it's not going to be surface. So we gonna get into a whole lot of conversations. I can't do surface. That's why sometimes on these shows I just be quiet, because I can't do surface. So what I'm trying to say is, no, I want to know, because guess what? If I don't know you got a crazy ex, and me and you out hanging out, and I don't know nothing about her, how she look, nothing like that. I don't know nothing. So I'm caught in the blind, because now I'm wondering, she could be right in my face, right? She could be right, and I don't know nothing about what y'all had going on last week, last year, and she on one tonight. So no, I got to get caught up in that, because I don't know nothing. I don't know your record. Right? I don't know that you just got out of prison and on parole. I don't know none of that, right?
You don't know the about you.
I don't know. I don't know none of that, because I ain't asking no questions. We just having surface conversation, and I don't need to know that you just killed this person. You just raped this person. I don't need to know that. Because
I attract a man who kills somebody.
We just out to have a good time, right? So I don't need to know none of that. That's gonna come 6 months down the line when I done caught feelings for this pedophile, right?
Yeah, that's normally what happens anyway. He ain't telling you that mess up front.
Sure not.
But guess what? You ain't gonna never know if you don't know his name.
Cases ain't gonna get you in the parking lot.
What I'm saying is that if you don't even know nothing about somebody, Gemini said she don't even know his name till a couple of months. So how you gonna look him up? Because I want to know your name.
Girl, knowing me, I probably won't, because I already know me. And I'm a total trip, and hopefully he know that. And if he didn't know, it's better he know now than later.
But guess what? People will try you just to see what you about. So I
don't know what people try, because you got game, I got game. That's the way I see it. You bring your A game, I'm gonna bring mine always. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do like my pastor say. My pastor DJ Quick say, if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, boo.
Okay. I guess I ain't with the games, right?
So it's not a game, it's a lifestyle, hunty. Because this is the way I am through and through. Every single day that I wake up, right? There is, just like you don't have no other thoughts of being surface. I ain't got no thoughts about being that deep until I want to go deep. But ain't nobody gonna make me beforehand.
Who said anything?
You ain't gonna make me do nothing, right? I'm gonna do exactly what I'm doing.
She talking. Listen to how she talks. That's what I'm saying. She said, "You not talking about you." She said the man she's with ain't gonna make her go deeper.
But can Nisha finish so we can get all the way around?
Yeah, she can. Miss Going Deep, Dulcinea.
It's not about that. I don't take this life serious. I mean, I don't take this life for a joke, right?
We know.
And I enjoy myself, but that's me. Because you're gonna be how you is, and I'm gonna be how I am, but I'm still gonna speak my shit. Regardless, and you still gonna speak your shit. So
using bad.
And on top of that, right? I'm not. To be quite honest, though, to be quite honest, I'm really too, because my girls are bad. I think I'm the nicest one in my girl group. I think I am the sweetie pie of the girl group, because my other girls ain't giving them half the chance that I
Lord, my
would sit here
thing.
and give somebody, right? These women and men out here, I'm gonna tell you, they are bad. They are hard on people. But I see it so much that it's really not my thing. When I was married to Mister, me and Mister was all what almost, it was almost 20 years before he passed. But Mister was a sweetie pie because I'm so rah rah. Mister brought me flowers every single day until I said yes, I would sit here and marry him, right? He is the type of person that loved any and everything sweet. And guess what? I loved him to death, right? Because opposites attract, different things complement each other. Like I am, he was always like you guys, like you're saying, let me in the chat. Like he would always tell people, I married a gangster, right? My wife a gangbanger, right? It would just crack me up because he knew how to handle me. And if he didn't think he could, he wouldn't have never stepped to me from the beginning. So everybody got to be somebody's cup of tea first, because we all believe in attraction. And I don't attract nobody except the people that attract to me are the same people that I would attract to them. It's just that thing. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Every man ain't gonna see me and want me. Every man don't want me. Every man who see me, sometimes the first word come out my mouth, they be like, she ain't it. And it's okay.
That's right.
Rejection is okay. Things that people want the way that they want them is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. If you have a formula that works for you, do just that. And I got a formula that works for me, and I'm not getting ready to sit here and be knocked off my square for nobody. It took 50 long years to be on this square, right? And so guess what? I ain't moving nowhere from it, because finally, like some people were saying, they didn't know what they want. I know what I want. And hopefully the man that, that I settled in with, hopefully he is the type of man that knows what he wants too. And if he doesn't, it's okay. We'll talk about that. But later, in a deeper conversation, if we ever get that far.
Well, it's contradicting what Nisha's saying, almost contradicts a little bit what Dulcinea said in the past. Just a little bit, Niche. Just a little bit. But I'm going to let Dulcinea say what she said. And then when it's my turn, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. But go on, Miss D. Miss I Want It Deep. Go ahead, Dulcie.
Right. So all I would say about it is I just can't agree, and I would never teach my daughter to just go with the flow, because I've been that girl in my 20s. And when you're just going with the flow, what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up being the side chick. He's going to get with the girl that's not going with the flow, that's going to give him boundaries, that's going to tell him, hey, do this, do that, while you're going to be the fun girl on the side. So we can say that dating ain't that deep and don't get into those things, but I'm with Sakina. You don't get into those things if you're just trying to F him. But if you want something more than that, you have to go in and get those things, because he will surely just use you for the fun while he gets another girl that's like, hey, you're not going to be able to do that to me. And then he going to be like, well, my bad. I got a girl that's making me settle down or whatever. Now I got to get rid of you, even though y'all 2 years in. Or you'll just find yourself in between all his little relationships. But he will never define you as more than that, because you don't define yourself as more
I think you can't say Dulcinea, that statement right there. I think that you have, all the women on the panel have had a relationship, and a long-term relationship. So yeah, it does work. What you're saying only works for Dulcinea, just like what I'm saying only works for Gemini, right? There's no one size fit all.
Well,
So
yeah,
I have
I
had,
said what I would say to my daughter. I didn't say
being
what I would say to Gemini or Sister Freedom or Nisha or
I even
Sakina
have a
Rock.
daughter. Hold
I
on,
said what I would say
I
to
got one
my
daughter that's
daughter,
married.
and that
I
doesn't
got one
matter
daughter
that
that's married.
you would give
One daughter that's still a virgin,
someone different advice.
right?
I'm saying, as far as my daughter goes, I would never tell her just play around, just have fun, don't know his intentions, don't vet him. No, you want a family, you want something bigger than this, so you need to vet. You need to go deep and know who this man is, because otherwise he's just gonna use you. And that's what
Yeah,
I'm
but
teaching
that's
my
when
daughter.
you get.
Wait
That's
a
when
minute,
you
don't
get
say
there.
nothing, Gemini. Wait a minute, Gemini, because I'm next. I'm great. Get with her. Go ahead, Dulcie. You
But yeah,
done?
that's why I was saying that as far as when it comes to my daughter, I wouldn't teach her just go with the flow. Don't ask him if he wants marriage. Don't ask him if he has kids. Don't
I don't
ask
think
him
you
all
said
his
that.
goals in life, his short-term and long-term goals. I think that's a mistake, and that's something that you need to be talking to a man right off the bat so you can invest your time, because you should be investing your time only for a family.
Okay. Now you see how the narrative changed a little bit. Now is well, with what Nisha's saying is different in a sense than what you're saying. First of all, I'm gonna tell you why it conflicted a little bit. You said at first not to be having so much expectation, but you know people gonna lie to you. A woman to lie to you and tell you what you want to hear and not tell you the full story, and a man to get with you and tell you what you want to hear so he can get what he want and not tell you the full story. So it's all good. You can have all the conversation that you want with somebody, but that's not gonna stop them from cheating if that's the type of person that they are. They're not gonna just come out and tell you, well, if you get with me, I'm gonna cheat on you. That's not going to work. That's not even going to happen. So, you know, that's why I'm saying things get deep. When Nisha was talking about what you first said about getting with somebody, having all these expectations, if you big, if you little, if you small, if you this, you that, if you that, if you this. This conversation went all over the circus.
That's true.
One thing and went all over the place on everybody else's personal perspectives. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying, the person only going to tell you, and especially a man, only going to tell you what he wants to tell you. I don't care how much conversation that I'm going to have a conversation for 6 hours. It's going to be 6 hours full of lies of him saying he's the most perfect person, ain't did this, because ain't nobody going to tell you this, that, and another about them. I mean, if they really don't want you to know it. If they think that you're going to judge them a certain kind of way, they just not going to tell you. They're not going to. I know people that got 12 kids, but when you talk to them, they only talking about 2, and you find out later on they got 10 other children. You can talk to somebody, tell us blue in the face. They only going to tell you what they want to tell you. You need to be careful in what you telling them, because they're going to judge you by what you telling them. I'm just saying. I mean, all that I'm getting to know. Nah, you getting to know just what he wants you to know. I'm just saying, when you really know a person, you got to spend time with them and get to know them.
Slow it down.
You got to get to know them like that. And then you figure out, you ask people, you know, you want to really find out something about somebody, ask people, they'll tell you.
They'll tell you, won't they? That's true.
More so.
True.
More so. And other people don't always got to tell you the truth either. I'm just saying, it is what it is. I'm saying, when I say, you know, I have 2 daughters, and I told them what I think that they should know and what they think. I'm always going to tell my kids, don't tell all your business to somebody. That I'm telling you. And they learned that by their own too, by their own stuff. Men throw stuff in your face. And I'm not saying that women don't throw stuff in men's face, but from my experience, trying to be all goody, telling somebody this and that, about asking about your former relationships and all this here kind of stuff, they throw that stuff up in your face. And they try you on stuff you tell them too. Oh, I was had to do this for my husband. I had to do that for my man. I had to do this for my boy. All that stuff. Oh, honey, now they know little stuff about you. They might try to take you for granted. You have to be careful. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to know it. Ain't none of my business. I ain't helping you do it. So, you know, I ain't gonna help you in it. And your baby mama bet not come to me with no bull crap, because I ain't trying to hear it.
I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to hear it.
It is what it is. I'm not trying to hear none of that. You know, I'm an open book. So, you know, I'm one of them, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and let Sakina take her turn. But I'm just going to say, be careful what you tell somebody, because they take it and they, you know what I'm saying, use it to their advantage too. And believe me, people will tell you only what they want you to know. That's what I'm saying.
They sure will. That's a fact. Hey, you know what? That's a mean.
That's a fact. They only gonna tell you what they want you to know, unless you see it.
And sometimes, as women, we'll tell you stuff that we want you to know. Sometimes we'll tell you what we don't want you to know, just because we trying to keep up some shit, and that's the truth, right? And that's just to keep it going. And that's honest. That's why I use that example, saying that we run up behind niggas we know ain't no good, just to keep the other woman from having them, knowing he ain't no good. We don't want him, but we don't want her to have him. Right? We do stuff like that, and we tell them all kind of stuff, knowing that we might have made it up, saying he did this, he did that, all this kind of stuff. And we do that kind of stuff. And then at the same time, just because we mad and we see all this kind of stuff now, we at a new negative bottom. And it ain't us, it's just the new generation. But at the same time, we got all these at the same times, I'm gonna say. But long story short, we don't want to hear about baggage, but again, the definition of baggage, I'm not really clear on, because
me too. I'm kind of confused on it too. That's why it goes all over the place.
Right, because we went from baggage, and then we went all the way into the definition of baggage, and then we went to it started off with
definition. We got a whole bunch of different definitions. We ain't never got the one the person was actually talking about.
Right. So for me, before I even want to go out to a meal with somebody, I might want to conversate with this person on the phone a few times to even decide if I'm gonna go to this meal with this person. Because by the time I see what you look like and how you eat and carrying on, I might be done with trying to.
And that's a fact, Sakina. And that's a fact. That's a fact.
Like too fast. I'm a Taurus too.
Yeah, you smack
too fast. I don't want to go with them.
You might talk with food in your mouth, and you know what I'm saying. We look at a whole lot of things, right? And
yes, we do. Oh my goodness.
Want to go out to the lakefront. It's 10 o'clock at night, and that might be a beautiful scene to you, but I'll be thinking murder and all, you know what I'm saying? I think all kind of crazy stuff. So no, you know what I'm saying? So we gotta, especially me, I'm the overcautious kind of person. I be wanting to take your license plate down and give it to my family and all kinds. So yeah, it's more than just baggage. We at this be careful state. Now, y'all done really scared me with this super gonorrhea, like superheroes and carrying on. So yeah,
That's what they said. It was super gonorrhea.
Because you already know me. He can have one of his shoulders up too high, and I don't want to date you. So
I don't want to be talking to somebody. We already got that saliva gland that squirt out when we talk every once in a while. You gotta go, oops, excuse me, and then you eating with people and you trying to have a conversation and accidentally, spit a little bit. You chewing with food in your mouth. You might not cover your mouth. We got just pass by and people talking, and people might turn. They don't even cover their mouth when they say it. Don't spray it, hide it, don't divide it, and we got all these kind of things going on. Manners and mannerisms. It's all kind of things. Skeptics, and and hey. I got to think about all that. And I don't know if you think about it, but I got to think about it. And, be like, before you know it, my mind raised me. And this, how I don't mind telling my age, but when I was growing up, you had to have at least a quarter to call a cab fare or bus fare and either go somewhere, and this was to say going on your own. So look where we at now. If I got, what I'm saying? So this was back then. I had to raise my girls on this same intentions. If you didn't have your own dime or your own cell phone, your own car, at least cab fare, and this is the same way we raising our daughters and nieces and further on. So we talking about dating and making sure he ready and baggage, and we don't know what baggage is. And if you don't want to hear his baggage, you got to make sure he don't want to hear your baggage. And sometimes we taking it, we going in talking about something. Hey, my light bill due tomorrow, my phone bill due tomorrow. And if this nigga come up with that money, don't tell me you ain't turning it down. But you don't.
Yeah.
You don't
all money ain't good money.
But but you want to see if he ready to hear a little bit of your baggage and see if you can get a few dollars. So ladies, come on, let's stop fronting.
You stop fronting, boo. You on your own with that last statement,
No,
honey.
I'm just
Because
saying.
I don't play no games. I'm not. First of all, I'm not even gonna ask no
I
man.
do it, but we're not finna act like we don't see it or hear it being done.
We do. I got girls. They hard on a person. They gonna talk about the light bill the minute they gonna do it. They gonna talk about the light bill and the gas bill and the cell phone bill off the bat.
That's what I'm saying was the bottom line. So with that, I'm gonna pass it to you, sister. Go ahead. Right.
That it's true. No, what you saying? I mean, I do because my girl group is exactly like what you're describing, right? But again, that's the difference between when you know you versus other people, because other people don't set the standard for what should be, right? I mean, literally, one of my girls in the girl group, when I realized that, because she's a little younger, um, when I and I me just being me, and don't even let me get a few dollars, right? I'm this side of the bar. Everybody get a shot, right? I'm just me. I'm not even really looking for hookups or anything. I'm looking for the drink and the good time. But my girl over here, she was looking for the dudes, and I didn't know that, right? I didn't know that. I just thought that, hey, every time we go out, we kicking it, but really we going to spots where she may think a dude was appropriate at, and she would want to hook up. And I would always rain on her parade with my shit, right? And then I happened to look up and I'm like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. I didn't, when I caught myself, right? I didn't mean to rain on her looking for these dudes to possibly pay her bills. I hadn't even thought about it like that. But the truth of the matter is, there are women that do think like that. And when they go out with me, I'm their cover, right? I've learned that I'm the cover because I'm not looking for nothing when we go out. So I'm the cover to sit here and write. And when we get more people and break the ice, Zoom, they can, bam, they can zoom right on in and get whatever they're looking for from whoever they're looking for from, right? But that's not something that I knew right off the bat. I had to adjust myself to that way of life because a lot of women are like that. So what I just decided to do was, when she wanted to go out, I would just politely make up something and have something to do, because now that I know that every time we go out, you are expecting a phone number. I'm like, yikes, that's not the same reason why I went out. And sometimes I can get with the program, sometimes I can't. If I want to hang and I know how she is, then I'll go along for the ride. And if not, then I'll, make up something and find something else to do, that's more suitable, because I'm not looking for the hookup. But I get it. I get it. There are lots of people like that, both men and women, looking for the hookup, looking for their bills to be paid day one, right off the bat, to see who the trick is, and that's what they do. But I'm not gonna even knock they hustle like that either. None of them. I'm not the moral police, right? So whatever it is that they do, they know the type of men that want to trick and pay bills, just like men know the type of women that want to trick and pay his bill. It's the same thing. But if that's what they do, then that's what they do. I ain't got no dog in that fight, because that's not where I'm coming from at all.
Okay.
All right, good sister Dawsonelle.
No, it's me. But
It's Nisha's turn.
Yeah. I think the bottom line for me and how I just see it is
he gonna lie to you.
No, I'm glad you said that, because no, it's not. First of all, if you ask the right questions, you can have a 3-4 hour conversation, right? In the midst of having fun. So whatever you consider fun. And if you asking the right questions, you can learn a lot. You can learn a lot. And if you ask questions another way, you can learn a lot. Because
okay, I'm sorry.
Because you know
right. Come on, please, Sister Freedom.
I said I'm sorry. He lied. I'm sorry. I'm put on mute right now.
He know he can lie to you. That's why. He know that, oh, I ain't got to tell her this, I ain't got to tell her that. She inquisitive. She don't want to know nothing. So I could just tell her anything. But somebody who's really trying to understand you, he know and he see how you are. He see how you talk to him. He see what you talking about. Then he's going to look at you differently. So for me, it's not about the kikis and ha-has all the time. That's fun. But for me to say that, okay, we going on a second date, third date, fourth date, I'm gonna want to know who you are, and I could do that throughout it. But I'm not just gonna be so blind to who you are. I'm not gonna be so blind to the situation that you got going on because I want to know. Because even in that having fun, whatever you have done, whatever you might have just did, can affect me. So I just want to know who a person is. Period. And I'm gonna ask questions. And if they don't like it, then that's not the person for me.
And
Just,
were you done, Nisha?
yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
And I wasn't even just talking about asking questions or telling people or whatever. I was talking about expressing your boundaries, letting someone know up front, because what Sister Freedom was saying, like, oh, you would get cheated on. What I'm saying is you're not even going to get to the point where he cheats on you. You're going to be a placeholder. He's never going to define the relationship.
I didn't say that.
Well, no, I would say, yeah, you were saying with telling someone and you won't know from the bad if they'll cheat on you.
No,
I'm saying what I'm saying is, let me finish and then you can address it afterwards. Let me finish. What I'm saying when I say that you don't want to play the fun role and just be playing the fun role forever is because our generation, they will use you as a placeholder. He will never be in a relationship with you to cheat on you because you never actually expressed, I want a relationship, I want marriage or anything like that. They used to tell us that when we just first started dating. Oh, don't you start talking about these things because these things are Debbie Downers, and the men will be like, it's Debbie Downers. Then the girls be like, well, I was with them for 5 years. Another girl came along. They got engaged in a couple months. What happened? Well, because you're too busy thinking it's Debbie Downer to put your boundaries down and say, this is what we're going to be. And now he's just using you because you're fun. You're a good date to go out with and all this other stuff. But he doesn't want to be with you like that because he wants someone that's going to show their boundaries. That's going to say they have goals, short term, long term, and different things like that. So what I was just saying is I would teach my daughter that putting your best foot forward is not always just being like, don't be the Debbie Downward in the situation talking about the future. Right. No, if talking about the future runs him away, please run.
Him run.
Because our future is important to talk about.
Right.
And so is it my turn? I can't let y'all lie on me. This thing changing. I keep telling y'all to keep changing. First of all, let me just say this to Nisha. He gonna lie. Dustin deep behind, right? This whole mess about some listen, if a person's a cheater, he gonna cheat. Then he gonna tell you, well, I see you want a relationship, but I'll cheat.
Right. Fact. Oh my God.
I'm saying you can ask all the questions, talk to me. You already know. You've been through relationship. It ain't your generation, it's all generations. If that's how he is that way.
Period.
You know, like that's not gonna change because you saying all that you saying. You can tell somebody, well, I do want a relationship, and that person can sit right there, look at your fat behind and all that he looking at with you, talking about something. I want a relationship too. How many things we done seen where men got whole wives at home and stuff? They saying they want a relationship. They do want a relationship. They already in one. And they do want a relationship. Are you serious? But they still going to. I don't know where this fairy tale fantasy coming from. Y'all talking about
that don't mean all men cheat though. So
saying. That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep changing it from one word. Y'all take one
You
word.
saying baggage, and now you saying
Baby, I'm not. I never said baggage right now while I'm talking. Though you gotta let me finish. Like y'all keep telling me, but I never said baggage. I wasn't the one that brought up baggage. But I'm just saying I went on that, because the word was out there. But I'm just saying right now is what I'm saying off of what Niche and Dulcinea is saying. And I didn't even bring up no baggage. I'm talking about, and you do need to, if you want to get back at the baggage thing. But what I'm saying is you can't stop a person from being who they are. You know what I'm saying? I have told my daughters all the good princessy stuff that you probably want to tell your daughters. But what I'm saying is that I speak truth to light. And I'm still going to tell my girls, I don't care what that the nigga tell you. You don't tell him your business. You don't tell him your business. People throw stuff back up in your face. And you can say all day long you want a relationship. People could tell you they want a relationship too. And then you find out months later, he married with 3 kids across town. I'm telling you, I have a relationship, okay? That don't mean they're gonna say, well, not all the time they say I'm not really ready for a relationship right now. Sometimes they tell you I want a relationship too, and they could be telling the honest God truth. In about a year, I want a relationship. They just didn't add the in about a year on there. He just gonna say to you, I want a relationship too, but he ain't say in a year. I'm just saying I live in real world. You find out things. You just, what I'm saying? It is what it is. I don't know this about when Dulcinea was saying about you gonna end up being because you want to have fun, you're gonna end up being
single and alone and a side chick.
I don't get that. I don't see what that's got. Because if I'm telling you I just want to have fun, we're not talking about no relationship. You know what I mean? We're not having fun. I don't know where all that's going. It's just crazy to me.
It does sound crazy. I swear it's so judgy on top of that too. It's like
wait a minute, a person can only do to you what you let them. If you find out this nigga's illin', then just leave him alone. He's sickening. We are beautiful women on this panel. We don't gotta take nothing from nobody. I'm straight to people. I don't care. And somebody, listen, the meaner you are, the more you keep them. Do you realize that? The nicer you are, the more they take advantage of you.
Facts.
I'm a don't give a fuck person. I straight say it. I don't care. I don't care. So if Rainbow do whatever, I be laughing at that shit for real. Cause see, now you got to wonder what I'ma do. I'm serious. I don't care like that. I love you, but I love you. Yes.
So if Rambo cheated, you don't care?
If Rambo cheated, first of all, I ain't gonna know about it. He live in Jamaica and I live in Delaware. I don't know. And I'm saying, yes, I would. If he told me, I'm gonna feel some kind of way about it. If he told me.
Exactly. So that's all I think Dulcinea or Nisha.
No, exactly. But I don't think he crazy enough to tell me.
And you wouldn't tell him either. So at that point,
that's what I'm saying. Some things need to be kept to yourself.
Exactly. So all she was saying, if I can get her right, is if we were to tell our daughters about not saying or what to say, was to tell our daughters to, when you're dating, at least try to pick out or try to not tell a nigga or date a man with these things in mind. Not to be just to pick out a date.
No. Are you saying don't have negative thoughts from the gate?
No, not to pick out these men with these things in mind coming out the door. We want you to look at these men and be able to decipher these kind of things. If these men have these kind of things going on, these kind of things, we're not, everybody has.
How would he know what he got going on?
Because when you're dating these people, these are the things we are looking for. Because if you're going in a relationship knowing that this is what you want in the end, you're not dating somebody just to say, I'm dating you. You looking
Yeah.
for a long term.
Okay, what I said was even if she say she want a long term, she wants a relationship, right?
When
Even
you
though
started dating
that
Rambo,
don't
did
mean
you
it's
date
gonna work.
Rambo just to say I want to be dating Rambo, or were you dating Rambo to see if you were going to have a marriage in the end? Because all we when
That might be a
my
fact.
mom raised me to be a wife. My mom didn't
Right.
raise me to
Every
be
mother does.
a friend.
But I'm still saying, but it's a difference. I shouldn't even use Rambo because we've been since I was 21. That I
Exactly.
mean,
So my mom raised me to be a wife.
years.
My
But
mom
when
raised me to be a wife in the end. I was raised to be a wife, not
right,
nobody's girlfriend. Dawson Air saying she's raising her daughters to be a wife. Yes, we are.
everybody do.
Exactly. So what she's raising her to be is to
I
not
say I'm with you.
a good date, to be a wife in the end.
Right,
So
that
with
we
that,
do.
okay, so in the
We can
end,
raise them good all we want to, but that doesn't mean that the other person was raised good to shut. Listen, let's keep in mind what kind of men we as
we're
black women
about
normally
somebody
like.
else, what they raise. We just trying to have them pick the best man to do the right thing. We are not arranging marriages no more. So we are just trying to make sure our daughters do the best thing. Like Jill and I said, she still has a virgin daughter. So with that being said, you are trying to make sure your daughter picks the right kind of men, to date the right kind of men, to make the right decisions. Not to go out here and just be picking men and picking men and picking men and picking men until she decides. Hell, she might go through a lot of bad choices.
I ain't bringing, wait a minute, King Case. I ain't bringing no bag. What baggage?
What?
I ain't
Right.
saying no baggage.
Listen, by not knowing these men and dating these men, who knows what the fuck baggage is at this
Gonna know
point?
somebody
I
tell you
don't
be
know.
around
Baggage could be her being 21 and having a boyfriend at 21 with 2 kids. That could be baggage for her. Baggage for her could have a boyfriend at 21 and already has suicide thoughts. We don't know what baggage is at
How
this.
would she know that he ain't gonna tell her?
Because he would tell her. We don't know. She could find out on accident. She might find out that he go out every weekend and drink. That could be baggage for her, especially if she don't drink. Baggage for her could be a man that smoke weed and she don't. We don't know what baggage is.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying. So
No.
because she don't know, because she don't know him.
I'm
Because
agreeing
we
with
don't
you.
know him. That's what baggage is. We making this out of more than what it has to be. Anything she don't do is baggage.
And don't forget that part. Don't do it.
That's all we seeing is for her to make the best choices, because she didn't raise her daughter to be single all her life. She raising her daughter to be somebody's wife.
Okay. Let Truist speak.
Go ahead. I'm trying to make me a cup of coffee. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Don't put no sugar.
I put sugar on my coffee. So please, thank you.
Peace and love,
Hi,
ladies. How are you?
Hey, Truist.
Great show earlier. It was very, very much needed. It was for a good cause. We need more shows like that are actually meaningful. This conversation, I understand both sides completely. I just see with my generation and the younger generation, younger than me, I tend to see a lot of times words of affirmation and people trying to pick up on behaviors via words tend to lead people in the wrong directions. I think we should start focusing more on the behaviors and actions of people and focus less on what they say, and focus less on fishing for words of affirmation. Because to me, vetting, I get it, but to me it sounds like a lot of the vetting that's being talked about is verbal vetting, when I think the vetting should be more focusing on the behaviors of the person that you're pursuing whatever you're trying to pursue with. Because like a few people said, someone can lie to you. And honestly, when someone feels like they're under pressure, they're more liable to lie to you just to try and get whatever it is they're trying to get out of you. Like as a man, and I know women that do it as well, but mostly us as men, we'll lie and say whatever it is that we think a woman needs to hear in order to get what we want. Feed her a whole bunch of sweet nothings, you know? And I think it's more important for women. I know what I'm going to instill in my daughter, if and when I do have one, is to say, fuck what a man says to you. Don't give a shit about what a man says to you. Pay attention to what he's doing.
What he do?
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
Like, I think we need to kind of hone in and focus on that more than words of affirmation. Actions of affirmation should be more focused on.
Well, let me share this with you. True is, you know, again, I'm not a woman that needs that needs to, nor feels like I don't need to show my full hand anywhere about anything, right? So I can go much deeper in this conversation. However, I just choose to sit and stay surface, right? So we can go into a whole lot of different psychologies or different behaviors or a lot of different things about men, right? Men is something that some of us know really well, but however, there's no need to expound upon those things, right? Because we're just at a tiny bit of a corner with this conversation. And you can see already there is lots and lots of discussion, even even on the surface things, let alone getting really deep about a conversation and a real relationship and what it takes to actually have one. I think if we were to go ahead, Freedom, what you saying?
And nobody's perfect. So, you're going to get into something throughout the relationship. It's going to be some bull crap, but it's just how you deal with it when you go through it.
Right. And meeting people, granted, it's not always the easiest thing. But again, I think I brought this up earlier when I said, sometimes when people go out with other people, there's a motive there, right? There's a motive, some sort of weird underlying motive always, some sort of weird underlying expectation other than just to go out and actually observe people in their raw. Bring that wall down so that you can sit and get to the meat and potatoes if that's what you're choosing to do to go forward. But no, don't bring all that heavy, deep stuff first off. That's a lot. That's a lot to spill on a person because you actually need my permission for you to drop off your baggage. You can't just drop your baggage off on me because you feel like that's the way a relationship should go. I'm not going to let you do that. You drop your baggage off on me, I'll be making sure you get dropped off at the next stop smoking. I refuse to. I refuse to because there is a way to sit here and get to know people. There is a way to do it. So for the sake of this conversation, I'm not going any deeper. I'm staying right here on the surface where I need to sit here and stay. And that's that.
So True said words of affirmation. So as for me, that's not even the point that I was trying to make about communication. What I was because telling me this and telling me that about, oh, you know how to cook and this, that, and the other, you smell good, all that words of affirmation. I don't need that. What I'm talking about is the fundamentals of getting to know somebody, like what you've been doing the last 6 years. Things like that to get to know them. I'm still watching their behavior, of course, body language of that, all that goes with it. But the words of affirmation thing, it's not even about none of that. But if you're not paying attention and you just out to have a good time and all that, you ain't really, that's all you really caring about.
Hold on, Sister Freedom. It's me next.
I was moving around.
Oh, well, you came up on mute and we could hear your mic.
Oh, well, excuse you.
So it's bigger than, words of affirmation. That's nothing. That's like, that's nothing. I don't play those mental games like that. You just can't tell me anything and I'm just going to go for it. I'm talking about deeper. I'm talking about understanding. Okay, so you don't know nothing about his past. Nothing. This is what I'm talking about. Knowing who you are dealing with at the gate. If you ask nothing, you know nothing. Period. I don't care what type of front that they try to put on by acting a certain way. You had people that done been serial killers for years, and they go to work every day and been a good worker. So it's bigger than just surface for me, and that's just the bottom line. Go ahead, Dawson.
Exactly, Nisha. I'm with you totally because yeah, that words of affirmation is more so what I was saying in that dating thing. And he's telling you sweet nothings, and you're just like, oh, it's fun. He tells me things, and it's fun. But what I'm talking about is putting down boundaries. That has nothing to do with words of affirmation, because if I'm asking you your short-term goals, what you want from 6 months from now in a month, if I see you ain't putting nothing towards that 6-month goal, you ain't achieving that. I can move on to the next because I see your actions and you're telling me this, but you're not doing anything towards it. And as far as what I said about my daughter and putting boundaries, then when we tell our daughters they can put certain boundaries like, hey, you ain't getting none until we're on this stage or until we're engaged. You ain't getting none. He can say all he wants. If she sticks by her boundary, then if he ain't about marriage and engagement, he's going to move around. He's going to try to see, oh, is she really about that? Can I get her out of that if he's not about that? But if he can't, he can't. And he's going to move around. So there is a seriousness when you're about the boundaries that you lay down. So no, it's not just talking those boundaries. It's about being about those boundaries. And with the younger generations, I would say millennials down, we weren't about those boundaries and we were getting used the hell up because we weren't about establishing boundaries. And I will always teach the younger generations to establish those boundaries. Don't just go in with and glow with the flow. That's the worst thing you could do is act like this is a lazy river and just let it take you where it's going to take you. No, player. I know where I want to go. So let's talk about this because I know exactly where I want to go.
As my mom said, why buy the cow when the milk is free?
Provided I give it to you.
Okay.
Provided I give it to
This
you.
is
If I
the
give you the
freedom's
milk for
turn,
free, then it's
y'all.
free.
I think it's my turn now.
Why buy the
Y'all,
cow?
okay, but I'm just saying I agree with the truest. That's exactly how I feel. Actions speak louder than words, and the millennium that you live in. Well, just keep in mind, all of us have told our daughters to stay virgins till they got married, in other words. And all of us told our daughters, don't date no broke man. All of us told our daughters, have yourself set up, daughters and sons, have yourself set up before you get into a relationship. But people don't do it. I mean, very seldom. And with these young brothers, baby, you just mom talking to her. He talking to her with a magic, okay, that your little talk, that magic they be talking with is a whole different animal. When they get in these schools and all this here kind of stuff, they know these young boys know how to talk you straight out of what they want. So I mean, I see Niche got that look on her face, but actions. Listen. You gonna tell me these little young boys? Listen, we not even gonna act like we living in a fairy tale. Okay, reality always steps in the view. With the type of fine ass brothers, we be looking for the coolest ones in the school, all kinds of stuff. It happens. I mean, really, we all told our daughters and sons to stay, the fairy tale way. But reality steps into view. You talking about chemistry. You in the same class with a boy, and nature steps into view. You going through puberty. He talking all that sweetness. She ain't gonna find out. Listen, let me explain something what they tell you. Always have a third party there because then the whisperers start whispering in your ear what you think you can get away with and what you think you can't get away with. Okay? Come on, man. You can raise your kids. I've raised my kids real good. I'm very overprotective, wouldn't let them off the step. They didn't even walk across the street till they were damn near 14. My kids get right on here and tell you, oh my God. And guess what? They still did stuff. My dad raised me and I still did stuff. So I'm just trying to told you. I can just use me as an example. My own self. I have a 42-year-old daughter. So I'm trying to told you it can happen. And my dad is one of the ones that kept the switch over top of the door. So I'm just trying to tell you, I'm not saying everybody is me. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what is mostly me. I'm just saying, I'm with what Truist said. You got to watch somebody's action when it comes to you as an adult. You got to watch somebody's actions. But when you're young and you're going through certain different things in your life, I'm just saying, the boy is there, you is there, and nature's there. What you think gonna happen? Come on, you start the rubbing clothes, all that little stuff that y'all. I don't know where this fairy tale's coming on. Gemini, you might. Sakina.
No, it's Sakina next.
Wait, no, I said I'm just saying. I was just asking them what they agree with. I'll just ask Truist since Truist. Am I right about you don't gotta agree with all of it, but partly what am I right?
Oh yeah, when it's my turn to speak, I'm gonna dive deeper in what I was saying and what you're saying.
Right.
Actually,
I'm just saying. I'm asking you to answer me.
I agree. I completely
I'm just
agree.
saying we all, the truth always gonna come to fruition. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to look at yourself, and you look at what you done been through in life, and you say, when I have a daughter, I'm gonna tell her not to do this, not to do that, not to do this, not to do that. But guess what? We can do all that talking, telling this, that, and another, and then you get in that classroom with that boy. Unless we homeschool. I'm just saying, you get in the classroom, he cute, and and you like, oh, right. And then you got the peer pressure. All that playing. I'm just saying, we can all think the fantasy. We can all go on Cinderella and all that bull crap. But the newness all wears off and reality steps into view. Come on. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. Now, y'all can say what y'all want to say, but I got two daughters, one 39 and one 42. And believe me, I look like I'm their sister because I had my daughter young. So I'm just keeping it real.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. That's 100.
I ain't sending my baby no Afghanistan for no damn school. You don't know what's going to happen up there. They beat your kids. They beat your babies there.
Sakina,
I'm gonna come when it's my turn. I'm gonna come back. Yeah, come back around after Sakina.
It's the choice. It's Sakina. That's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Sakina's turn.
Okay. I'm sorry, Kiki.
Okay, well, I'm gonna roll with you, and I'm gonna tell you that I've raised my daughters, and I have 3. And again, I get what you're saying, and I can go with half of it. But again, we all know that no matter how our parents raised us, we're gonna have our own minds because we all go against the grain of how our parents have raised us, because we all feel like we, to a degree, know a little more than what our parents say until we get older, and then we say, "Mom, you were right."
You was right.
Because my kids come back and say, "Mom, you were right."
You're right.
Okay, so again, going back to Dawsonea, yes, we do raise our children to be mothers and wives because we don't want them. We do want them to date, and we do want them to look out for the same men that we were taught to look out for. The same ones that Truist wants his daughters to look out for. But can we stop that? No.
When you say raise, I don't mean to interrupt. When you say raising, you said we raise or we tell them. Raise and telling is two separate entities.
When you raise your daughters, that means that you're raising them. That means you're guiding them. You're telling them. You can say, call it what you want to, just call it.
Okay.
That's why Truist said, when we said the word vet, you see what I'm saying? We're using words, and then at the same time, that's why I said when we calling it agendas, but sometimes we say agendas and it's only one person involved. Truthfully, I sat on a board. I took board notes. I was a board secretary. When we say agendas, we know it's more than one person involved. So when people have agendas, you need to be scared because it's a whole lot of people involved in an agenda other than a plan. A plan might have a person or two, but when it's an agenda of people, you need to be worried because that's a whole bunch of people involved.
Okay.
So anyway, thank you, Gemini. But when we talk about this kind of stuff, agendas, regardless to this, so we do raise our children, especially our girls. We tell them as much information as possible on what to look out for, versus our sons, right? We tell them X amount, but then we leave them to the fathers to raise, and we only can warn our sons about X amount, especially when it comes to women. We tell them this much about a woman, and then we also tell them keep their attention for women, but we leave it up to the fathers for the rest. But when it comes to our girls, we try to tell them what to look out for in men, especially we tell the fathers to tell them what to look out on men, but we do the most of that. But again, girls, especially what you said, Freedom, when it comes to them boys, they'll turn their back on us when it comes to them boys. Why? Because we did it. So we already know that. That's later on. That's called the effect. So again, we are as mothers,
wizards.
We trying to tell our daughters as much as possible what it is to do, because we're not raising them to really be girlfriends their whole damn life. We're raising them to be wives. So this is what we're talking about. That's why I said when we talking about this, I forgot what we was talking about. But when, the dating thing or the baggage thing or whatever, because some of these boys have been having 4 and 5, 6 girlfriends by the time our daughters, I'm gonna use Gemini daughter at this point because she's the best daughter to use because she's still a virgin. So when you have a virgin daughter that's finna get out here with a boyfriend that might have had 4 or 5 girlfriends to her first boyfriend, she's the best example. Why? Because he might be a heartbreaker. He's the one that's gonna be, she's the one, you know what I'm saying? That's gonna be real new to this, where he's the one that might have all these experiences, all this other stuff, and she don't know nothing. She's the one that we need to be watching out for. We're telling her all of the things that she needs to look out for, other than all this foolery. She needs to look out for this type of game, this kind of foolery, all these kind of things on the first date. These are red flags. She needs to be looking out for this, not so much as all this. Don't be worrying about baggage. You need to be looking out for flags. You need to be looking out for these flags, these symptoms, these signs. A marriage is an accomplishment, but we're talking about going in the door. If she's trying to be in a relationship, not just a friendship before you get to the relationship. These are steps all the way through. But these are the things to know if she even want to be bothered to take this step to another step. Before somebody asks you to be their girlfriend, you need to, this is why we call it courting, and then go to that next step. So these are the things she needs to understand before she even want to take this to another step. These are all the things that she needs to look at. She is the one that's real impressionable. That other daughter that's a little older, she had to go through these same steps. And this is what we're talking about.
I'm proud of my girls. My oldest, when they have her baby, to first baby, she was 38. And my first daughter did what? If Kendra 39, Nene 16, she was in her 20s when she had her first child.
See,
with the same man. And my oldest daughter was a virgin forever. I didn't think I was ever going to get a grandchild from her. But it is what it is.
Right. So I get where we're going in the lateral, but in the beginning, I'm still like straddling the fence because we almost all on the same accord, but we almost going different again because of this baggage word.
Well, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not hung up on the baggage word, and I'm not hung up on a lot of things. Oh yeah. I think I'm hung up on truest word when he said the words of affirmation. Let me tell y'all something, because I don't know about no kids. I'm done talking about kids. Let me tell y'all something though.
That's right.
If I comb my hair and I put on all of my natural oil, and I did my makeup perfect, baby. And my clothes was cute. I did not come on a date for you to not to tell me that. I'm gonna need you to tell me I smell good. Ooh, your hair is beautiful. You look great. I'm gonna need you to say all them words of affirmation, because that's why I did all of that, right? That's how that's part of the
It was
ambiance. That's part of
already
the walk, the
talk.
get to. I'm gonna need all that. I'm gonna need all the words of affirmation, because hopefully when you step to me, I can have some words of affirmation for you too. Hopefully I can tell you, you smell so good. You look absolutely, you look good tonight, King. Hopefully I can use words with terms of endearment like King, and think you a hero or some sort of super person when you came to me. Because what in the world do I want with a dead personality talking about we going out on a date? What kind of sense does that make? So I'm gonna give you 100, but you come to me with 49. I don't think so. I'm turned up, and I'm gonna need a man that's turned up, right? And I ain't talking about turned up like wow, we all out of control, because y'all be taking words and y'all be running with it. I'm talking about I am alive, I am living, I am breathing, I'm a human, I'm organic, I'm natural, I got superpowers. Look, I got black girl magic, black woman magic, baby. I am the shit. And I need for you to be the shit right along with me. No matter what your job title might be, because we ain't talking about titles. We talking about you on the inside. So you don't feel like nothing, right? You gonna step to me, but you feeling like nothing on the inside. Oh, I'm gonna need you to fix all that. All of that. I'm gonna need for you when you sit here and meet me, act like you got a good head on your shoulders. Act like you know that you are the light that people need when you walk across the room. Now, if that's not your type and you want somebody a little bit shyer or a little bit less, then you roll with that. But again, I did not spend all them hours combing my hair and getting together for you not to tell me that I look good. That's not even the nah. You definitely ain't getting a second date if at least you don't tell me I smell good. Something.
Come
I
on,
mean,
true.
some sort of
That's
word
the
of
truth,
affirmation.
right? But he
I
wasn't talking about
mean,
that type of affirmation though. But that's good that you put it out there though. But he was talking about something else that niche,
no,
that
he was, but I'm taking that same
yeah,
word, yep, and just
the
using
word,
it
yeah.
for this
I know what
because
you're saying.
because I'm gonna need you to tell me all that, and it does matter.
It does.
And all those things does matter when we sit here and definitely go out. Don't be coming to me with all that low energy. Well, who
Mm-mm.
does that? I don't need your low energy, just like I don't need your baggage. Day one. I'm gonna be going on a date and you got low energy and you want to talk about bills or something crazy, your ex or something wild.
Somebody just did say you on the date, you gonna bring me your electric bill.
I mean, who does that? I mean, all these wonderful things out here to talk about every day. Every day. So for me, if you're gonna be a well-rounded person, I need for you to be just that. And when we're gonna talk and conversate, we're not talking about our personal lives. We're talking about things going on in this world, current events, and things that actually matter. We're not getting all deep in my business like I'm gonna open up my doors to you. And I damn for sure don't want you to open up your doors to me. You
Love you
better
too.
not let none of that baggage even slip out. I better not see a sock, because that's not where we at yet. So I'm gonna need you to bring all your worldly knowledge to me, and I'm gonna need to let's get this thing together. Let's see if we can build. Right? I'm ready. I'm looking for a builder. You need to bring me builder, Bob the builder energy.
Come on, Jack.
Come on, get the truth. Let the truth
Let's
go
let's
in.
do the thing. Even if our date does not end in a second date, or our meet and greet does not end up in a second one, at least you know that there are people out there that carry that same energy that you would want another person to sit here and have. It doesn't have to sit here and we don't have to agree about none of it at the end, but at least it was on the right note and the right footing, because some people, you guys are right, some people do want something a little bit deeper, going straight in the gate. However, it's just not my style, and you ain't supposed to dampen my day or night or lunch or brunch or whatever that happens to be at the
Mhm.
moment.
Okay, Truist, go ahead in. Go in, Truist.
Yeah, no, a lot of you ladies brought great points, especially what you just said, Jim, and I actually don't disagree with everything you said. I think letting people know how you feel about them and how you see them, it's very important. But I just know for me, and when I brought up words of affirmation, Sister Freedom was right. I was talking about it differently, which I'm gonna get to in a sec. But on the way you were just using it, for me, I just know in my experiences with women, in my generation, they hear beautiful, queen, you bad, all these kind of language that men use to sweet talk and silver tongue them all day. The way I stand out and the way I make my girl feel beautiful is by showing her. So right,
That's what I'm talking about.
if she like does herself up, dolls herself up, looks good, I'm going to show that I'm acknowledging that with physical touch or something that's an action more so than words. Sometimes, yeah, I may add words to the action, but the main thing that's going to make me stand out from other guys is the action I use to express how it is I see her beauty. Because there's things you can do to speak louder than words, you know. And I don't really want to get into all of that too much because I am at work, but I'm sure y'all all know what I'm talking about. And you guys will remember the guy who shows you how beautiful he thinks you are versus the guy who just tells you it.
I
Right?
need both. Tell
So,
me and show me. Tell me and show me. If your mouth is closed and I don't believe you, even if you got something in your hand, you could be telling me, you be trying to show me all day. But if you ain't told me to, oh no, I don't believe you. It gotta be you got to have that balance. You gotta tell a person and get to show a person.
right. But think about how many men throughout your life, right? Maybe just walking down the street have called you beautiful, called you whatever, right? And you may have ignored most of the men who have done that. But the ones that really caught your eye are the ones that showed it and you were attracted to them, of course. And I'm not talking about people that are harassing you, right, physically. I'm talking about the ones that you actually are attracted to that expressed it physically. You're going to remember those guys and the guys that just arbitrarily shout out to you or use words for the most part. But
well, I'm gonna remember both because I can remember if a person has not said enough. Oh, you know what? It's because by you not telling me, that means you haven't noticed things about me. And if you're not noticing things about me, then how are we on the same page again? Right? So showing me, okay, because there's sometimes a man can show you I currently I have a sister dating a guy who he shows her, and every time he buys her something is for her to wear or put on that he thinks she is, instead of sitting here even just
no. So I think that's
communicate.
where
So
the
I don't want you just to, you gotta
I
tell me
I
and
think
show
that's
me.
where I think that's where the disconnect is. I'm not talking about like showing with money or with monetary things. I'm talking about showing
Love and
with like
affection.
intimate,
Yes,
intimate touch, intimate action.
yes.
But I don't. So I'll get back to what I was originally referring to with the words of affirmation. So with words of affirmation, I'm talking about affirming the very things that you guys are saying you need to vet a person for, right? When you're saying you need to ask certain questions, right? The guy, he's going to affirm these things you're looking for. Because what do most guys in the friend zone do? Or what do most guys that play nice guy game do? I'm a guy, I'm around guys who talk shit all day. I've been the playboy before, right? We play something called nice guy game, where we'll sit and we'll ask you, hey, what kind of guy are you into? What do you look for in a man? Right? We'll fish just to see what it is that it is you're looking for in men. And then magically you'll start to see this guy try and mold and shape himself into this man that you told him you're looking for. You'll see him start to change his behavior or all of a sudden have these qualities of the guy you're looking for because he was fishing. Or a lot of times also when you mention the things you don't like in a man, Now the guy will say, oh, shoot, she doesn't like a guy who smokes weed. So let me hide the fact I smoke weed from her. She doesn't like a dude who sells drugs. So let me hide the fact I sell drugs from her. She doesn't like a guy who's in a gang. So let me hide the fact I'm in a gang from her. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, instead of you just keeping your mouth shut about certain things and just seeing a person's natural behavior and drawing and taking note and making your moves from there, right? A lot of times you can sabotage yourself by revealing your hand to a man who can try to hide certain qualities about himself once he knows what you want, or try to alter his behavior once he knows what it is you're looking for. So a lot of times, that's why I'm saying sometimes it's better just to keep your mouth shut, hide your hand, know what it is you're looking for, always know what you're looking for, right? But don't reveal everything you're looking for right away.
I've been saying that all night.
Don't reveal everything you're looking for right away, because people will try to mold themselves after that and fool you and trick you. That's what I was talking about with the words of affirmation. They're trying to affirm these things you are saying you're looking for.
Who getting tricked? Okay, only certain types of women gonna fall for a man. How can you hide selling drugs? I mean, what, you just oblivious? You ain't never you don't know where he work at? Like you don't know nothing. How you can't just hide things and hide things and hide things?
What? I know mad dudes that hide the fact they sell drugs. That's easy to hide.
It's not. Because it's easy to hide to certain women. Put it like that. Because to someone who's willing to be invested in you, those are not things that is. And also, he's not going to hide it if you the right person that he dealing with, because he already know that, okay, she might not agree, but I could tell her the truth. If he already know that he can't even be honest with you, then come on. It ain't really gonna go nowhere. It's no respect gonna be there. Because now he got to lie to you all the time. So if you lie to somebody on a constant basis, you don't respect them. So if you know all these people who lie by selling drugs, they don't really give two fucks, about the person who they dealing with, because they can be themselves around somebody that they do respect.
That's the point, but my point is, how would the person they're lying to know that they're lying? That's the point. I know people that work and sell drugs. I know people that do both.
Because you are not caring about what they got going on. You just going along to get along. Because if you are really invested, you're going to know what's going on. How can you be that blind? Are you serious?
And the truest, I'm next. Sorry.
Go ahead, though, Chanel.
Yeah, and I'm with you as far as that. And again, I think people are getting caught up with not what we said. And as far as being like, that's why you're thinking that you can get fooled by words. But like, again, I said boundaries over baggage. Boundaries are deeper than words. A boundary for my husband was not smoking cigarettes. Cigarettes will kill you. He was disgusted by cigarettes. I smoke cigarettes. It was his boundary to say, hey, you can deal with me, or you can move on and keep smoking cigarettes. What? How are you going to tell? Because he could smell it. He literally is not around no kind of cigarettes. So even if you brushed your teeth after, thinking that, oh, I brushed my teeth today, it's going to be good, he's going to be like, no, I can tell you smoked a cigarette. I can smell it on you, because I know that smell when I smell it. And I had to be like, you know what? I don't need to be smoking cigarettes anyway, of course. But I was like, hey, I want to deal with this dude. So I'm going to quit smoking cigarettes. I need to quit anyways. So this is my motivation to see what he's about. Let me quit. And then I haven't smoked a cigarette since. But it's the fact that when someone puts a boundary, you can't fake that. You can try to fake it. I could try and be like, oh, I'm going to quit smoking cigarettes, and then be like, oh, let me make sure I always keep some mouthwash and perfume. But at the end of the day, you're going to get caught. He's gonna be like, hey, that cigarette smell done came through that perfume. Stop playing with me. And he wouldn't stop dealing with me. So that's what it's about, which we never said just words, because words alone can't block when you have boundaries, because actions are required for your boundary. And I have the hardest actual love language, I think, for men to show, because it's acts of service. So it ain't your gifts, it ain't you talking or anything. It's about you have to actually be mindful that I just said something like, oh, I want to go to this place on a whim. And then you got to remember that. You got to be like, oh, well, she says she likes this or whatever. Or, I'm going to just take care of this where she don't even have to worry about it, because I'm not going to ask you, because my love language is acts of service. So I'm not going to ask you for anything. I'm not going to say words, oh, this or this. I'm expected that you're paying attention when we're talking in everyday conversation. And that's what actually led me to my husband, of what I love about my husband. So again, it's not the surface level of being like, oh, people can say whatever. Yeah, they can say whatever when you don't have boundaries. That's when they can say whatever. That's when they can pretend. That's when you can act like you don't know he drug dealing, even though he like Tommy, and you don't got no job, man. But anyway, like, you gonna know that something's up.
He could be working.
Paying attention, and you're
He
gonna
could
have
be
to go by your
working.
boundaries and not just by what you're saying.
My thing is, are we talking about people you live with, or are we talking about people you're dating and trying to get to know? Because if you're not living with the person, someone can hide a massive amount of things from you if you're not living with them. Like that, like it's really easy to do that. And then drug dealing, no, not everyone that sells drugs don't have a job. A lot of people that sells drugs have a job, and they clean up the fact that they sell drugs with their business or with the fact they make legal money. So I'm a little confused here. Are we talking about people you live with, or are we talking about people you're trying to get to know in the dating stage?
I would say we're mainly talking about in the dating in the beginning, but that's why I'm saying we're not really talking about their words, though we're talking about their actions and boundaries. But I didn't use anything to quit. I just quit. I wanted to deal with my husband, so I just quit.
Yeah, I mean, someone can easily hide their drug use, their criminal behavior if you don't live with them. I mean, you're only going to see them a certain amount of hours in the day if you're not living with a person. So they can hide so much throughout the rest of the day.
That's because we ain't asking questions and we're not invested. So we just, hey, I see you on Monday and I ain't gonna talk to you till Tuesday, and I ain't gonna, I mean, if it's like that, then of course. But if you're actually trying to get to know somebody, they can't hide that much.
So you think you're gonna find things out over the phone?
You don't. Why would I just be? That's what I'm saying. It's not just over the phone.
So you're gonna be with the person 7 days a week, even though you don't live with them?
No, you're not. But as you got to understand, of course, you cannot be with somebody like that if you're not living together. But the conversations that you do have, if they are meaningful, you will find out stuff.
You're going to see his money wrapped in a rubber band. Like, why you got your money wrapped in a rubber band?
It's not that difficult.
No, these dudes be having bank accounts because they got legal money too. That's what I'm saying. It's not the 80s anymore. We're in 2023.
We know
Dudes
that.
be having legal money. They have a whole Chase account.
I guess those words affirmation just do it for some. They don't do it for me. So no. That's some BS. You don't know. The people that don't know, they green to the fact of what selling drugs is or whatever you doing or getting high. They don't know how to tell if you high or not on different types of drugs. Those are the green females.
Damn,
well, not everybody grew up. Nobody grew up. Not everybody grew up in that kind of environment to know like the red flags with that. Like, there's a bunch of people that grew up in suburban areas. They grew up in areas where they might not know exactly what to look out for when it comes to that.
I grew up in the suburbs. I mean, if he on the corner, sis, if he's on the corner all day long, he not just chopping it up with his partners.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta get to
Hey,
working where I'm getting off the phone. I'm getting off the phone with y'all.
wait a minute. You remember Dave Chappelle said, baby, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, because this conversation had already went too deep. So y'all done already killed my joy. So I know I'm going to sleep. Right? You know, y'all done got all
I'm
deep into
sorry.
the intricacies and all of that the psychology of the relationship. I know I got to go.
Now,
Y'all done
I
put
have
me
one
in
question for you though,
deep
before
waters.
you
This
go.
is crazy.
Because you said you were one of the ones that was with Sister Freedom when she was saying lust is important and you got lust out after someone. So after you're lusting, isn't there a time frame of the lust where you want to power walk to the
Girl,
bedroom or no?
shit. You know what? Don't give me
You
the
lust
cussing,
after him
girl.
for long periods of time without
A
being
long
like,
period of time, baby. I'm gonna tell you, we had 99 problems, but sex was never, and lust wasn't never, and attraction was never one. Me and Mister got it in every. Lord have mercy. It was, yeah, that it lasts a long time, long time, long time. It don't
yeah,
go
I'm
nowhere. Just
talking
like,
about the initial wait period though. If I lust
yeah,
after
but
you,
yeah, yeah. For some people, it do. That would be sitting here saying that would be crazy. That would be like a woman asking, "Oh, so women can get more than one orgasm? Some women do, some women don't. Some women don't even get a orgasm, right? So yeah, you have levels to this. You have levels to this. Yes, and some people can stay attracted to their mate for very long periods, and some people call it the honeymoon phase. I don't exactly have an ending honeymoon phase. When I thought about him, Dave, when I married him, it was the same way I thought about him. If he was still alive right now to this day. And it was always like that. I never had a problem with making myself attracted to him and vice versa. There was not a moment that went by where he sat and said, "Oh, come on, let's get in." I was like, "No, because not never, not
yeah,
ever, never."
I guess I was just talking about, I guess with the younger generation, like if you're making a dude wait for 6 months, we look at it like you're not lusting after that dude. You made him wait for 6 months. That ain't lust. That's like you just dealing with that dude. You getting some food out of it or something. There's
You
no
know
way
what,
to wait six
Dulcinea,
months.
but you hitting on something. I'm gonna speak to your point right now. So, I had a person sit and say the other day, women make men wait 6 months, and then when they get it, it don't even be that good. So again, both men and women have a feeling about the wait time, and they both have a feeling about it. So when I asked, well, why would you wait? Why did you wait 6 months? They said, well, they like the person, right? They like the person, and they were willing to wait the 6 months. However, when that moment happened, it wasn't that great, and then they decided to sit here and move on, right? He didn't have no ill feelings about it. Like he didn't talk about the girl and bash her, none of that. He was just simply, stating that, he was made to be wait 6 months, and it wasn't that good. Sometimes it happens. It happens just
Exactly.
that way. Yeah.
And you made her wait a year and a half for sex with you?
I can see
Clarify.
that.
I,
Absolutely.
I,
And
I
those,
have a controversial question for y'all on what y'all was just talking about, right?
okay, good, because I got to answer.
Ladies, have any of y'all ever had a one night stand, or slept with a man the day you met him?
Mm, I don't, for me, I don't think I never have I ever. So
Yeah, I'm gonna fall on that one because I don't know how I would wake up
What
and
about
meet
the what
you.
about the week? What about the same week you met a man?
definitely the same week. I've
Okay,
done that twice.
okay.
I'm taking the shot both times.
Was that man was that man you did that with your ex-husband?
Yes, one of the two times, and the other one was the person that I still keep in contact. We're still friends. 99,000 years later. Yes.
Because my question was, I tend to find a lot of times I'll run into women who have had one night stands or gave it up to a guy fast, right? But when it came to the guy they ended up being with, whether it was married or got in a relationship with, they made that guy wait. But there was a guy that they gave it up super fast to. And my question with that is, what made that guy you gave it up fast to someone you were willing to do that with as opposed to the guy you married?
Probably because
Like,
they wasn't gonna see him no more. Because now, I got a friend, and I say, "Ain't nobody left." Cause she would give it up, boy, but ain't nobody left. But I think it's because they
That's
don't.
me.
You know what I'm
The
saying?
only
Because,
the only
yeah.
one night stand I ever did is because he was trying to do stuff that I wasn't understanding, and I'll just leave it like that. And I was like, I'll never talk to him again. But other than that,
You know,
everybody else, it was like a relationship after that. But I don't relate. Like, I gave it up to my husband fast too. So
yeah, and then you married him, so I think it'd be that. I don't know. I don't know if you call it I don't know, because when you wake up the next morning, I don't know how you be feeling, like, oh my God, this, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the wait period. I don't know, because I done been left because of some shit like that, when the weight gain. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I have too, plenty of times, girl. I keep telling you.
But it's like, because you gotta know me. You know what I'm saying? And even then, I done left somebody for that very reason, because I feel like you don't know me. But it's the thing about knowing somebody. You just like, you gotta know somebody. I say mess with who you know and know who you messing with. Right. And then that's when you go to that next level, and with this marriage and all this other stuff. So yeah, that's what makes that difference. And when you sleeping, you ain't sleeping with everybody. Like, you get a turn, you get a turn, you get a turn, you get a turn. I mean, honestly, it's got to be deeper than that, right? Because
you gotta like really lust after them and want them. But for me, I never understood like what you were saying. The truth is that to get with someone that you don't lust after or want like that, I never understood that. I get it. There are people that are like, the difference is they lusted after one person and the other person was the more practical choice and stuff like that. But I've never separated the two. Like, I'm gonna have to lust at you and you be practical. I can't just be like, oh well, you make 6 figures, you do this, so even though I'm not lusting after you, I can still be with you. I just never could do that.
Yes,
exactly. I think some women, they got. Sorry, go ahead, Sakina. My fault.
No, I'm saying I could see where Renegade Jay saying it, because it is a lot of women that's right now, they got more buckle holes in their belt than men right now, because that was a man's thing when they could have more buckle holes in their belt, but now women, they got more holes in their buckle holes in their belt than men do at this point. That was one thing. And like in BLS, and he was with a woman for 9 years. She gave it up the first night, and they still together. I mean, that's that one thing when you give it up to somebody first night, and then most of the time, if they sleep together that night, they was together that whole weekend, and then the next week they was together. And that was that kind of stuff, because nobody back then was like messing around like that. They were trying to see where it go. But then you got this one thing that happened. I think they called it "What's Up" or I forgot what that era was called. What did it do, or what did I don't remember, because I was still married. But they was calling it what do you do, or what's going on, or what's up, or some kind of mess like that. And then the next thing you know, everybody was I hook up, and a friend of mine left their butt, before the real butt thing came out. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Before they started doing the butt lifts, they had this plastic booty. And girls were putting the black, and a friend of mine, you let your friends spend the night at your house or whatever. And
you talk about the BBLs?
Yeah, before that came out, it was one that you could like honestly like put on yourself and whatever. And so I went to babysit her kids, and she stayed at my house, and I went to her house and babysit her kids. And so when she called me, I went home, and then she left her ass on my house, and so I had to call and tell her to come. Yeah, I'm just and I was like, girl, you left your ass. Yeah, because you had to put it on, you had to put it on. And then when so it was just, this kind of shit. So yeah, I'm just saying, I be rambling, but I'm just telling y'all,
Yeah, what Dulcinea said, I
can't deal.
Listen, I'm just trying to tell y'all the story. But it was she left her ass on my bed when she spent the night, and men did it too. They had their friends spend the night at their house, and they be like, hey, I got this girl, and they let the girl come over and then this and that. But she had kids, and so I had to go watch her kids and pick them up from the babysitter. And so I picked her kids up, and I watched the kids at her house, and she spent the night at my house, and because she had whatever. So I went and watched her kids, and then when I came home, and I get my stuff together, I was getting ready to change my sheets in my bed and everything. And the booty was on my bed. I was like, bitch, you left your ass on my bed. I was just like, I'm gonna come get it later. Yeah, you are. You know what I'm saying? So. Right, so I had to wrap it up in the sheets. Touch it, but I had to wrap it up with the sheets, and I just put it to the side. So when she came and got it, she had to take it out the sheets, and she didn't come get it. But yeah, but that was before they did the BBLs and all this other stuff. This is in the 80s, coming toward the 90s, when they just had that rubber butt you could put in your panties and stuff to make it look like you had a big butt. You look it up. I'm telling y'all how it went. But
my God, my stomach! I can't.
But I was trying to tell y'all the word they was using back then. The word they was using back then to say it was a hookup word, and I can't remember what the word was, but it was a hookup word, like
a dip, a sneaky link.
No, it was like
an appointment,
what's up or what's going on?
Honey dip.
I don't know what it was called, but either way, that was the word. Like, recently, I guess the word was networking. This is what happened when I got divorced recently. They call it networking. Networking is the new word for, listen, I'm so outdone. Go ahead. Let me shut up because y'all is really making me go sound like I'm crazy. I'm trying to tell y'all something. Listen.
Oh my God.
I was always
but yeah, growing up.
So I would end up living with you like low key, but not like living with you. But I'm there every day, like, and that's for multiple. I was just there every day since. But of the couple of guys that would be like, oh, I'm gonna see you on the weekend or something, I just moved on them. They'd be like, what are you doing this weekend? I already moved away.
Sakina, they said in the chat it was the text was, are you up?
Well, I don't know. I guess it was, I don't know. I guess it was. I can't remember what it was. I just know that it was some kind of word they was using, because we was going out, like, and that was the word they was using to try to, holler at somebody or whatever, That's all I know at that time.
So true as you said, what was the question? Because I ain't never answered it. You said
Yeah, so basically, to put it short, I was always curious about women I ran across and that I talked to and that I'm cool with that tell me these stories about dudes they hooked up with and slept with and gave it up quick to. But then when it came to like their boyfriend or their husband or whoever they ended up settling with, they made them wait, or they didn't, like they weren't as quick to sleep with that person. And growing up, like Dulcinea just said, I always had it in my mind, and it might be messed up to think this way. I always saw women, you guys had emotional attachments to who you slept with. I didn't think y'all operate like how my mind worked, where I could sleep with someone and not have any emotional attachment to them. But I prefer to do that, especially when I'm in a relationship with someone. You need that. But I could not have that. I didn't think women operated like that. So when I hear shit like that, it's like, wow, like how do you explain you having sex with a man like so fast, but then when it came to your husband, you made him wait?
So I look at it as me personally, I can only speak on me. I could separate it without a problem. Because if I want something, then I'm gonna get it, and then I'm gonna move on if I don't want no more.
Sound like cereal.
So basically, I could separate it without a problem. Of course, I'm 44. I done had one night stands, and what? I also had a one night stand with my husband.
Oh, see, that's the difference.
Right, but that's the point. But that's the point. That's the point. That's the point, Nisha. You're not. You don't fall into the question I'm asking. You would fall into it if you told me, nah, I made my husband wait. Nah, you had slept with your husband just as fast as you slept with any other man. I'm just curious about the women that slept with another man faster than they slept with their husband.
Yeah, but
That's
why are you
what's
worried
confusing me.
about that though? What does that matter? So what, you didn't have enough swag? If you really want to know the hardcore truth, you didn't have enough swag. Listen, you got to have that energy. You want somebody to sit here and because what I think I hear you saying is
What made
you
that?
you didn't sleep with me. You made me wait, but you slept with old boy over there and real quick, right? But you made me wait, and I'm feeling some tough. I'm feeling some sort of way because you made me wait. But then with him, you didn't have no standards. It's like, you know what?
That wasn't where I was going. I only asked the question because of the conversation we were having prior to it. It kind of like tied into it, but that's not the spirit I was bringing the question up. I was just genuinely curious about when women go to have sex, right? What is your intentions? Is it like, are you able to separate the lust from the love, or do you do it with both? Because if you do it with both, then how do you explain that scenario I'm bringing up? That's why I asked. I'm
Oh, you
not
can
asking
explain
because,
that scenario without all that you said on top of it. That's definitely explainable, right? But yeah, but it's just a really. Are you asking this for a friend?
no, clearly I'm not. I asked the
No, I
question
think he
because of
asked
the
because
conversation.
I was asking about the being in a lust in a person and then how long
Exactly,
you're
bro. Like
making
you
them
can
wait
run.
if you really lust after them. But I think
Exactly.
I think that both things can be true, the truest as far as it. And I think for my thoughts on it, for the most part, is like she said, like it's like he ain't coming with the swag and he ain't coming with the first night energy that the other guy came with. But sometimes it is just basically that he's more practical. He's more so a thing, and she doesn't want him to see her a certain type of way versus like she doesn't care if this dude sees her a certain type of way because yeah, that's all she sees him as. So it's like we see each other the same here. So let's just get it in. But then you're afraid, like when you really want it to be more, that a guy will look at you a certain way. But I tend to get with guys that just don't have that whole premise of, oh, I need a girl that holds out on me for me. But there are guys that are like, if she gives it up too fast, he's not gonna want to be with her. So there's
Yeah,
that too.
let me tell you, like, to bring my personal life into it, right? For me, the woman I'm with right now, we had a one night set. Like we had sex like the day we met. And to me, most guys would think, oh, that's a hoe. Like she fucked you immediately. You know what I'm saying? But to me, the way I take that is, oh, she must really like me. Like when a girl is willing to immediately have sex with you, like to me, that means she likes you. Like she's really invested in, is interested in you, right?
No.
So
She like you enough to give you some, huh?
I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you.
I said you said she like you enough to give you some, huh?
Wow.
That's the way I see it.
So you
You got to see it the way he said. We've been saying all of our different opinions all night, and ain't nobody even talking about what we talking about.
Ain't nothing wrong with that if she like him enough to give him some. Hell, he didn't struck gold. Now, if
Go
you
ahead.
wake up itching and scratching, then what?
Not with the
You say
scratch,
something,
okay?
it's the
Because you can
right
still.
thing and make it out of something completely different.
That's
Go ahead.
what condoms are for. I know a lot of
condoms
people
ain't nothing
don't
but a
want to
bridge.
believe
Now,
that
hold up.
condoms aren't a
Jewish is our
thing,
brother.
but
Jewish is our
condoms
brother,
are a
and we
thing
gonna
that can protect you.
no. Jewish is our brother, and we gonna keep it real. Condoms ain't nothing but a bridge. Now, what about those things that run across there?
Ew.
Oh,
Yeah, condoms don't really mean shit if
exactly.
you're having oral sex without the
Now, see,
condom.
and nobody
So,
tell you to put your mouth on it, and there you go. Now, you done
but
did all
but
that with a mouth with a woman you just met. You think she like you that much?
no. I'm not saying I did that. I'm not
Okay.
saying I did that.
That's what I'm
I didn't
saying.
say I did that.
Make something out of it.
I'm saying, because
She
first of
trusted
all,
you.
yeah, that's what. Well, that's what I'm saying. Condoms, they only protect so much.
That's
So,
right. It ain't
but
nothing but the bridge, because now you got Krabby Patties and all kind of filet mignons and all kind of this, and now they talking about the super gonorrheas and carrying on.
But those people ain't wearing
but
condoms. Super
but
gonorrhea people aren't wearing condoms at all. Stop it. And a
but
condom
that's
is better
a
than not wearing a condom. So
that's why
there's
it's
no
important to get
not wearing it.
your ass checked up if you're having sex a lot. Like, you should be going to the doctor.
Some people don't, and we know that men are scared to go to the doctor, so we're not gonna say
I
you
go to the doctor
not
routinely.
all men and some women. You know what I'm saying? I heard a joke earlier about a woman talking about she good is Betty, well, not Betty Crock, Little Debbie, talking about being moist and fluffy and all creamy in the middle, and we know cream in the middle. That, yeah, so we not finna sit up here. Listen, they got stuff that you can carry like luggage, and keep on baking and yeasting and all this other stuff. I had a friend some nasty stuff about yogurt. I don't even eat yogurt no more. So let's be real.
And then also, do y'all feel like men should care about how many men their woman has been with before them? And should women care about how many?
It ain't really none of their
No,
business.
that's too much information. If that's the case, then everybody should be scared to sleep with anybody.
That part.
Right. Because somebody, if you
my turn.
Okay,
So
go
keep
ahead.
quiet, because skin ain't getting no turn then.
My thing is, if somebody told you they said every 3 or 4 people, and then you eligible for STD. So if that somebody told you they slept with more than 3 people, and we know everybody over 25, under 50, then slept with at least 10 or more people, especially over 30, under 30. Let's say anything under 30, then slept with at least 25 people. So y'all out to count. I ain't saying you, but anything under 35, especially when COVID hit, most of them people, you could tell who was really, really, really active because they started looking like Quakers. They was old as all get out when COVID hit. These people started looking older than the oldest people, and the older people started looking a little younger. These people started turning gray. I was like, Moses. I'm sorry. What's your name? Yeah, they were starting to look old and gray because talking about barbershops and music shops closing. These people started looking old. They and these people take more Viagra than the 60 and 50 and 40-year-old people that really need it. Why? Because they all fucked out. And that's why they need Viagra. Let's call it for what it is. That was the secret to grandmama when she wasn't tripping. So now you got these 60, 70-year-old men, and they're not using Viagra like these young boys. These young boys is using it, and then they're abusing it. So
wait, who uses Viagra? I don't know nobody using Viagra.
Come on, let's not play because they selling them like candy. We're not gonna play with it. We are not gonna play with it. We're gonna stay with it.
Let Sister Freedom go.
You got
I'm
and then I'm gonna shut up. Thank you.
Gemini is coming after me because Sakina definitely already took her turn. But what I'm saying is I agree with everything that you're true. I agree with a little bit of everything that everybody's saying. Reality has to step in the view. But at the same time, I agree with the truest. I agree with Gemini. But I think that what we've done is take one word to somebody and change the whole narrative all night.
Yeah,
Somebody say one thing and it's turned into like, I don't get it. But I'm
That's
just
what
saying
we
that,
do.
yeah, but I'm just saying but because look, my whole thing that I need to say is I agree with the truest. I live in a reality state of mind. We can say everything that we want to say, but people make their own mind up even when they kids. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we just got to think about how we were, so we know about how they gonna be. The newness, it wears off. Say whatever you want to say. I ain't got much else to say about it. So, Gemini, go ahead.
And me either. I think, tonight was a great conversation. Truist, Truist comes from a critical thinking, type of mindset. So he always got the juice. He gets those questions in there. I absolutely love it.
yes, he do.
And so we all has definitely, some good points, here and there, but you know, for the most part, it is what it is.
That's a fact.
It really,
Thank you, sisters, for having me tonight. I'm signing off. Great conversation as always. Love y'all.
thank you for
Love
coming.
you too. Love you more.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing with us.
Nisha.
Okay, it's late. Come on, y'all.
What we doing? We still going? We
No,
about to
it's
Mm-mm.
your turn to say whatever you have to say, and then I think we're gonna get ready to close out
all
after.
right.
Yeah, we're
Well,
closing out.
all right. Well, shit. Let's close out then. Um, bottom line is, shit. To each his own, man.
Right, I like that.
We like different stuff. I like a lot of different stuff myself. Um, I appreciate my sisters. We go after we be on each other's neck sometime, but I appreciate all of y'all. I appreciate that we do have this chemistry, and I'm glad that it's not perfect. I'm glad that sometimes we could get under each other's skin. I'm glad of that. I'm glad this ain't no fake shit. You know, I'm glad of that. And we
Facts.
and we could say what we say and we could be all right in the next minute. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody that tunes in and subscribe and like and participate because we like when y'all engage. So pretty much that's all I got to say. Um, on to the next.
All right. And what I'm gonna say is, don't let people saying that a condom doesn't protect you 100% is why they raw dogging you. No, no, no. A condom protects way more than him not using one at all, sis. Don't let him do it. And bros, if she says she's allergic to latex, there's sheepskin, there's goat skin, there's all kinds of stuff. Wrap it up. Wrap it up in these streets. These people getting super gonorrhea, they ain't wrapping it up. Even if they put some people putting their mouth on it, yes, but that's way less than exchanging bodily fluids. So don't have them lie to you. Wrap it up. Safe sex is the best sex because you don't want that latex, that I'm latex. Listen to Lil Wayne. Don't do it, y'all. Just put a condom on, strap up twice, and then if something happens from there, at least you protected yourself or anything. But y'all got to stop with this not wearing anything because it doesn't protect you 100%. No, that doesn't protect you 100%. And then with Sakina's point, all y'all wearing masks during COVID but not condoms, y'all was nasty. Y'all was putting on a mask, not wearing a condom. That don't make no sense. But anyway,
Well, some people, because they got a condom on, that don't count. That don't count.
they got a what condom on?
Because they got a condom on, they say, well, that don't really count because we had a condom on.
No, that counted.
It counted.
No skin don't stop a STD. Yes, it prevents STDs just like latex does. You're a whole lot less you're less likely to get a STD with using a condom than not using one at all.
Wow, I
All
shake.
I'm saying is the excuse to say, "Oh well, it ain't even gonna protect me 100%. I might as well take it off." Is crazy. It's crazy, and that's the people getting super gonorrhea right now. Getting gonorrhea 2.0, gonorrhea that don't go
That's
away.
what it is. Gonorrhea 2.0. That's funny.
Like, nah, I don't want that gonorrhea. And that's in Texas right now. So that's even more so. Condoms don't protect against herpes, warts, or syphilis, and sometimes HIV. Yeah, sometimes they don't protect it, but they do. Like it's up to a percentage, I believe, that they do protect because it's an exchanging of bodily fluids where you get those things. So again, condoms don't protect you 100%, but not wearing anything, definitely you're gonna get it. And women are more susceptible to getting it than men because it is we absorb, they shoot out, we absorb. So some of the stuff
We're the
you'll be
receivers.
getting it. Yep, you'll be getting it, and he didn't even he
Get
didn't or he
facts.
doesn't
Yeah.
have the symptoms or anything. He has it, but he don't have to experience anything from it or anything. You're experiencing all that stuff. So
Yep.
just wrap it. It's better to wrap it up, or if you just don't want to wrap it up, then don't do it randomly for real. Because this new generation of being like, I don't want to have safe sex at all. I'm just gonna do me. And then I think someone said I don't like going to the doctor. Men, having her tell you whether she has an STD or not is not a viable way of not going to the doctor.
Right.
You
Like you
cannot do
clean,
that.
you clean.
You clean, you safe, you ain't got no diseases, right? Okay, we good. Like, no, 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 sir. Go to the doctor. Yep, leprosy. I don't know how you get leprosy though. So I don't know. Is that through sex? I don't know. But yes, leprosy is an outbreak. But yeah, super gonorrhea is going around Houston right now. And I can tell you they ain't using condoms. So you
Mm-mm.
don't want that super gonorrhea that penicillin doesn't. It laughs at penicillin at that penicillin shot. How you thought that you was gonna get rid of me, but I'm here to stay, sis. Nah, not happening. Exactly. There's too much stuff going on for y'all to not be protecting yourself.
That's true.
And you got to make
Okay,
them
so
put it on
is I don't know
you.
what time it is, but I know it's my turn. And I want to say,
You been cutting into me all night.
I ain't saying nothing, Niche. I ain't saying nothing about you cutting in. I was trying to say good night, baby. I just wanted to get to me so I could say
Go
good
ahead.
night.
It's
That's
your
all I wanted to do was say good night. Everybody had good things that they had to say, good opinions that they had to say, good things that any and everybody that listens to this can grab from. You know what I'm saying? I have been cutting in tonight on Nisha, but I I I, I don't know what to say. Everybody didn't. We ain't been holding on to the rules tonight. It's everything is. It was a free fall. We tried, but anyway, yeah. Watch that magic. Excuse me, that these brothers spew, because you can best believe it is some. Ooh, it's a pretty thing. So we know what kind of men we look for, but you know.
And I just want to end by saying that I want to thank everybody for showing up and showing out with us as always. And I want to give my love out to all the chat as well as to my sisters. And I want to just let y'all know we got to really take this serious about this PPE, right? Because it's really serious about this personal, professional, protective equipment. And just know that if you don't wrap it up because of that bridge, just know that you can always get you some PPE, which is this aromatherapy. This is some good ass PPE. This aromatherapy is wonderful. And this one right here is called Find Serenity. This Serenity right here, this bath shower gel is something wonderful. This PPE will protect that body. It's a wonderful feeling. It's a wonderful scrub. It's a wonderful soak. This PPE right here, aromatherapy. This P right here, And then once you get through with this Serenity, it gives you a wonderful feeling. Then you can take this PPE lotion right here. Listen here, have mercy. Ain't nothing like some eucalyptus and
It is
spearmint.
still my turn.
Stress
I fell
relief.
asleep.
You take this right here, some Serenity and some stress relief. You will not need not one nigga to knock you out to get no sleep. Here, where that nigga at? I don't know where I put him, but listen here, you won't need them. You won't need no melatonin. You can have these two P's right here. The sponsors of the night, aromatherapy. 1P, 1P, and E. Enjoy. I love my sisters, and I love y'all too.
We love you more.
All right, the doors of the church is open.
All right, let me share my screen. I said I was gonna play it before the night. Hold on.
Well, good night, ladies. I didn't get a chance to sit and you just gonna pass right over me with your little screenshot.
Oh no! Say what you're doing, and then
Good night. Good night. Peace and love to the chat. I absolutely love the chat. My most favorite thing is to be up in the mix with the folks talking shit. Exactly, because they talk a lot of shit in that chat. Facts. Love y'all. Good night. We'll sit and absolutely see y'all later on this week.
Yes. Have a good rest, Queen.
Good night, girl.
Hi.
Okay, good night, everybody. We ended it now. Good night, y'all. Don't soak us dry.
Yes, come on. Our sister finna take it.
Okay, I think you can see. Hold on. Let me hide this. Can y'all hear it?
But I'm a more.
Yep, I can hear it.
Slaw. I'm a more. And got sense enough to know I'm a more. And ain't gonna never argue with you that I'm not a more. And wouldn't come in your house or come among you and say I'm a more if I didn't feel in my heart, in my mind, in my soul that I am. Tell you, goddamn it, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. No more. So if I say it, I mean it. If I mean it, generally, I say it.
All right, y'all. So yeah, this is Saturday. It's going down. Me and Lex. So
you and Luthor,
right? And
Mm-hmm.
good one. And yeah, I had to get Khalid. I asked for Khalid Muhammad, especially because I had to get that one. But yes. So you guys have a good night, and I look forward to seeing y'all on Saturday. And I guess we're gonna come back on Friday though. Friday night and do something, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
yes. Peace, and love, everyone.
Shimon Hotep. Yes.